Oh, you sound racist. Good. Yes. Yes, I am.
So you're just crazy in a retard kind of way then, huh?
I'm always sticking my hands in my vagina.
All the way Virginia, bitch.
Oh, fart nigger.
Wow. And there will be gorilla shit all over down there.
Oh no! Oh jeez!
You can act like a man! What's the matter with you?
Nobody's saying you can't own a gun. Nobody's even saying you can't carry a gun. All we're saying is you can't carry a gun in town.
Rest now, brother. We have the watch, and I'll see you in Valhalla.
In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme. We're too wild. We're too out of control. We're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Good morning, boys and girls, and welcome to Steel Toe High. It's me. Welcome, welcome. I hope you had a fine Valentine's Day. I hope your weekend was incredible. I was busy, man. I didn't even know what was going on in the news until 4 or 5 o'clock yesterday when I sat down. I'd have a second. I'd open up Twitter, I'd see what was going on, but for the most part, I was in the dark most of the weekend. I also have this damn audio problem going on. I still have an audio problem where everything's overmodulated. It's not overmodulated on the board. It's not overmodulated locally here. It's what OBS is taking, the way they're taking it in is way overmodulated. And it all happened after I used Google Meet on my computer and I used my camera. I didn't use the Rodecaster because I don't want to be at conferences with my goddamn headphones on and a microphone looking like a douche. So then I came on Friday to use everything. And it was crazy overmodulated. And I have OBS running right now at negative 26 decibels. So I'm sending out what I usually send out through the Rodecaster, but I just dropped it down as far, I buried it in OBS because it's otherwise it's way too loud. So we're gonna roll with that today. We're gonna see what happens, and hopefully it just look. I'm one of these guys who I dick with everything I can. I screw with everything I know. And then I go, all right, this has got to be how it works from now on until the issue solves itself. And that's where we're at. You didn't need to know any of that. I would have done today's show completely how I usually do. None of you would have been the wiser. It would have been fine. But look at me being Mr. Honesty. Welcome to the show. It's going to be a good one today. Johnny is back. So I want to see you guys getting really generous and really sweet and nice for Johnny when he comes back. We're also only, not 6, we're 10 memberships away from 500. So it does look like I'll be going a little late with you guys today. I appreciate it. You guys are fantastic. I think this is the week we get back up to 600 memberships on Rumble. That would be superb. Then we're close to 300 on YouTube. Let's pick those up. There's no reason we can't get to 1,000 combined this week. Let's aim high. If you accomplish your goals, you should just keep going for more until you disappoint yourself. Just up, 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 up. Don't get complacent. Welcome to the show. You didn't come here for a lecture. We have a ton of stuff to talk about. They released all of the, I was going to say they released all of the Epstein files. Okay. They released all of the Epstein files they're going to release. Every single Epstein file they plan on showing us, they've shown us. So now we're kind of in that space where we've been the last month, where we wait for other people to dig through these people, basically people who get paid and make their money digging through shit like this. We're going to have them dig through a new batch of 3.5 million documents and find out what's in it. And then we report on it as the week goes on. And, the other thing about this stuff is that again, my conspiracy brain has taken over. I mean, everything to me is more than what they're reporting it to be. And as far as the Epstein files go, they released this big list of names. They're like, all the people mentioned in the Epstein files. And it's like anyone who's mentioned in an email, not necessarily the emails to them, but anyone who's just mentioned in an email, their name goes on there. So because Trump, and I don't think this is so much to protect Trump directly. I think it's to protect the people Trump is surrounded by. I think what's going to do Trump in is the same thing that did Nixon in. Nixon fell for a globalist plot too. In Watergate, that was CIA and Mossad designed. Richard Nixon was incredibly anti-Semitic. He did not trust Jewish people. The whole Watergate thing was carried out, designed by the FBI and the CIA, and they got Nixon to defend his guys, quote unquote, Haldeman, Ehrlichman, all of these guys inside of his cabinet and all of these guys inside his inner circle. They got Nixon to protect them. Nixon never actually did anything wrong in Watergate. All these other guys, because they were CIA assets, did all this weird shit behind the scenes, and Nixon ran cover for them because the people advising Nixon were in on the plot, and they were telling him, Dick, you got to protect these guys. They're loyal to us. They're good guys. That the line in the movie Frost Nixon, this was actually said in the David Frost interviews, where Nixon said, I cut off one arm and then I cut off the other, and I'm not a good butcher. And he was a loyal guy. He didn't want to sacrifice his inner circle. He didn't want to sacrifice his guy and throw him to the wolves because he knew it would be the end of their careers. Little did he know that all of these guys were plotting against him. And I think that's what's going on with Trump right now. He's been surrounded by creepy, satanic Jewish pedophiles, and now they're going to make Trump defend these guys. And the one way they're defending these guys, like Howard Lutnick and others, is they're putting all these names out. Like, and by the way, if you don't think this was because Pam Bondi got utterly humiliated and she's seething about it on the House floor in that hearing the other day, this is exactly why they're doing this the way they are. They're putting all these names out there. They're creating a big smoke distraction. They're creating a big fog of war, and they're all going to try and escape through it. They're like, oh, well, yeah, I know Tony Blair and so-and-so and all these other guys that are still working behind the scenes in government. I know their name is on the list, but so is, they'll use like, not Kevin Brennan, but like a name like that where the name just appears in the email. They'll go, oh, yeah, but this person's on it too. And then, you don't know how they were on it and this and that. It's going to be very important that we look into the specifics of this and see who was doing what, because they're going to use these names as protection, as a big smokescreen. Oh, so Bill Gates is on there. Well, so is Joe Blow from Idaho. Are you saying they're both? Obviously that's not the case, but that's the protection they're going to go with. And they're going to make Trump defend the people that are on that list. Lutnick's one of them already. They're going to make him protect all of these people, and that's going to put enough dirt on Trump where if he tries to turn on them, it's going to be his ass too. And by the way, this is not me saying that so that you feel bad for Donald Trump. He's made his decision. He's picked his side. and it's the globalist side. What I'm saying is, this is not just a fly by the seat of your pants operation. This is very evolved. This is very thought through by these people. They know what they're doing. Underestimate their morality, underestimate their decency, underestimate their honesty. Do not underestimate these people's intelligence. These are very heavy operators. They took over the most powerful country in the world. They're not stupid. So in the next few days, like, we'll share what we have today a little bit later on. But throughout the week, we'll be getting more and more updates. One thing's for sure, the people that have looked at this stuff are legitimately horrified. And these are people who have, seen war. These are people who have seen all kinds of things. The things they've seen in these documents and these videos and these photos has turned them white. It's made, like, a lot of them, you hear a lot of people say, I'll never be able to get this out of my head. What I've looked at and what I've seen. It's like it's been changing people. Let's go into some things, then we'll talk about the weekend, and then we'll get into all the stuff we have for you today. It's very exciting. CJ with $10 starting us off today on YouTube. Thank you very much. Hit like, hit follow, hit subscribe. He says, you've exposed ComicGate's grift, and you have them rattled and seething. Excellent work. Thank you. I've been hearing from a lot of the comic book people. They thought what I did on that was very funny last week. Here's the problem. I'm going to leave all of that to everyone else. I've done my whole gimmick is set a fire, walk away, leave. Like, I've got people asking me if I'll do interviews. I've got people asking me if I'll do this, that, the other. Here's the big problem. My audience doesn't care about comic books. My audience doesn't care about Comicsgate. My audience doesn't watch any of this shit and isn't interested when I do it. So I do this because I enjoy it, but in doing it, I'm doing it in detriment to my own show. My audience will not have ultimate patience with me. And also, and I appreciate that and I agree with you, I don't think I could leave this topic more on top than I am. I mean, I really don't. I don't think if I hammer any harder, I'm kicking a dead dog. And if I try to go in any deeper, my audience isn't going to like it. Right now, I'm the king of Comicsgate. Right now, I'm the conqueror of Comicsgate. I've won. They're all dancing to my tune. Now's the perfect time to stick to my ethos, set the fire, walk away. It's another win for the toe. And, Big E, Ethan Van Sciver, has been crying and whining about it. And he's like, Aaron's being mean to me, but Aaron's a cuck. I might be a cuck, Ethan, but you're sitting in the hotel chair while I fuck your bitch Comicsgate to death. To death, Ethan, for shame. For shame, not defending the honor of your girl while I violate her over and over, whilst you watch from the cuck chair. Bitch. All right. See, now that's enough. We're done. We're done. You know what that is? That's a dismount. Thank you. So let's get into this week. I got back in the ring yesterday. I'd taken a little bit of time off, not too much. I mean, I've still been doing boxing work, but I haven't been in the ring for a couple of weeks, months, whatever. And I got back in yesterday with a guy who has extensive experience. And it was fun, man. I had a really good time. I'm going to go back to this place again. I'm probably going to start sparring at 2 different places because I love them both. And there's just different kinds of work at each one. But it was fun. But I definitely felt all of my, ready for this today? 222, huh? We came down a little bit. I got in the gym 4 or 5 days this week. I was definitely feeling those extra 10 pounds, though. My cardio was not where it was. I also had some ring rust I needed to shake off for a round. But by the 4th or 5th round, I felt back. I felt like I was back. And I've got some plans with that I hope to be able to share with you soon. SP and I had a wonderful Valentine's Day. We do this thing now. We do these dates. We're both kind of like, we like going out for a little bit, but we don't like going out around people for a long time. I like being around people when they're my people. I like being around people when they're my friends and everything else. But if it's like a crowded area and it's a lot of strangers, I don't like it as much. I like to have that's why, like, even bars wise, my whole life, I've liked VFWs, I've liked Legions, I've liked smaller pub tavern type places, because you go into bigger places. It's loud, it's noisy. I feel like my space is constantly being interrupted. I don't like to dance. I don't like any of that stuff. So we went out and we sat at the bar. We went to a restaurant. We sat at the bar. We got a drink. We made an order to go. We took it home and we binged Ozark for the rest of the night. It was fantastic. It was the best Valentine's Day ever. It ruled. It was the perfect way to do it. You know, because like you go and you eat and you gorge yourself at a restaurant. Now you feel like shit and you still got to drive home. This way, we have a drink. We wait for our order. We have a little fun. We bullshit a little bit. We come back home. We eat. No judgment. No big groups of people around us. We eat our food. We watch our movies. We watch our shows. We have a nice time in bed. We go to sleep. We wake up in the morning. We have a little morning. It was a wonderful Valentine's Day. And it started in the morning. The kids and I had a little Valentine's Day. Then we took Gordy to the vet, and he got a Valentine's Day gift from the vet. Gordy just had to get his rabies and distemper shots. That's all he had to do. Gordy just had to get up on his vaccines. And then we made an appointment for May. He's going to get his ringworm and flea and tick for the summertime. So, and then Sunday, I went boxing. I went throwing punches. And goddamn, man, just a complete weekend. Just a whole lot of fun. So, and by the way, I'm into season 2 of Ozark. I don't know how you guys feel about it yourselves. Meh. I like it, but we just came off of watching Better Call Saul, then Breaking Bad, then Better Call Saul, then El Camino. And it's hard to, it's hard not to make comparisons. It's goddamn, man. Like, I did you watch that Black Rabbit or whatever it was, that show that Netflix did, that limited series with Jude Law and Jason Bateman. Jesus, Patrick Bateman was psycho. Jason Bateman. It's been like 30 years of watching Jason Bateman, and I still don't know if I like Jason Bateman. There's sometimes where I'm like, I love Jason Bateman. And there's other times where like, it's enough Jason Bateman for me. Every time he's in something, he plays the same guy. He plays Jason Bateman in everything. He's one of those dudes. But it's a decent enough show. I like the heroin dealer guy, like the old heroin dealer. Mel from Scarface is in it, which is awesome. I think he's dead now. But Laura Linney, great as Abigail Adams. Loved her in Primal Fear. She's okay in this. Why Patrick Bateman has a daughter who kind of looks Native American is weird to me, but whatever. Fuck it. I'll watch it. I've got, 2 more seasons left after this one? But I wouldn't put Ozark up there as like, oh my God, one of the, I don't put it up there with my Mad Men, my Breaking Bad, Scrubs, stuff like I don't put it up in that category. CJ, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships on YouTube. Oh, YouTube wants to take over today. Okie dokie. Keybird style gifting a membership. Thank you very much, Holy Balls. Thank you. Thank you. That's 6 memberships. I'm trying to do math on the fly here. Not my forte. Thank you, guys. Either way, thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. All right, let's go into the Rumble chat. Let's see what they think about really everything. Approachable says, really, I would have never guessed you don't like being around people, or you just wanted to do your show and get out without talking to fans. That's not true. At every live event we do, I talk to everybody. Adrian started this. Adrian started this thing where he said, oh, man, when you do shows, man, you don't want to talk to anybody. And I'm like, bullshit. I talk to everyone. Every time we do a show, I'm talking to everybody. I'm glad-handing. I'm shaking hands. I'm kissing babies. I'm doing the politician thing. Adrian got it in his head that somehow I'm standoffish at shows. I'm not. Every time I go to Costco or Coburn's or whatever, there's always one person who's like, hey, big fan of Steel Toe. Thank you. I appreciate that very much. What's your name? That's what I say every time. every time. Thank you so much. I appreciate the support. What's your name? And I shake their hand. I don't ask where their hand has been. I just shake the damn thing. That doesn't mean now when you see me somewhere, you should shove your hand up your ass and then tell me you like the show. But that I'm not anti-people. I don't know where that came from. Me So Horny says, how the hell can Aaron get into a VFW or Legion if he's never been in the military? This motherfucker not know how bars work? You can just go. MSO says, Aaron's perfect evening, food, drink, Ozark, and pegging. I'm not into pegging. I am not into pegging. There's multiple people in the chat now claiming that I got pegged for Valentine's Day. I should have never come back to talk to any of you. You've now ruined my perfect day. He's So Horny says, never give your dog any of them rabies shots. You're only killing your dog. Sorry, Gord. Oh, no. I didn't mean to. Mad Max Mardigan says, Aaron, why do you subtract 150 from your weight? There usually isn't a reason to be ashamed of your weight. By the way, are you ever worried that you might reach takeoff speed because of your underarm? Never mind. Fuck it. I'm going to the gym 5 times this week. Thanks, guys. I can always come to you. MSO says, most actors who have worked with Jason Bateman say he was a douchebag. Really? You know, the thing about Jason Bateman is he's directing and writing a lot of the stuff he's in now. I wonder if that's not because people don't like working with him. And he's got this style that I don't like. Like, one thing I like about Better Call Saul is like the mood in the scene could be dark, but the world they occupy is full of light. Like, it's got this really light scenery. It's got this really light backdrop. And what they're saying and what they're doing is very dark and underhanded. I like that. With Jason Bateman, it's just like, it's like what they try to do with Batman movies now, where they try to make it overly dark. And it's like, no, guys, we got it. Caped Crusader, cape and cowl. We understand. It doesn't have to be, hey, let's see if we can get this audience to feel suicidal by Act 3. Not necessary. People also saying Laura Linney is a huge cunt. I've never heard that either. I've never heard that. Laura Linney. People don't like Laura Linney. I don't know. Aaron hates himself. Aaron hates his fans. I don't know where that. Yeah, Kraken Slappin says, last anniversary show, I was going to talk to you. I didn't because you were wasted. Well, I mean, that's fair. I understand that. Aussie Mark says, those weightlifters you kissed were not babies, Aaron. I didn't kiss any weightlifters. He's lying to you. Kraken Slappin says, you walk through the door at a VFW or yeah, you don't have to have like a special membership. Like, you don't have to have a personal membership to like some kind of military code to go into a VFW or Legion. Maybe that's why they're struggling. You guys don't realize you can just walk in there and you can own the touch tunes. You can own the touch tunes yourself. You can just play whatever you want. Any kind of music all night. They're underrated. And they're great cornhole tournaments. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Knock it off, because I know what you're doing. All right, guys. Hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. Oh, shit. It's President's Day, isn't it? You guys all just fucking sitting at home and whacking off today, taking the day. Does anybody get President's Day off anymore? Is that a real holiday? I suppose kids do. Oh, shit, we're at 400. Yeah, we're going to have a tough morning, aren't we? Everybody, we got our audience is all working class and shit. They got kids. The kids are not in school. Oh, no. Here's what I need you guys to do then. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. We're going to need to pump today's numbers up. President's Day is not a good toe day, my friends. All right, let's get going. Let's get moving. Let's get into some things. Again, you guys hit like, hit subscribe, hit follows. Oh, you know who I don't see mentioning the Epstein files? This is weird. I don't see I don't see the Babylon Bee or Libs of TikTok saying anything about the Epstein files. Isn't that odd? Doesn't that strike you as strange? I wonder. I scrolled through. I was getting show prep ready yesterday. I'm going on Not the Bee. I'm like, these guys report all the big political news. all the big political news. These guys are all over it. So I went back to last Thursday on their Twitter. Not a single article covering the Epstein files. That's very, very strange. And then Chaya Raichik, the Jewish lady that runs Libs of TikTok, she's busting everybody's balls. If you're a teacher who says trans people shouldn't be killed, she's going to get you fired from your gig. If you're at work and you say, I don't like Trump on Facebook, she's going to get you fired from your gig. Chaya Raichik and Libs of TikTok is like the tattletale censorship left of the right. So she's out there calling out all these people who are doing stuff that's detrimental, especially Chaya Raichik will tell you if it's detrimental to children. Oh, my God. Oh, yeah. If it's detrimental to children, Chaya Raichik is there to protect those kids. I guess she must have bad Wi-Fi or something. I'm getting mine changed to fiber on Friday. They're coming out on Friday after the show to swap out my internet. Maybe somebody should tell Chaya Raichik about fiber. Maybe she should switch. Her internet might not be strong enough. She doesn't know that this Epstein stuff pretty much exclusively shows abuse, murder, and sacrifice and rituals involving dead children. So maybe if they told Chaya Raichik, she wouldn't worry about all these teachers that are saying, trans people can exist. That's fine. Let's get them fired. But apparently going to an island for pedos and killing people, that we can't talk about because, Israel and all. God bless Chaya Raichik. I mean, Look, it's what do you say? It is on brand for Libs of TikTok and Chaya Raichik not to want to talk about it. Yeah, it's on brand for her not to want to discuss it. All right, we got Johnny coming back at 7 o'clock, so let's get into some of this nerdier stuff. I'll be honest, let's get into the stuff that when I clip it, it does insanely well in the clips. We have an update on Elijah Schaffer. Do you remember Elijah Schaffer? He's the guy who was like this right-wing media darling. He was one of these guys who's just, I compare him a lot to Benny Johnson, which is odd because they went to the same church, and there's been some accusations there as well that maybe those two were cornholing each other. But either way, there's a lot going on with the Elijah Schaffer stuff. He's one of these guys who didn't take any chances. He was just one of these right-wing guys who did the right-wing grift. Some are even saying that he got married and had kids just so it would help the right-wing grift, which, if true, is insane to me. I mean, that's a level of sociopathy I can't fathom. And then once he's one of these guys who you can always tell when someone shouldn't have been famous or they shouldn't have gotten attention or they shouldn't have been pushed because they don't appreciate it. You can always tell when someone didn't get there on their own, that they basically got co-opted and promoted. And that was Elijah Schaffer, whether it was with The Blaze. And then he left The Blaze and he totally faltered and he kind of ripped off all of his investors. Look, I'm jumping all over the place here. But this Elijah Schaffer was one of these guys, you got to be conservative, you got to be family values, you got to have a wife, and you got to have kids, and all of that stuff. Elijah Schaffer was, big on telling people what they needed to do values-wise. Well, this was a guy who got a couple bucks in his pocket, and he was willing to burn it all down for whores, both male and female, drugs, he was a coke guy, and he just blew it all up. So there was this thing called Rift TV, which is so appropriately named looking back. In hindsight, Rift TV was a great name for it. He was going to build this new, conservative, hip, for young people type thing, like a younger Gutfeld type of shit. This Elijah Schaffer was going to build. Now, I've never been an Elijah Schaffer guy. I'm not saying I have a sixth sense to pick out bullshit artists, but Benny Johnson, Ben Shapiro, Elijah Schaffer, all these guys who are basically conservative Inc. I never liked, I never trusted because their whole gimmick seemed really, really shallow. It all seemed like very surface level. I've been watching clips lately. It's been up in my algorithm since I watched that Anna Kasparian Pearl Davis debate. I've been watching a lot of Pearl Davis just getting her shit pushed in videos. Not like that. These are more watchable. And, Pearl Davis, Elijah Schaffer, Ben Shapiro, all these guys, they have a surface level talking points argument. And if you go any deeper than that, out come the excuses. Pearl Davis does this thing where she just stops talking. She'll do this thing in interviews. I was watching, she was on with Ethan Klein. And he was busting her balls about her, hey, you say that liberals are all about feelings. All of your bullshit is based on feelings. I found a bunch of studies that don't back up what you're saying. And instead of arguing back or digging deep for other statistics, Pearl will do this awkward thing where she just stops talking. And if you're a good host and a good debater, you should be quiet too. If you make your point and they won't talk, just don't say anything. It's an old sales tactic. Whoever speaks first loses. So let her respond. But she just locks up. She clams up. This Elijah Schaffer guy, he did worse than that. I mean, he didn't walk off the deep end. He jumped, springboard, and did a triple sow cow off the goddamn diving board. And he crashed out tremendously. And he was fucking this girl, Sarah Stock. Sarah Stock was fucking Elijah Schaffer while she was dating her now soon-to-be ex-husband. And she says that when she got engaged to her husband, she stopped fucking Elijah Schaffer. Now, if you don't believe that, you're a smart person. She convinced her boyfriend, then who became her husband, that she was a virgin, and she made him wait until marriage. And she told him that she was waiting till marriage. Meanwhile, she's fucking Elijah Schaffer the whole time. And Elijah Schaffer is like a string beanie, weird, scrawny, bitch-made looking dude. He's not cool at all. He's one of these guys, he just uses the drugs to replace the lack of cool. It's a common tactic amongst people who are dorky. So he gets into the coke, he gets into the drugs, he's fucking hookers, he's fucking this Sarah Stock. People are alleging that he likes being pegged and he brings an electric dildo with him everywhere he goes. Go look it up. He went to the same church as Benny Johnson. He employed some people from his church. He was a youth pastor. And then people are starting to make accusations that children at this church were being abused. And there was inappropriateness going on at this church that he and Benny Johnson were a part of, both of whom have now been accused of being kind of gay. Smoke, meet fire. So Elijah Schaffer took a bunch of people's money, millions of dollars. People wanted, look, if there's a conservative personality and they want to start a conservative thing, usually the first people to jump in and throw money at it are conservative Jewish businessmen. And then because they see another media personality, another media organization that can be pro-Israel and put Israel's message out there. So Elijah Schaffer gets a bunch of money, takes that money and does shit with it. This Rift TV does nothing. It starts bleeding money. Investors want some returns. He can't give it to them because he's busy doing coke, losing his mind, and fucking whores. Well, we got the word this weekend that Rift TV has officially shut down. It's over. It's over, Johnny. For old Elijah Schaffer, he is done. It's finished. And of course, the picture they use is, I believe that's Sarah Stock. They did him dirty on that one. Now, that Sarah Stock, put her back up on the screen there. Sarah Stock has gone completely radio silent. They're calling it total e-girl death. She got rid of her Instagram. She got rid of her Twitter. I mean, she is out of the social media game. Her husband has deleted all of his photos off his Instagram, meaning all of the photos with her, everything. It sounds like he's getting an annulment. You can get an annulment, by the way, if you were married under false pretenses. She says she was a virgin. Demonstrably, she wasn't. You can get an annulment. And then this Elijah Schaffer, his family has left him. His wife left him, took the kids with, had to get away from him. And people have been confiding in Milo Yiannopoulos. You remember Milo? He was the gay guy who said conservative-based shit. Everyone liked him. Then they found out he said fucked up thing. You know, Milo really got punished for telling the truth about the gay community, which is they don't view age of consent laws as dogmatically as maybe most heterosexual men do. And that made people extremely uncomfortable, and he got canceled for that. Well, he's kind of come back through like Kanye and some other avenues. Now he's just the right-wing gossip queen. And apparently Milo's got dirt on everybody. This guy's got dossiers on everyone, and he can get after it. I mean, he has no problem letting it out there. So he lets us know that this Elijah Schaffer over the weekend, still on drugs, still going insane, still losing his mind, and still tweeting about his family. A while back, Elijah Schaffer was saying, somebody took my kids, my wife has disappeared, I'm filing a missing persons report. And that caused Milo to go, that's not true, she left you, you're on coke, shut the fuck up, get off the internet, go to rehab. Elijah Schaffer's wife files for divorce. He goes to another state. I think she filed in Texas. He went to Florida and filed for divorce in Florida to make it look like he filed for divorce against her. I mean, the guy's out of his mind. Then he starts like going on social media going, the only reason they're punishing me is because I have a dick and it works. And it's like, all right, I can see that this forest fire is not quite done burning. Let's see how this goes. So this weekend, Milo released more text messages from Elijah Schaffer. Now, I don't know if these are texts to Milo or if Elijah Schaffer's soon-to-be ex-wife is sending the text to her, to Milo. But I think these are to Milo. This was Elijah Schaffer. By the way, this right here, usually drugs or alcohol. You see the wall of text? 3 minutes, you don't get a response. They need to be drip-fed. You know, they need that serotonin rush. They need to get the messages. They need to feel like they've got somebody in their control that they can manipulate. So 18 minutes to 15 minutes, 3 minutes, he doesn't get responses. He just keeps shooting them walls of text. Elijah Schaffer said, mess with my family like you did. Be messed with. This is your life now. That's the other thing. These cokeheads, they have this grand vision of how they're going to destroy everyone. This is the saddest part about drug addiction. They have all these plots and plans of how they're going to destroy everyone. Meanwhile, you're watching with your own eyes as they destroy themselves. And you're like, oh my God, you're not threatening anyone. Like nobody's in trouble here. We're just watching you melt down in real time. You'll never have peace now. I hope you enjoy the same life I have. I think Milo's off coke. You're famous. Enjoy the fame. You're a public figure now. Now, see, that makes me believe that that's his wife that he's sending this to, and the wife is sending this stuff to Milo. Because Milo's been a public figure forever. So he's telling his wife that she's a public figure now? Okay. Oh yeah, it's definitely not to Milo, because then the next one says, I found you. Be careful. Everyone might be your enemy. And then I have nothing to lose. And then this person responds, at least give me a reason for the murder. What reason? You did this, loser. Did what? The person responds. You made this. The person responds, it's like vague posting nonstop. Made what? Okay, maybe this is to Milo. Okay, because he says, funny boy, you messed up. Unless he calls his wife funny boy. Good luck. Document whatever you want, the other person says. Elijah says, I know where you are. Relax. It's a global life. He's zooted out of his mind. It's like threat after threat, LOL, incredible. And then he writes, never will threaten you. I know where you are. I'm going to kill you. You're dead. You're a public oops, I just hit a thing. You're a public figure now, etc. I'm not threatening you. What are you talking about? And then they quote him, I'm going to kill you because I cheated on my wife and abused her. Okay, so this is to Milo. Then he says, I just have friends you are friends with. Ooh. The old mutual friends angle. Okay. So then Milo posted more text because, again, Elijah Schaffer is just coke tweeting out of his mind. There's one more page here. Watch your back. Be afraid. You need God. Repent. Be funny if his next text was, whoops, sorry, I meant to send that to myself. You are a bad person. God will make you pay for your sins. I wash my hands of you, sinner. By the way, the only sin Milo committed was pointing out that Elijah Schaffer and Sarah Stock had been lying to their significant others and what pieces of shit they were. And also, I think if you take donation money like I do, or you take money like Elijah Schaffer did, people are allowed a certain openness about you. And if these people continue to funnel money into them and they find out that they're coked out and they're being shitty husbands and they're cheating, they might need to know that so they know not to invest any more money in this guy who's just going to set their money on fire and spend it on drugs. It's amazing. Elijah Schaffer is now like a homeless guy. You don't want to give him a 5 because, he's just going to spend it on drugs and alcohol. I am no threat to you. I would never harm you. But lots of people in the press are asking me about you. You are not clean. You have a nasty past. Gross. I love you. I hope you recover. Be careful in your response. This is another addict thing to do, is make the accusations of other people, make them believe reality isn't reality, and spin a yarn for him. It's not going to work because he's so out of his fucking mind. What he thinks is master 3D chess, everyone else just looks at and goes, are you out of your fucking mind? It's like watching a guy move around with the 3D Oculus thing, like playing a game in 3D, and he thinks he's, like taking out zombies or beating up ninjas and shit, and we just see a guy twirling around in a room flailing about. That's Elijah Schaffer at this point. Milo, and by the way, saying that Milo is, you're not clean. Well, the brilliant thing about Milo is he tattles on himself all the time. Like, his skeletons have been laid bare. He said, you cheated on your wife and abused her. What does that have to do with me? And he said, time's up, buddy. How interesting that a guy like Elijah Schaffer, who's got, all the female accusations, would use the phrase, time's up with old Milo. So there's the another, this feels good. This is like, it feels like all the right-wing trash is being taken out. Like all of the pieces of shit in that whole right-wing movement are being taken down. And it feels like a purifying flame, It just feels like all the bad actors are being taken out and weeded out. And, this is a chance for the right to really take 2 steps back so they can take 3 steps forward, because I don't think the left polices their own like this. So if the right can just totally destroy all the Epstein people, totally destroy all the Elijah Schaffer types, run them out of town, get rid of them, and you can build back with a little more gravitas. And the next time you call out someone on the left, you can go, hey, we burn our own. So at least, we're consistent. Silver Wolf with $1 says, I go into VFWs, hijack the touch tunes, and play Sabaton to give them all PTSD. That's horrifically evil. Terrible. Then we have $1 from Coltrane. He says, honestly, I'm so Epstein files burnt out. Nothing is going to happen to anyone. After a show last week, I had a dream they had a hunting season and Epstein had the highest bounty. I'm done with it. I don't want you guys to get burned out on the Epstein file. I'm really worried about that. Because I feel it too. I get it. I understand. But guys, this is literally the fight of our life. There is nothing if we ignore this. There's no Somali fraud. There's no Democrat. There's no Republican. There's no election. You're bought and paid for. You're owned. You're cattle. You're slaves. And to a foreign intelligence agency who's got you blackmailed. If we burn out on this one, then we don't deserve to have the country we think we have. This is going to be on the people. If we stay mad, shit will happen. If we stay aggressive, shit will happen. It's just, and I do believe it's going to have to be in some cases extra legal. It's from social shame to other consequences. Guys, open your mind up a little bit. Try to get outside your own country. In other parts of the world, people are going down for this. All right. There's a former prime minister of either Sweden or Norway. I can't tell them apart. The former prime minister has been arrested for corruption because of his connections in the Epstein files. The British government is on the verge of collapse because of what's in the Epstein files. A Middle Eastern sultan has had to step down. A CEO of a Middle Eastern company has had to step down because of his inclusion in the Epstein files. Benjamin Netanyahu is now declaring war on average Americans. We'll play that clip for you later today. Like, they're on the run. All right. If you get burnt out, nothing else matters. People in the chat saying they're not surprised that Elijah Schaffer's a gay F word. Yeah. Coltrane says Triple Sow Cow is what SP calls Aaron as a pet name. It hurts my feelings. Hurts my feelings a lot, actually. We had another couple I wanted to get to. Oh, no, we're all caught up. Oh, no, there was one more. Gino is flat broke. Gino, could you mute yourself, please? Thank you. It scared the shit out of me. I just heard a grunt. Oh, Keybird Style says Haredi Jews are rioting in Israel right now, tearing up Jerusalem as they resist the IDF draft. Yeah, see, like, shit is happening, you know? Electric Shoes also says, if you're a news station, you aren't talking about Epstein, you're sus as fuck. If nothing else, it's the most sensational news story basically ever. Dude, it's everything your crazy uncle told you about. It's human sacrifice, it's cannibalism, it's rituals, it's Satanism, it's Baphomet, it's child sex trafficking, it's every conspiracy you've ever heard. I can't hear anything on the news anymore without going, there's a conspiracy behind this. Like, conspiracies aren't conspiracies anymore. They're just the shit that happened that we need to figure out. Literally nothing they say to us is the thing they're saying it is. There's something else behind it. $5 from Gino is flat broke. He says, if I had $1 for every time Johnny wasn't here for the Monday show, I'd have enough money to get him out of his baby mama's dirty ass house. Johnny's here today. He comes in at 7. So Johnny will be here for today's show. And welcome him back with nothing but PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, gifted memberships, etc. Oh, that's how you welcome him back. And I'm sure that's how he'd like to be welcomed back. Snowcat Tish says, Aaron, the Dow is at 50K. Oh, that's right. That's right. Aussie Mark, I didn't say Trump is innocent. I said Trump's going to go down protecting these guys. That's not innocent. He's going to protect Lutnick and all these other guys. He's going to go down protecting these dudes. I don't think Trump was doing the human sacrifices and shit like that. I don't think he's totally clean. I mean, it's been proven in these files that people who worked at Mar-a-Lago went on to work for Epstein. So there's some kind of connection there. But I don't think Trump was doing human sacrifices and stuff like that. I really don't. But I do think that he's surrounded by these types of people, and you are the company you keep. He's guilty by association. And now he knows who all these guys are. If he doesn't do something about it, then he's guilty too. Trump can still redeem himself. All Trump has to do is what Nixon should have done. Throw out all the trash. Just take out the trash. You'll be a hero. Everyone will go. And, you know, it'll be a little late because, you know, he dragged his feet and called it a Democratic hoax. So people will get on him about that. But you can still salvage this for you. But that would entail Trump actually being in charge, which is iffy at best. Joey Caravello with $2 says, did you know Johnny does nipple rubbing? Well, we can ask him about that finally. And that'll be good. It'll be good to clear the deck on all of those allegations. God damn it, I was just going to open up something for you guys, and now I can't find it. Or not, can't find it. I can't remember we got talking about something else, and now I can't remember what I was going to open for you guys. Son of a bee. I did want to play this Netanyahu clip for you, though. For those of you who are getting burnt out on Epstein, take a look at this. It's starting to make a difference. It is. Here, this is Benjamin Netanyahu.
I say to you in front of these vilifications, do not cower. Do not bend. Do not bow your head. Fight back. Because people respect those who respect themselves. And the minorities that fought back, whether it's the blacks or the gays or women, they fought back.
You motherfucker. What a gigantic piece of shit. What a remarkable piece of shit. What an impressive piece of shit. So, let me get this straight. You bomb hospitals and churches. You flatten an entire area. You kill tens of thousands, over the years, hundreds of thousands of people. You keep people in an open-air concentration camp occupied for 60 years. And somehow you still get to be the minority victim. I mean, goddamn, he's reading from the playbook perfectly. Don't get me wrong. But this is pathetic. You've gotten to kill with impunity, bombs paid for by the United States of America. These files coming out show that your government has blackmailed our nation. You're a tiny little country, and you've manipulated the greatest superpower that ever lived to be under your control. That's an amazing feat. But that also means you're powerful. You're not a little guy. You're not the minority fighting for their rights. You're the empire. So you don't get to pull this victimhood card.
With the gays or women, they fought back. And what we have to do as Jews, both here in Israel and in the various Jewish communities around the world, beginning with the United States, is to fight back. Silence will not help. Looking askance will not help. Fight back. That's what I tell you. That's what I tell young Jewish students that I meet. I'm very proud of them when I meet them.
Beginning in the United States of America. This guy, he's the most evil guy of the 21st century. I would say if you're looking for the 20th century's biggest villain, you're looking for Benjamin Netanyahu. 100%. Think of another one. Bin Laden. Bin Laden doesn't count. He was a stooge. Bin Laden was our guy. If you believe 9/11 went down the way it did, which I don't think anybody does anymore, then maybe you can say Bin Laden. But, probably not, because Netanyahu's killed way more people than Bin Laden has. Bigot on socialist media says, tiny country took over a superpower, USA exposed as a pussy country and still not doing anything about it. Well, they used man's great weakness, greed and power. They used it against us. Pablo Pacheco says, Netanyahu, your terms are accepted. Well, here's the thing. He's like, well, you got to fight back. You got to establish your dominance beginning in the United States. And then if the United States says, well, we got to resist this murderous ideology, we have to resist this genocide and everything else, now all of a sudden that pits you as now you're anti-Semitic and just trying to stop this minority from speaking up. It's brilliant the way they do that. $1 from King Kong Dong says, what Aaron is saying is, Hitler was right and the United States was forced to choose the wrong side because of Japan. No. No. I will say this. We picked the wrong side in World War I, and I will stand by that. We should have fought for the Central Powers in World War I. If you see how the bankers of Britain manipulated that war, pitted everyone against each other, sold arms to both sides, and then chose a winner at the end and left the rest high and dry, I think the United States fought on the wrong side. If we would have fought on the German side in World War I, we get Canada. Well, maybe then we did fight on the right side. We get Canada. We get some British colonies. We get some French colonies. We get basically Central America becomes the United States. And we had to fight a second world war for that to become the case. So should we have rolled with the Kaiser? Yeah. We should have Kaiser rolled. That's what we should have done in World War I. We should have Kaiser rolled. God damn. All right, we're going to get to the Operation Metro Surge in Minnesota a little bit later today. We're going to get to...
the same day that federal officials...
Right here. We're going to get to... there was a dirty trick that ICE played on an illegal Minnesota family. So this ICE agent tried to lure people out of their house. They thought some illegals were in this house. So they parked outside the house and pretended to have car trouble because they can't just go into their house and pull them out on a whim. They need a warrant. But if they come out into public, then they can apprehend them for being on their list of illegals they need to deport. So this dick shit ICE agent went out and pretended to have car troubles so that the illegal living in there would come out to help him. And they took him down. This is just dirty. This is as dirty as it gets. Watch this one.
Officials announced the end of Operation Metro Surge. A nightmare began for a family in Brooklyn Center. Our Connor White gives us a closer look at ICE agents apparently faking car trouble before detaining a father of 6.
Jesus.
Hey! ICE agents surround...
By the way, father of 6, illegal.
And detain Jesus Flores in his driveway in Brooklyn Center early Thursday afternoon, after his son says the agents lured him out of the house.
It seems clear they tricked him.
Yeah. Tricked him into coming outside. So
I mean, he was just trying to get some money for the house, trying to pay off the house.
About 3 minutes before other agents arrive, a neighbor's security camera shows two people with apparent car trouble. Flores' son tells us they must have known his dad is a mechanic who takes odd jobs at his house.
Oh,
knowing
no. So he's like the local neighborhood fix-it guy. Oh, you pieces of shit. I mean, I don't know if they're going to tell us in this story what he did. I don't know if they're going to tell us in this story, like, if he is like a violent criminal or anything. But so far, this looks like a dirty move. But I've learned that in these stories, the local news has an angle, and it's an anti-ICE angle. You know, it's like that guy in Jamaica or that guy in Alabama who got deported to Jamaica. They're like, oh, he was a veteran. He'd been in the U.S. for 50 years. And it's like, yeah, he'd only been in the U.S. for 50 years because he failed to show up for a deportation order decades ago. And he was just wandering around just here illegally. They'd ordered for him to be deported before because he overstayed a visa. And then he just kept working and kept doing his thing. Then he got a simple assault conviction. And they're like, yeah, we're going to deport him. Like, oh, how could you? 50 years, Army veteran, the whole deal. It's like, oh. I mean, come on. He broke multiple rules. So I wonder what this guy did. They're not going to tell us yet.
Out to help. It's moments after he takes a look at the vehicle that the others come swarming in.
Oh, no.
The original car then leaves at the same time as the other vehicles.
As he's being arrested, the Mexican guy's like, wait a minute. You don't seem like you have car trouble. Car runs just fine. I think you tricked me.
His wife says Flores is a lifeline for their 6 children, including 2 with autism.
I don't like that this guy's mogging these people. I wish I never would have talked about clavicular on this show, because now on Twitter, anybody else think that this guy might be a psyop? I'm thinking this clavicular might be a psyop to make Gen Alpha and Gen Z retarded, because he's everywhere. Like on my Twitter, clavicular clips are all over the place, and I don't click on them. I never engage with the clavicular clips. I've talked about him on the show to make fun of him, that he's a meth head who smashes his face and got piss-mogged by a Negro, so he decided to start making himself infertile. He makes no sense. He's retarded. He's barely got 2 marbles rolling around upstairs, and yet he's everywhere. And I see mogging and this maxing and that maxing, and now people tell me I'm chin maxing, and it hurts my feelings, quite frankly. But I'm going to radio mog you. It's just, anytime someone comes out of nowhere like this, to me, it's clearly a plant. And clavicular, watch out.
That needs special care. His family says that DHS sent Flores to El Paso, Texas the very next day, possibly in
And I don't even live there, Holmes.
violation of a federal judge's order. They expect ICE to deport him to Mexico anytime now, explaining he is undocumented and was deported once before about 16 years ago.
See, yeah, they always do this halfway. It's always like the halfway point. He's been deported before. So he came here illegally, got deported, came back illegally, and it's like, no, get the fuck out of here.
My dad's a hardworking individual.
That's great.
He came here to give us a better life, and he has done that.
Operation Metro Surge. And you know what? That's very admirable. And if I lived in a shithole, I would do the same thing. But if I got caught fucking around, I would expect there would be consequences. So, like, I don't think all these guys that are getting deported, like the ones without a criminal record, I don't think these guys are bad guys. It's just that there's a right way to do it and a wrong way to do it. And there's people, people like, oh, who cares if they do it the wrong way? Let them work, whatever. I would, but like, do you know how much it costs to do it the right way in time and money and sacrifice? And it's really disrespectful to those immigrants.
Is ending.
White House border czar Tom Homan made that announcement hours before ICE detained Flores, adding that immigration enforcement will continue.
Maybe the operation stops. Immigration does not stop.
It's a message that this federal officer echoed that same morning in Savage. Edward Lopez Mendez.
Oh, yeah, coming out to get Mexicans. Bunch of Mexicans out here in Savage, Minnesota. Yeah, not by my namesake. Yeah, you got a bunch of Mexicans running around. Yeah. Couple of Hondurans, a couple of people from El Salvador, yeah, even a Belizean or two, yeah. They're gonna all feel the hammer, yeah. Just because the operation's done doesn't mean the enforcement stops, yeah. The cream of the crop will always rise to the top, that's right, whether it's here or in Mexico.
going through the asylum process, says he believes ICE were racially profiling him when they pulled him over.
What? Well, now I'm not on their side. How dare they? You mean they targeted him because he's Latino? What about all the illegal Cameroonians who are here in Minnesota? You ever think about that?
They were looking for criminals? We're not criminals.
He says they let him go after he says they realized they had the wrong person, but he says he's afraid, skeptical that any of this.
Hey, man, I wish you guys would just go back to stopping all the blacks,
Is over. In Brooklyn Center with photojournalist Nick Boki, Connor White, WCCO News.
So that's the important thing to remember is even though Operation Metro Surge is done in Minnesota and we finished all of that stuff, that doesn't mean that they're just going to go, all right, well, if you're illegal, it's fine. Just go ahead, do your thing. That's not how this is going. They're not going to stop rounding up illegals and deporting them. They're just not doing the, 10, 20,000, guys walking through the streets like a occupying military thing is all. We got a couple we need to get to here. $2 from Joey Caravello. Says that guy's a spastic breeder. Deport him and Jesus. I'm seeing all the maxing chats as well. I'm just here to let you know. I really don't appreciate it. $1 from Veldrain says, I will have some cheese pizza, some beef jerky, but no grape soda. Grape soda is not good. That's not only is that horrifying and pedophilic, but it's also racist. And those are two things you don't want to be together. Bong Time says, if he's illegal, wants a pathway to citizenship, tell him to kill a pedo and call it Operation Alien versus Predator. Hey, yeah, you know what we could do? All illegals who want to not be harassed by ICE, let's have them round up the people in the Epstein files. That's a good idea. I like that idea, guys. That could work. Is that a threat? Says, can you talk without moving your hands? No, I can't talk without moving my hands. Figure out your shit. Diamonds and Henna says, I can't. Always talking with hands. Now I'm just going to do it more. Hold on. Let's bring Johnny in for his big return. Johnny, could you not talk with your hands, please? Would that be okay?
I don't do hand talking. How's my audio? Because Zoom is weird for me.
I think it's on my end that it's weird. You sound fine. Just do what you're doing.
All right, so we're good. Then I don't care. Everything else is fine. You're fine broadcasting. I already checked. We're great. But I don't do hand talking. This hand talking shit has to go.
No, and if you do hand talking, I'm going to choppy your pee-pee. It's all gone, all right?
I mean, fucking hand talking. What are you, gay?
There's two things I hate. Hand talking and people doing a show and they talk over each other. There's nothing worse than people talking over each other, talking at the same time. One person starts talking, the other person starts talking. Nobody can understand what the other person is saying. So one thing you definitely should not do is while I'm talking, you shouldn't try to talk as well and continue on your train of thought because then people are, never mind, you're not.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm trying to listen. It's it's like you're speaking through a freaking, I don't know, like some sort of weird muffler. So
yeah,
that's fine.
There's something going on with my shit. I had to turn down OBS 26 decibels. And it was after I used my camera as a microphone for my kids' conferences. But the camera is not being used as my microphone now.
Well, the biggest issue I've had with mine is like I turned my mic volume down on my system. And then I'm literally watching as I talk. It just keeps creeping back up.
Yeah, people are saying I'm audio mogging you. I don't mean to audio mog, guys. I apologize for the audio mogging. All right, let's what do we want to talk about as far as your absence from the show last week, you taking time off? We did on the show say family issue. I don't know how much you want to talk about, but the floor is yours on your first day back here.
Well, everybody that's watched my show already knows it's not a big secret. I've gotten a lot of people, even before I went back this last week, that said my condolences. There's someone in my family passed away. It was a very dear family member that I care a lot about, and it was a younger family member and unexpected, not not a huge surprise. They did have medical issues, so it's not like, well, what the heck? Like, but at the same rate, nobody expected it to happen. Like, there wasn't anything recent going on where we thought any day now they had a kid that has a birthday this last week, so it's just been a huge hit in the gut to the family. And like I said, of all my siblings, it was the one I was closest with. So
how old is the kid?
The kid is he's like 12 now.
Oh God. I was hoping like 2 or, I mean, it's weird to say you hope 2 or 3, but like if they're really young, they don't remember.
That's way easier for them to overcome than the other. Yeah. My parents went and visited him yesterday, so I'll find out how he's doing. But yeah, he lost his mom, and I've lost a sister, and I'm not okay with it. I've been all right, like doing shows and stuff, but for the first 3 or 4 days, I was just irrationally angry and upset, and I still get a little emotional and upset at times, but I'm able to control it, and it's just like I said. I have 4 siblings. Of all my siblings, it's the one that I had the closest bond with. So.
Upset. Like, I know it sounds upset more than just like a grief upset. It sounds like why upset over just sad?
Because I have a lot of regrets over not maintaining a better relationship. The fact that they're so disjointed from our family that it's like we all found out secondhand in a way, and it's just I wish that things could have gone differently, and I wish I could have spoken to that person more. And so it's just like I'm upset with that stuff, and like emotionally upset. Like I'm grieving.
Yeah, like when you get together with family and stuff, is that like a big topic of is that like a big point of conversation, like regrets and stuff? Because it sounds like the whole thing was strained, or like did this bring everybody back together a little bit, at least temporarily?
I brought everybody back together for the most part. I mean. I don't know anybody that like is butting heads or anything that's still like, oh, I'm going to maintain this while it's like we're all very respectful. It's like, no, there's something more important than our personal grudges and beefs.
Okay. Well, it's good to have you back. And like I said on the phone last weekend, like you could take as much time as you want. And I figured it would be like
this morning. I thought, oh God, I should have fucking stayed.
Yeah, I figured it would be at least a week. I didn't know. I kind of figured
I needed the week for sure.
Yeah, I didn't plan on you being here last week, and then this week I was just gonna play by ear. And like if something happens and you feel like shit again, obviously.
Well, I should be good. The only thing is I still don't know exactly when the services are. So whenever that's happening, I imagine somewhere in the next week or so here I'm gonna go there. If it's like a Sunday thing, I might not be back the following Monday because that's going to hurt a lot. So
you're not Irish though, are you? No, you're Polish. I was going to say if you're Irish, you're not going to come in Monday because they get fucked up. They do. They have funerals and stuff. They drink. The Irish do. And I've in my family we've done visitations, like wakes and stuff at the Catholic funeral stuff, and we'll go out. Because nobody's going to work the next day for the funeral. So, like, after the visitation, we've gone out for a few. But the Irish, they can hit it hard. I don't know what the Polish do. What do you guys do? Like, you bury some cabbage or something? I don't know how Polacks mourn.
Specifically Irish.
No, I said Polak.
Oh,
not Irish.
Well, we if you're a guy, we bury you with a sausage. If you're a girl, it seems weird. I don't know what they do for the women.
Yeah, no, I don't think you really need to do anything for the women.
You're just lucky if we can bury you, because it's like how many Polacks does it take to?
Yeah, you guys dig with wooden spoons. It's weird. It's like you got to get a guy to come. You got to hire somebody and be like, you dig, because these guys, it's gonna.
Why are there 4 fuckers out on the lawn with ladles?
Yeah, it doesn't.
Okay.
How many Polacks does it take to have a funeral? One, the one who writes the check for someone else to do it, because this is hopeless. $4.99 from Lance Truth Seeker says, people say Johnny steps all over your jokes. I didn't hear that. But really, Corey was the worst at that. At any chance, he'd change the topic and disregard you. I think Corey always wanted. Corey's just always really excited, and Corey's excited to talk about the stuff that Corey wants to talk about. And I don't think it was ever malicious. I just think Corey was like, this is all I can think about right now, and this is what I want to get off my chest. So I get that. Gray Duckling with $10 says, loving the ASL. Hey, That's great. I'm so happy that I could never be a ring card girl in UFC.
Oh.
Because that's close enough, right?
I think you got to get like more like that.
Fuck, am I retarded?
You want bigger lobes on your hands. You want bigger cups on your hands, and then you bring those.
How do you make a heart with your hand? God, I'd never if I had to do like a Billy Madison thing, I'd never make it. Because this would be like getting out of second grade. I'd be
looks more like a bat symbol, ironically.
It is. I want vengeance for your family member. I'm trying to get Batman to come in. I can't. It's just Einstein couldn't tie his tie in the mirror, you know.
Really?
That looks like a heart, doesn't it?
It's the weirdest thing that hangs people up, man.
I don't know. I could never tell you. I'd never be allowed to tell you what round it is in UFC. That's all. People in the chat saying, why is Aaron making a vagina with his hands? There's no point. But thank you. The ASL is bueno. You are the reason why we do it. Joey Caravello with $2 says, it's okay to cry, Jonathan. We will not mock you. Let it out. See, that feels like a trap to me.
It feels like a trap, but no, I didn't want to cry. I don't cry well. I blubber like an idiot. It's depressing and it's sad and childish. And so I feel like it's best if you get a choice to just do that in your own private times and spaces. So that's what I did.
Yeah, I think everyone knows that you're not a cinematic crier. You know?
I cry a bit.
You're a shoot crier. You cry for a shoot, you know? You don't do it. Ironically, you could probably cry on command like in movies and stuff, and it would look legit. Yeah. You know, it would.
Oh, yeah. It takes very little effort for me to I just have to put myself in the right mindset and the waterworks can come on. So, like, I'd be a great actor if I wasn't ugly as fuck.
You have to put yourself in a legal mindset.
Yeah.
I believe is what it is. Your boy, by the way, that became oh, no, he wasn't your boy for the Johnny Somali stuff, was he?
Legal mindset? Yeah, he was.
Oh, he was?
He was my guy for the Johnny Somali stuff.
He's been going, like,
yeah,
crazy.
He's been losing his ass.
He's losing his fucking mind lately with the... not depression. What is it? What's the one it's not depression. It's like you're all 6s and 7s. You're crazy, but you're a different kind of crazy.
Bipolar?
Bipolar. Thank you. He's that. And then like, I don't feel like you should battle that stuff because he's doing that thing where he's like, and streaming is really hard and it's really difficult. It's not. Streaming is like the easiest thing you can do. It's a retard monkey's job. If you're at the point where you're saying streaming is so hard, it's like the first thing you should be able to cut out of your life. Like, just don't do that. Like, if your whole thing is, I'm battling bipolar, I feel like shit, and it gets to the point where you're like, oh my God, streaming is like the craziest, most difficult thing in the world. Cut it out. You definitely don't need to pile that on top of battling mental
That's the world
shit.
giving you a sign that, like, love it or not, you apparently can't swim in this pool. I'm sorry. You got to stop.
Right. Miss Tay saying, ugly cry if you need to, Johnny. I think they want you. I think they are rooting for it. I think they're pretending to be very sympathetic to you so that they can get a cry out of you.
I'm sorry to disappoint you guys, but that's literally what all last week was about. It's going to take something specific. Like the last time I had a good cry over this was on Friday when one of my family members was like, hey, can you go through any pictures you have of her and send them to me? And we're trying to pick a photo for the memorem pamphlet thing. And I'm like, oh, okay. So and I had to forcibly spend a couple hours just fucking walking memory road. Like, oh, remember that time and that time and that time. That's when the crying's going to come out. Like at the funeral next time, when I physically see her for what will be the last time, that's when the crying's going to come out. I don't think it's going to happen today.
It's going to be weird. Like, a year or two from now where you feel like you're good. And then there are times like you'll forget they're dead. Like I had a thing the other day. And I thought of you when this happened. I was walking by my refrigerator past the dishwasher to go to the garbage. And on my refrigerator, I have the funeral home gives you that little rectangle thing with the obituary notice on it and everything. It was for my aunt, who was my godmother, and we were very close, and she passed away. And I have that on my refrigerator, and I saw it, and in seeing that, I went, oh, Jesus Christ, I forgot my Aunt Berta was
your
dead.
aunt wasn't here.
Right, because she's just always been around, and like in my family, you don't really see each other a lot until summertime. You got the cabin, the whole family goes out there. So it's like you feel their absence, you feel their loss in the summertime, but like throughout the winter and everything else, you go, oh shit, I forgot. I'm not gonna see them again. Yeah, and that's a fucky feeling. And unfortunately, the older you get, there's more of those people. That's like when I see a really elderly person, when we do one of those stories about like a really old fuck in a nursing home celebrating their 107th birthday, I'm like, it's got to be a lot of pain stored on that hard drive. Just like a lot of loss. Because if you're like 107, outside of like your kids and shit, you're the only one who's around.
Yeah.
Like that's being at the party and everyone's left, and those little fuckers that are left around, they don't understand what you're talking about.
Nope.
They weren't there. Veldrain with $1 says, Aaron, that is sign language for I need a prostate exam. Oh, that's what that is? Okay. I'm never going to be able to figure out the... There,
yeah, that's pretty good.
What the fuck is that? If that's not a heart, fuck you.
And part of it might just be the way your hand is angled at the camera. It could be a... Yeah, it is.
Yeah, that sucks.
There we go. Tipping it forward a little bit. Yeah, dude, we're getting there.
How about...
it's practice.
And you know what? Fuck that, because that's not how hearts actually look. Here, this is a heart. Like, there.
Yeah.
That's a heart. Hearts look like that. They look like a little, like a goat or something. It's just this little mush. They look like something that comes out of the ocean. That's what hearts actually look like. The rest is all marketing by the Jews. Lance with another $4.99 says, let me get this straight. Johnny couldn't work his real job. Here, I wouldn't say, he's got multiple things he does. But had no schedule issues working his side gig, his show, last week.
I did 2 shows last week. I literally did 2. I was gone for the first 3 days, and I came back on the other 2 because literally I couldn't afford to take another day off. I take that out of my own pocket when I don't do a show. So it's like I took the first 3 off, and I was like, I can't afford to do it. And I forced myself back on Thursday, which is why I came back here on Monday, because I'm like, we can do mine, I can do yours.
You piece of monkey shit. I can't believe you did that either. Fucker.
Really?
Yeah, you piece of dog shit. King Kong Dong with $1 says, I called one of my best friends 3 times this year. He passed away last March. It fucking sucks. Cried each time.
I'm sorry to hear.
Veldrain with $1 says, Aaron still doesn't feel the absence of Gordy 1, but that is due to the presence of Gordy 2. There's only been one Gordy. Gordy never died. The audience now is going to create this ultimate warrior myth that one died and there was a new one, and it's not the same Gordy. It's the same Gordy, I promise. Loyal CG guy with $1.99. I love this guy. He's my Comic Skate parody account. He says, Uncle E smacked you down. He going to ignore you. Yeah, I saw that he didn't want any smoke with the toe, and I get that. But I got him drawing again, and that was the biggest thing, that I got him drawing again.
That's what matters.
I'm owed a thank you. Contagious Cody with $1 says, nah, if you're 107, there's a good chance you outlived your kids. Oh, yeah, good point. If you're 107, your kids would be in their early 80s. They might be, oh God, outliving your kids due to tragedy really, really sucks.
Mm-hmm.
But outliving them when you're old as fuck and like you need people to take care of you and shit.
Just old age. Is that a weird kind of brag?
No, that would have to be horrific.
You're supposed to be making the next generation to be better than you, but you outlived them by natural causes.
Honestly, smother me with a pillow on the same day. Honest to God, like that sounds awful. Your kid, like you outliving your kids, not due to accident, but to old age. That sounds like the most terrible thing, really. All right, guys, let's get into some shit today. Johnny is back. Gift your memberships. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. 10 memberships away from 500 and going until 11 today. I have a dentist appointment later, finishing up my tooth work back here. I don't know what that's going to mean for the evening show. I'm considering doing it. The appointment's at 2:15. It'll probably be done at 3. And I'm getting put under. Should I be able to go on at 6 o'clock?
Well, are they going to be putting like Novocaine and stuff into your jaw? If it's not going to have residual effects on your ability to speak, I think we'll be okay.
No, it's from the root canal from a while back.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're done with all the drilling and all that shit.
I'd say it really depends on how, because the worst part of all this is like talking obviously is vibration. So if it's upsetting your you might get annoyed after a couple minutes of speaking, and that could make it difficult to do a 2.5-hour show.
We'll see. Sergeant Holka with $1 over on Rumble says, my great-grandmother lived to 99 and buried all 5 of her children. Herself at 99? That's amazing. She had a strong back. I mean, to be 99 years old and physically bury your children. Holy shit. Chips and Diff says, ordering a MyPillow right now for you, Aaron. I'll be over as soon as it shows up. No, I said if... No, you guys get too excited. Ablo Pacheco says, you mean the appointment isn't at 2:30? I should have... Dude, I wish. I would like to believe we live in a world where that's literally the first time that fills up at every dentist's office.
Is 2:30?
2:30 is the first... Like, you can never get it. That should be the only appointment that's taken all the time at the dentist is 2:30. Otherwise, people don't... The humor's dead in this country. Miss Tay gifting another membership. Thank you very much, Miss Tay. Very much appreciated. 8 membership. Everybody, let's start a membership train. That would chat. While you were gone last week, Johnny, we came up with a name for gifted memberships. If there's a lot of them all in a row, it's a golden shower. So
I like that. That's nice.
$5 drops on Rumble and gifted memberships are golden showers. If there's a lot of 1s, 2s, 5s, 10s, and 20s, they're all different colors. We call that a rainbow.
Nice.
Miss Tay gifting a 3rd membership. Thank you very much, Miss Tay. Look at the kid go. Unbelievable. Everybody keep gifting those memberships. Unbelievable little rally here. 7 memberships away from 500. All right, Mr. Sista. Oh, God. I don't want to be Kitty Girl. Kitty Girl, Gordy isn't dead. He be that Simboat thing that is your double chin. Remember when I dominatrix for you and slapped him off? No, that never happened, Mr. Sista. Joey Caravello with $2 says, Johnny, you ever spunk over Chrissy Mayer titties?
No.
You never do?
It's gross. Yeah. I've never seen them, thank God.
You haven't? They're on the internet.
I haven't been going to look at I'm
they're on the
not
internet.
Interested in seeing other ladies. Like I'm not one of those guys. Like I want to look and see her tits. Like I'm not.
It's not.
Really.
It's just kind of. It's chunky girl titties.
Oh,
you know.
Well, that's not surprising. I mean, she hasn't been in a derby in how long?
It be what it be, is what I would say. Yeah, she's been put out to stud. Why? Why do you do this to me? All right, guys, thank you very much. 7 memberships away from 500 now. Thank you for your generosity. We appreciate the rally there. Keep it going. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, though. That's the big one. Let's pump up those numbers. I would say YouTube's got about 20, 25 people to go. Rumble way off today by about 75, I would say. Now, we're not anywhere near our peak time, but Rumble needs to hit like and go crazy for today's show. Guys, stop laughing at the derby jokes. Knock it off. Stop it. Don't do that. Don't laugh at derby jokes. They're bullying. It's wrong, and it's everything that's wrong with this country. All right, speaking of everything that's wrong with this country, you know what I can't stand?
What?
The bullying of the LGBTQ community. It's something I just don't stand for.
Okay,
yeah, I know you're a huge
what's next?
Rainbow fan.
I don't put up with it, and I think these high school kids, and by the way, thank you to Adam who emailed me this story. When people send me stuff, I do use some of it. People think that, oh, people send stuff and you never even look at it.
If it's worth doing.
I think this one's good. This is out of, I think, Fresno, California, so you know they're a bit sensitive.
All right.
They're saying that there was hate speech at a school ball game. I think it was a basketball game where some kids wore, you know, sometimes in high school you'll all wear white shirts, you and your buddies, and they'll each have a letter on it.
Yeah.
And it'll spell something out. Well, there's some debate as to whether or not these kids for one school were just having some harmless fun, taunting another school, or if this was an anti-LGBTQ attack. We're going to play the story, and you guys will get to decide. Here it goes.
Redwood High is investigating at least 10 students who spelled out a homophobic slur during senior picture day.
All right, they're going to show the picture in a little bit. But 10 students, what was the hateful slur?
I want to say the F word, like plural F word.
Okay, faggot.
The
What's
F word?
next?
It would be the big one, the long form. The long form way. F-A-G-G-O-T. But there were 10 students. There's only 6 letters. Exclamation point would make it 7.
So then, yeah, how do we get to 10?
Yeah, these poor kids. Who are these 4 innocent victims that were just... But hold on, we got 4 letters left, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe they wore something else that spell it... maybe gays afterwards. G-A-Y-S.
I'd say cocksuckers.
Oh, cocksuckers is a good C-O-C-K-S-U-C-K-E-R. You could do cocksucker with 10.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. The more friends you have, the more popular you are in high school, the more creatively you can bully minorities through spelling. And it was a spelling gag, so I'm sure it was white kids. Yep, there they are. F-A-G-G-O-T-S. Okay, so it was plural. What is this?
What are the people in the behind and top? Are they wearing letters too, or are they just there? We were told 10 people.
Yeah. I mean, I see the 10.
Right.
F-A. See, and like, fuck you, news, because I love that there's guys and girls too. Like, even the girls were getting in on the homophobia.
Mm-hmm.
1, 2, 3, 4 or 5. There are 4 or 5 girls. And I'm sorry to whoever this is, because I can't tell which one you are. But
gender nondescript and those sandals aren't fucking helping.
Exactly. But yeah, if all of them got, I mean, I love how the news will give you the first 2 letters. It's offensive, it's horrible, it's terrible, it's the worst thing you've ever seen. But we'll give you the first 2 so you know exactly what the word is. But we'll blur out the rest so we're not the ones putting it on TV. Now, if it really was offensive and you wanted to spare people's feelings, you would either blur them all out or you just wouldn't do the story.
Right.
Or you wouldn't show the picture.
You certainly wouldn't, like, give them the first 2 letters and expect everyone to play the home version of Scrabble.
Yeah, exactly. Or it's like a Wheel of Fortune puzzle. You know, people who annoy you. People who chafe your cock.
These are people who annoy you.
Yeah, yeah. That would be funny. You see this picture and you're like, people who annoy you.
Oh.
No, that's incorrect. It's
Oh, fart nigger.
Yeah, no, that's not what it was. HGTV lady, you see the first 2 letters, F-A. Would you like to solve the puzzle, people who annoy you?
Oh, fart nigger.
Incorrect. That is not right. Although, you know, with the 2 letters we have out, I could see where you'd feel that way.
Of smiling Redwood seniors wearing white shirts with letters and numbers arrange themselves posing for this picture.
This is deeply concerning behavior and not behavior that the community or the schools support.
In fairness, like they are getting more brazen with it. Like we never would have done this. You know, people like to think that as each generation comes along, they're more like progressive and sensitive than the generation before. Dude, this Gen Z is a fucking problem. Like, not like to me, I don't give a shit, but like,
no, you find it entertaining.
Gen Z is based, man. Gen Z is fucking brutal.
They're determined not to play your game. It doesn't matter what the game is. And since you guys have been pushing this like whole total acceptance and everybody gets to identify as what they think they are thing, like, yeah, I'm kind of excited to see what happens if this group just completely refutes that the whole way out.
Well,
it seems like that's what they're doing.
Gen Z was raised by like young Gen X, old millennials. Because all my kids are Gen Alpha. But Gen Z was raised by the 2 most sensitive generations there are. You know, where you had to be nicer, you had to say nicer things, you had to do all that. So this is just a rebellion. Because like millennials, when we were in school, Eminem was coming out, so we would say the F word. We would say gay, homo, queer, shit like that. We just wouldn't put it on a shirt. So Gen Z is like all the traits of millennials, but with more balls and craziness.
It's going to get interesting at the very least then.
Absolutely fascinating, yeah. I mean, do you think? I mean, some of them might even. The N-bomb. I could see him doing that at some of these schools. The Gen Z does not give a fuck.
Unified
and they don't bail out on we're just doing it to raise awareness.
Right? Yeah, they don't make excuses either. We're like, we thought it was really funny.
We thought it was funny.
Yeah,
we want to do it.
They're little sociopaths. I love them.
Unified says some of these students are a part of the organization.
All Gen Z has to do to be the coolest generation ever is kill Clavicular in Minecraft. It's all they
leave him to your own devices. I'm pretty sure he'll hammer his head off one of these days.
That's true. One of these days, he's just going to hit the wrong vein and he's going to trigger an aneurysm.
Oh, no.
He's just going to go, you know what? I haven't cranial maxed yet. Let me get that one. He's just going to tap the wrong button somewhere in his wiring. And he's just going to seize up and hit the floor.
Oh.
Or like he's going to forget to put them, like he injects meth. And he's going to forget to put any meth in it, and he's going to shoot straight air into his veins.
Oh, that's like an embolism? That's going to be horrible.
Yeah. No, maybe to you. Clavicular
Real talk,
is...
That's one of my fears at the hospital.
Dude,
is every time I'm there, air bubbles in the line.
Dude, they're professionals. They've got you. Don't worry. I mean, what kind of shoddy fucking fly-by-night podunk hospital are you going to? That's a
Central
worry.
Care?
Oh, well. Meeker Memorial, I would understand. But no, the clavicular guy is definitely, he's a deep state operation just to make Gen Z retarded.
ASB, or Associated Student Body. Thursday, the senior class was taking their class photo, initially spelling out, always legit, class of 2026.
Oh, you motherfuckers. Oh no. Guys, you forgot somebody was late. You know what I love about this? They did class of 2026 wrong, but they made sure they nailed faggot. They're the class of 226 in this photo, but they're like, hey, guys, fact check the spelling for fuck's sake. Make sure we got this right. Look at the two photos. They planned these pieces of shit. Always
they had fill-ins for the F word.
Look at this. There's one G. Wait, where's the second G? Oh, those little schemy bastards. But like always legit. You don't need always legit. You're not saying anything. That was just made so you could get to faggot.
Of 2026. But a group decided to then take a separate photo, spelling out this inappropriate word.
I don't know what the student...
Hey, I've got bad news for you guys. For those of you at the school who are mad at them, that second one was always the plan.
That was the entire reason.
Yeah.
In fact, they spent an inordinate amount of time coming up with the arrangements of the first two photos so they could pull off the second one.
Right. The school's going to be like, you desecrated our class of 2026 picture. And the students have to be like, oh, I have terrible news for you. That was the subterfuge. That was not the main. The faggot picture was the one we meant to make. The class of 2020. I mean, you notice we didn't even remember the 0 in class of 2026. We did not give a shit about that picture. It was always, and just like watching the teachers' little millennial hearts break when they hear Gen Z go, faggot was always the plan. And they're like, oh my God, you're all a bunch of monsters.
Motives were, but I know what the impact is.
Erica Hawkyard is the director of programs at The Source.
That's what she calls her tits, the honk yard. Oh, cheap jokes.
An LGBT plus center in Visalia. She says since the photo was taken, they have had several students reaching out saying they feel unsafe at school.
Oh my God. These kids are doing you a favor. They're giving the gay community an opportunity to go, yeah, we can be made fun of just like everybody else. It's not a big deal. Nobody's going to hit us. Shit, man, I saw the shorts that one kid was wearing. He's gay. So, like, this isn't threatening to anybody. There was a gay guy in the photo. Plus, like, just percentages of young people now, at least 2 of those kids were gay or trans.
Right? So, I mean, at the very least, you've got a bi person in there. I just feel like if you're not going to take any jokes with it, that's fine. But don't we don't feel safe. They wore shirts that spelled out a message.
Yeah. And the message was a really funny name for me.
Oh, no.
That has huge impacts, not only on academic performance.
Could you not wear the gaudy nose ring to your professional job as a school teacher?
Yeah, if you want to talk about who the is.
Yeah. Like that visible, like I guess I'm being a greatest generation person here. No visible tattoos or piercings while you're at work. It's unprofessional. So
that's private life stuff.
Yeah.
Keep it there.
Knock it off.
But increases isolation, depression, anxiety, and also increases suicidal ideation.
Indirect response.
10 kids in t-shirts? I don't know if you're made of the right stuff. If 10 kids in t-shirts is making you clock out. I just...
Yeah.
Like, if it's directed towards one person and it's this mass humiliation moment and it's in high school, I can understand how that would make you think dark things.
Right.
But, like, just 10 kids wearing some, with a goofy fucking gay word on it? Come on.
I kind of want to see, like, old school gays respond to people. Like, you realize back in the day, they lynched us, they beat us, they shot. Some of us got stabbed as soon as we got accused of being a cocksucker. Like, and you guys are freaking out because they wore some shirts. I can't take life anymore. It said fat. Like, who cares?
You're saying we got to bring back Harvey Firestein.
Yeah.
Harvey Firestein needs to be the face of the gay community because you never heard him, bitch. He came up in the 90s. You know they were saying fucked up shit. He was like pre-Eminem Hollywood. You know they were saying horrible things while they were all doing the same shit he did. Poor guy.
To the situation, the source is hosting an open community forum Friday night.
We're giving them a space.
Sorry, I'm busy. My friends and I are putting together our N-word t-shirts for the next assembly. We won't be able to attend your sensitivity training. We're going to be at an ICE rally in a bunch of shirts that spell spick. We're going to be a little busy. We're gonna be at a lumber and fencing show, and we're gonna wear the word chink on all our t-shirts, and you won't know what fuck we're trying to say because it could be the chain link fence. You don't know. You have no idea.
Talk about that fear, but also come up with a game plan for what they can do for themselves.
A parent of one of the students in the photo.
El Diamante presents the SpongeBob musical. I mean. I watched a SpongeBob musical not too long ago, and, where the kids put on the show. Not bad.
Has reached out to
Yeah, it's a good show.
us. They wanted to remain anonymous, but did send a statement saying that the students are remorseful and didn't mean to hurt anyone. They went on to say the students are receiving threats, quote, let the parents of these kids discipline them, not the world.
You know what's interesting about this is that well, we don't want those students wearing those shirts because it could cause all of these problems for gay kids. But then when the kids who wore the shirt actually get those problems,
get threatened.
They're like, well, fuck them. That's what you get for wearing those shirts. It's like, really? They were just doing a silly little thing. Kids will be kids. And like, you're worried that some kid's going to cut his wrist because of this, but then these kids are actually getting threatened.
Right.
And
they address it in that way, too. It's like, look, guys, we're really, really upset about this. These guys came out with these shirts and people might hurt themselves. Yeah, people who saw them wearing them shirts are threatening to stab them. Yeah, that's fine. Whatever.
Yeah.
Fuck around, find out. But these kids...
Every child on our campus needs to feel respected, valued, and supported, and that is at every campus.
School officials could not tell me how long this investigation...
In my opinion, this is not a commentary on the gay community in general. This is just my personal opinion. No matter what I was, no gathering of t-shirts would hurt more than a penis in my butt. That's a fact, Jack.
Okay.
Like, if you ask me, like, hey, does that t-shirt, does that word hurt you? I don't know. Like, I'm trying to think if I was gay, like, it would be jarring to see the word, but no more jarring than, like, yeah, than a flesh flute in your hiney hole. You know what I mean?
I mean,
you're never
so.
ready.
I all I'm saying is, can we not freak out over t-shirt slogans?
That would be
seems
yeah.
really stupid.
would take, but according to the school's board policy, appropriate consequences could include suspension or expulsion. Reporting in Visalia, I'm Heidi Gonzalez, CBS 47.
All right, the expulsion seems a little extreme. Look, the in-school suspension for like 2 days, all right, that's legit. I mean, you don't, as a school, you don't want, I get it, you don't want to encourage kids wearing those shirts. I mean, it's a pain in the ass for you to deal with. People are going to complain, but like kicking them out of school, I mean, Jesus Christ.
And they're seniors. This is like at the end of the year. What lesson are they supposed to learn? Like, you've spent all this time here and now you're totally fucked. Like, how are you supposed to overcome that issue if you're expelled for the rest of the year?
Exactly. Just, they put faggot on some t-shirts, you know? Lance Truthseeker with $4.99 says you should have a side goal that goes towards you going to the Twins home opener and live streaming around downtown with Johnny. Well, I would just do that on my own. We don't do extra goals on this show because we have a number set that makes everything work around here. I don't feel the need to, hit you guys up for more. Keep going with those 5s and 10s and gifted memberships, though. You guys are off to a great start today. I appreciate you. Yes, Professor Tie-Dye with $1 says, Aaron, can you clear with Johnny the wheelchair accessible bungee jump for the Johnny bungee jump goal? I don't remember initializing a Johnny bungee jump goal. None of that. I don't recognize any of this stuff. Oh,
if someone's pushing me up the ramp, I'll do it.
Somebody get Uber Claude and Professor Tie-Dye has a membership. There's one other person I wanted to get a membership. Uber Claude said they used one of the 6s for a G. Oh,
that's creative.
No, it's not. That doesn't work.
A 6, capital G, in a way.
Holy shit, I'm fucking stupid.
Yeah.
No, a 6 goes the other way, though. Oh, no, it does.
You're thinking of a 9. Jesus Christ, man.
I literally just had to draw a 6. Hold on. Let me make that word with 6s. Oh, yeah, that totally works. No, that does. I'm an asshole.
F4660T, and you've got it. Any gamer's seen that before.
Yeah, no, that's on me. Hey, my bad. My bad. I feel like I let a lot of people down today because a lot of people look at me as like peak homophobia.
Right?
Like the most that's allowed publicly in 2026. And I missed. I swung and missed on that. I literally had to write down the letter 6.
Realities have been crushed now.
Yeah. Do you ever say like a letter or a number, and before you say letter or number, you're terrified you're going to say the wrong thing? Like the number W or the letter 4?
I don't think I've had that problem.
I worry about that every time I speak. It's a prison of my own making. It's hell. Because just before I said I had to draw the number 6, I was like, oh shit, don't say letter, don't say letter, don't say letter. I almost did. I probably should have kept that to myself, huh?
Probably. I mean, that I love the honesty, but I feel like that's a vulnerability you could.
Yeah, no, that's not something I wanted any of these people to know about. You're right. $2 from Joey Caravello. He says, Aaron, were you the kid Jeffrey Jones paid to pose nude in the late 90s? Ow, wait. Does he mean Jeffrey Epstein? Who's Jeffrey Jones?
I think so.
I don't know
who the other Jeffrey is.
King Kong Dong with $1 says, this is why we're behind in the world of education. We are so quick to permanently exile kids from school and learning. I think that expulsion would be a bit rich.
Extreme.
Yeah. Coltrane with $1 says, LOL, the honkyard joke had me laughing. Well done, sir. Complaining faggots are a problem. Thank you for the honkyard. I thought, if it makes you laugh, though, I feel like it's worth more than $1. I think $1 is kind of like, hey, Aaron, I acknowledge you're alive. $2 is like, Aaron, average. I think, Aaron, that thing made me laugh. That's a $5. I'm not getting greedy. I'm not telling you it's a 10. Aaron, I was howling. 10. Aaron, the car next to me, looked at me like I was a fucking psychopath. That's a 20.
Okay.
And you know what 50 is? Aaron, that made me laugh, and you probably put your show's existence on the line. Congratulations. 100 is, Aaron, I pity you, and I just want to see this self-torture that you're taking part in continue. That's what a 100 is.
I continue or end, I guess, depends where you land.
This is pity. 100s, you don't give any show a 100 out of genuine appreciation. You give a 100 out of pity or irony. Those are the only two reasons to give $100 to a show. Luckily, I encourage both. So that's nice. Josie Wales says, Aaron, do you guys want early access to the Ian Carroll's Epstein AI database? You can ask the integrated AI chatbot anything you like about pizza, hot dogs, Les Wexner, or whatever. You can use it live. Yes, please. AaronImholtRadio@gmail.com. I would love to have that. And I'm so glad Ian Carroll did that. Do you know about that? You heard about this?
Yeah, they put together a chatbot on the people that are both accessing the files and just the files themselves to like be easier to reference stuff in it.
Ian Carroll, who's a podcaster, he's created an app that will let you search, and it will take you to parts of the Epstein files that include those things.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Emails, the whole deal. It's really nice. Joey Caravello with $2 says, Jesse Lee Peterson is live. Call in. Well, I would, but there's a wait for that, and it would just cause dead air on this show, which would be weird. Veldrain with $1. Thank you guys so much. Keep it going. Says, I think I speak for everyone here when I say burn the gay flag. Seems like going out of your way.
Yeah.
You know?
$1 from sign on for that.
$1 from King Kong Dong says, this is why we're behind in the world. Oh, we did that one. And we did the Jesse. Oh, here we go. Los Federales with $1 says, speaking of gay F words, Aaron, can you answer this question? All right. Let's see. Who put the bang in the bang shebang shebang? What's the question? Oh, God damn it.
A gay person falls asleep for a long time.
I love this. I love this
Let's
bit.
say 12 hours.
So, okay, 12 hours.
Then did they fall asleep 12 hours straight? Or 12 hours gay?
Oh, man.
Isn't this the I'll snap my fingers and you'll forget you were gay guy?
Yeah, it's the same group. But
I thought it was going to be
not as
that.
good as their original. That's not bad. That is it's a nice little chuckle. But
you know what it is? If they would have started
snapping.
their online existence with that and then built up to the snap your fingers bit, but they didn't. They started with, when I snap my fingers, you'll forget you were gay.
You're trying to make lightning strike twice.
Yeah, snap fingers gay. Oh my God. That sounds like a level of gay. I just typed that in on Twitter to find that video. That sounds like a level of gay. You're like, how gay are you? I'm snap fingers
I'm snap
gay.
fingers gay.
Oh yeah. And I don't know if that means like in a butt or like you're so gay you go like, hey, you know.
Oh yeah.
I'm not sure. Is Twitter down?
I would hope not.
I think it might be
Let's
down.
find out.
Yeah, I'm trying to search. Yep, nothing's loading. Let me go home. I'll go home here. I think it might be down. Holy shit, boys and girls. Yeah, it's down. So I'm not going to hit refresh on any of my Twitter type stories that I have today. $2 from Gray Duckling says, did you ever try that Jeffrey.mail? I haven't yet. I heard people say that it was gone. Jeffrey Epstein's emails. Here it is. Yeah, that his Google account was still. Yeah. There it is. Is this still legit? You are logged in as Jeffrey Epstein. These are real emails released by Congress. Explore by name, contribute to the starred list, search or visit a random page. Holy shit. Oh, look at the names in here. Sultan bin Sulayem. That's the guy who resigned because he was in the Epstein files.
Dear Lord.
Yeah, these are Epstein's email. Who do you want to search? Let's do this for a little bit. And you know what? We'll take donations for search recommendations. Who do you want to search?
All right.
Go ahead.
Well, I feel like all those are people. Let's see if Chuck Schumer's in there.
Ooh, Chuck Schumer. Obscured name and entity on behalf of Darren R. Oh, so these are some of the Oh, they even have redacted and blacked out, redacted, blacked out. Darren Indyke. This is about, these are emails about Chuck Schumer.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't see direct communication. I was curious if there was there.
Fuck, he was subscribed to all of the news emails. Oh, his invoice must have been a nightmare. Why is there a gap from 2013 to 2021? He died in what, 17? Oh, because this is just what they've released. Wait.
Right.
Oh, no, never mind. These aren't sorted by date. All right, so no Chuck Schumer. Well, they're not going to unredact Donald Trump, so his emails aren't going to be in there. Kevin Brennan. Nope, it's not Kevin Brennan. It's just a guy named Kevin. Kevin McCarthy Brennan for drain piping. Hey, it's a side gig. I'll play with that off the air a little bit. I don't think we're ready for that.
See some fun ones if we can find them. Yeah.
Yeah. Gray Duckling says it's not his email account. It's all the documents in a Gmail type format. Okay, so we can play around with that. Great. I do know that his Google account was up for a little while, and they made sure they got that the fuck out of there. That's for sure. T-Baby with $1 says, Aaron, would you be an OSHA violation on my job site? You would be. My ladders can only hold 225 pounds, so you're too fat is what I'm saying. I weigh 222 pounds this morning. I got back in the ring.
Oh, how did that go?
It was a few months off. I've been doing boxing training, but I haven't really been getting in, and it's been a few months since I've went in and done a few rounds. I did about 7 or 8 rounds yesterday. My first round of sparring, and I'm really proud of this. I was at an open gym, and there were MMA people sparring in one part of the gym, and then of course boxers over. So I'm boxing, and I'm going through the round, and I'm just like, uh-oh, my cardio's not where it used to be. I must be knocking rust off or whatever.
Right.
And then the other guy's getting really fucking tired as well, and I'm like, God, we're both. And the guy I was boxing with has way more experience than I do. He's pretty good. And I'm just like, God, I'm out of shape. Bell rings. We get ready for the next round to start. The MMA guys have it set to 5-minute rounds, whereas boxers usually go 3.
Yeah, so you got to do an extra 2 minutes. Is that what was burning you?
Yeah, it was killing me. But we finished the round like we did it. Our first 2 rounds were 5 minutes, and we did them. So it's kind of a good thing.
So you've done technically 3 rounds your style already.
3.5 rounds in already. Then I did 3 or 4 more at 3 minutes, I believe. Veldrain with $1 says, if I snap my fingers, you'll forget that you were ever gay. Milo Yiannopoulos says, do me next. Let's see if it works. Los Federales says, here's Snap Fingers version 2. Oh, they did another Snap Fingers bit. All right. Let's take a look. Josie Wales says on that Epstein thing, check the trash. Well, it's not his actual email. It's what they've released, put in a Google format. All right, here's Snap Fingers 2.0. What's the new? I don't try to recreate the genius.
If I snap my fingers.
Oh, no, don't do this. Is this what I think is going to happen?
You forget that you were ever gay.
No, I know what you're saying, but I'm not gay.
So what are you going to tell us?
I'm not, so it's, by the way, it's fine if you are gay, but I'm not gay.
You would know something about that, wouldn't you?
No, I don't know, but I'm just saying I'm not. You know, please stop snapping. You don't have to keep snapping. So you can snap your fingers, but it doesn't change the fact that I'm straight. You don't have to do it again. Okay.
So are you just...
I like women.
Are you just going to keep up the charade?
You don't have
it's
to
not
pretend. This is a safe space.
This is not a charade.
See, I don't because now I didn't know that those guys were fucking around the first time. And I'll tell you why. It's totally out of racism. It's because of the African accents.
Yeah.
And because they have African accents, I just assumed they were kind of dumb, which is really racist. I didn't know that they were comedy guys doing a comedy thing.
Okay.
And
I didn't know that either, but
now
I still think you can't match the awesomeness of the first one, especially the first time you ever see that clip and you watch him say that, snap his fingers, and the other dude fumble. That's really, really funny. Everything else feels try hard. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's just trying to recreate it. They're chasing the dragon, if you will. The gay dragon. Silverwolf with $5. Thank you, pal. He says, skip to 146. This is audio of Aaron sparring. Haha, you forgot a link. You forgot a link. You're gay now. You're a gay guy. All right. Thank you guys very much. Awesome rally. Awesome fun. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. All that happy horse shit, and throw in a couple of bucks because it's going great. YouTube, you've fallen behind now. Rumble, you're getting up there. You're doing all right. 600 people checking out the toe. Okay, we made it to our bare minimum on President's Day. That's nice. Thank you guys so much. Now, I think you can go up another 40 and 50, 90. 700's doable today. Make sure you hit the thumbs up. Stay away from the thumbs down and gift those memberships. Silver Wolf. Oh, he's got the link up there. Thank you for the $1. He says, what's the time? 1:46. This is audio of me sparring. I'm not. All right, 1:46. I think this is a lie. Monetized for that today, and I have to edit that out later. Just doesn't seem worth it.
It doesn't. No.
It doesn't seem worth it. MSO says, if I snap my fingers, will the show get any better? How many years have you been watching this? Why would you do that to yourself? I thought we had all... Fuck you, dude. I thought we had all kind of settled into an understanding here. I thought we all kind of knew what to expect from one another. You know, there would be weeks like last week, we didn't have to use the 5-minute rally once. It was great. And you guys... The evening show missed every one, all right? And you guys picked up every single one, and you got long shows last week, and you were incredible. But I know that we're going to go back to business as usual this week. I understand that. If I'm wrong, great. But why would you say, if I snap my fingers, will this show get any better? We've all settled into a level of quality we've become accustomed to. If you snap your fingers and all of a sudden I rise way above that, now I've broken the covenant that we've made with one another.
Right.
Also, you could find out if your fingers can practice voodoo, you selfish bastard. All right, let's get to the ice stuff here in Minnesota. Oh, remind me that at 8:15 I have to stop drinking anything.
Oh, because of your appointment.
Yeah, because of my dentist appointment. Not even water. Isn't that odd? Why can't
what's the water going to do?
Right. How would you even know? My body's made of mostly water.
Right. Are you going to distinguish between tap water and saliva? When we're sucking the spit out, something looks like pretty watery. I think you might have broken the rules.
I don't know. Some of that looks like his body producing fluids. Some of that seems like collagen. I don't really know. I love when
maybe they don't want you to have to pee while you're under.
Maybe that's it. But I love how dumb guys like us will like mock medical advice with absolutely no training or understanding and think we're being like really hip or different. We're just being dumb and being proud of being willfully ignorant. ICE is leaving. Well, ICE isn't leaving Minnesota. This is where a lot of people have it wrong, and a lot of the protesters might end up fucking themselves. ICE is not leaving Minnesota. In fact, ICE has always been in Minnesota. We have the Bishop Henry J. Whipple Federal Building. That's where they're stationed. The surge is over. Operation Metro Surge is over with, and hundreds, if not in total over 1,000 ICE agents are going to leave the state. So it's over. It's done. I don't know how many people they got. We might find out in this story, but now it's time for everyone to, let's all go home now. All right. And this is coming from a guy who got damn near 1 million views from going down there covering protests. Look, I had a great time. It was awesome for the channel. We got 1,000 new subscribers. But it's time to go home now. All right?
Is it time to stop now?
It's time to stop now, Mac. And now you got a nice paycheck from whatever nonprofit was paying for this thing. You can't say that protesters weren't paid when you got people, like a lot of the people I talked to were from out of state. And they're like, I came from Rhode Island to be here, and I've been protesting here at Whipple for weeks. And it's like, well,
how the fuck do you do that?
Right. You need money to do that. You can't just live in a hotel for 3 weeks and not be getting income somewhere. So they're clearly, some of them are being compensated. Not all of them. There's some people that are, donating their own time to be down there protesting. God bless. But I think we can stop yelling at each other now. I think we can stop with the gathering. I think one of the most noble things you can do as a protester is declare victory and move on. And I think if you're one of the protesters, look, this was a disaster. 2 people got shot that maybe shouldn't have. The administration didn't come out of this looking good, I don't think. And now Tom Homan had to relieve Bovino and go, all right, I'm going to talk to Walz. We're going to figure a way out of this. And they did. And now Minnesota's going to cooperate with ICE and throw open the jails so that they can get their guys. There will be a more diplomatic approach to this. Agents will operate in smaller numbers when they go to apprehend people and so on and so forth. But now, if they're going to stay at Whipple and just be screaming and yelling and pissing and moaning all day, it's like, all right, now you're just here for the money. Now you're just here for the attention, because one of the points of a revolution is for it to dissolve itself. Declare
after
victory.
you've gotten your message across and you've driven out ICE, what are you going to do?
Yeah, so I'm interested to see this week what happens over at Whipple. But this is the latest in all the ICE stuff here in Minnesota.
Is reporting hundreds more will be departing in the days ahead.
Arrest illegal aliens with a focus on criminals. Over 4,000 arrests, done. De-escalation, done. Collaboration and cooperation with the prisons and the counties, done. When we leave Minnesota, it's a much safer city.
Here's my problem. Why couldn't, maybe Bovino should have never been here. Homan's been working behind a desk on border security in one form or the other since the Obama administration. I mean, he worked for Obama. So, Homan's a good diplomat. Homan's a good talker and negotiator. Why didn't we have him in there immediately? Or at least right after Renee Good got shot? Why didn't we have Homan in there going, hey, none of this would have ever happened, Tim and Jacob, if you guys would have given us access to the jails, turned over the illegal criminals. None of this had to happen. But they wouldn't do that. So we did Operation Metro Surge. We put the jackboot of Bovino in there. And then the thing got away from us. There's riots. There's tear gas. There's shootings. It really got out of hand there for a while. Then Homan gets there. And within a week, they've got an agreement on all this stuff that could have prevented it in the first place. My point, Johnny, is I don't think anybody comes out of this looking good.
Nobody comes out of it looking good because all of us are just going, why couldn't we have done this from the start?
Yeah, why couldn't Tim Walz... remember Jacob Fry going, get the fuck out of Minneapolis. It's like, well, just do what we're asking you to do and we'll be glad to get the fuck out of here. There's millions of illegals in California. There's millions in Texas. There's millions in New York. There's a hell of a lot more illegals elsewhere than in Minnesota. All you got to do is help us out here and just lift a finger. You don't even have to lift a finger. Give us some names and give us access to your jails. That's it.
That was Border Czar Tom Homan on Fox News speaking about why he views Operation Metro Surge as a success. The immigration crackdown in Minnesota was the largest deployment of federal immigration agents in the department's history. At the height of the operation, roughly 3,000 federal officers flooded the state. Now, over 2.5 months in, a significant drawdown is in the works. Governor Tim Walz, reacting to the news of a complete drawdown Thursday, also says he views this moment as a victory for Minnesotans.
Minnesotans never wavered. And for that, I will be forever grateful. I think it's probably safe to say the rest of the country will be forever grateful because they showed what it means to stand up for what's right.
And all of these people these politicians who are trying to turn it into a victory lap, no matter which side they're on, kind of fucking gross, because I feel like everybody should kind of hang their head in shame.
This was a failure for all of us.
Yeah, and 2 people got shot. If you're Tim Walz, you're like, yeah, this is a total win for Minnesota. Really? Because 2 Minnesotans got shot dead in the streets by federal agents because you guys had to have a pissing match with each other. If this isn't the best example of there are no Democrats, there are no Republicans, these people are all having pissing matches with each other, and you're pawns in the game. All of these people who are fighting with their neighbors and family members over Trump or Walz or this or that, they'll all fucking kill you. They'll all treat you like shit. They'll all lie to you. And then when it's all over, they'll go, we won. Victory lap time. It's like, what did the people of Lindale Avenue win when they had tear gas shot into their front yards and cars broken into and broken windows. And I don't really see a win there for any of them. How did anybody who got hit with tear gas or anything how is that a win for any of them?
Right. I'd like to see us go like with this in the future to the point where when like ICE agents unload on somebody like they did on that one guy, all the other protests just jump around the body and just go, "We won," and put their thumbs up.
We got it. We're number one. We did it. All right. There we are. All right, guys. Great job.
You don't care about the guy? Oh, that we won. We got our point. We got them to blow up and look like bad jackbooted thugs. We won.
They're seething, bro. It really is kind of internet culture come to politics. Like, just be the key is be the first one to declare victory, and then you got to control your cortisol. You got to declare victory and then stop talking. That's it. Move on to the next thing. Redbird with $1 says, did you see they found almost 4,000 missing unaccompanied children that went missing during Biden that never made headlines? Yeah, they've found quite a few.
Yeah.
Over the last year. Trump did that in his first...
Weird, the news never says that.
Yeah, in his first administration, Trump did the same thing. There's a conspiracy out there that all those missing children are being used for adrenochrome. They're being adrenochrome harvested for wealthy people. And
yeah, I heard that.
5 years ago, I would have said that's insane. There's no way where they're just taking missing illegal children. That's why like the elites want illegal immigration to continue so you can have trafficked unaccompanied missing minors come across the border and the wealthy and powerful can harvest them for adrenochrome. That sounds dangerously insane a few years ago. After going through just what other people have read about the Epstein files, I have no problem believing that.
So adrenochrome really is a thing, really works and like revitalizes you? Do I need to get my hands on some?
Does adrenochrome stop aging? There's no scientific evidence. The claim is entirely unfounded and part of a debunked conspiracy theory. Well, Google says that. Adrenochrome is a chemical produced by the oxidation of adrenaline and has no rejuvenating properties. It is something mistakenly linked to myths about young blood anti-aging treatments. Well, it's got to do something.
Right.
If people are using it. Redbird says no, 3,000 just in Minnesota. Oh, yeah, because I think during his first term, Trump found like tens of thousands of trafficked children that were unaccompanied.
I just don't know. I don't care, protest or not protest. I just don't want to cover for anybody that's done any of that, which is where I'm like with the protesters. How do you jump in on this, not knowing who you're protecting?
Right.
Because it's just like we're protecting. Tim Walz was saying, oh, this is a win for Minnesota and we believe in doing what's right and just. Like, yeah, until you cross a border illegally or maybe, commit some other crimes and then cross a border illegally, then we don't do what's right. It's okay to turn our eye on that.
Stack says Aaron should start a character called Wood Chipper Chipperson. Like, what do you guys want to do? Put clavicular on a fucking wood chipper and crush his pecker?
Home run, Chipperson. Go to break.
Fuck yeah. Just like a really dark Chip character.
Yeah.
I thought, Johnny, guess what?
What?
I was reading the Epstein files, and I'm like, we should put all these Jewish satanic pedophiles in a wood chipper and make them all bloody and shoot it over the snow, cocksucker.
Home run, Chipperson. Go to break.
Oh, wait, I got one. I got one. Let me chop off all their peckers with a lumberjack's axe or something.
Home run, Chipperson. Go to break.
Right?
That seems a lot.
That's funny, though. That's a good joke. Like, why don't I take all those satanic ball-worshipping cocksuckers and just fucking blow their balls off with dynamite? Am I right, Johnny? Fuck yeah.
Chipperson. Go to break.
Is that, you think so?
Oh, I'm sorry. You're it's
what?
Muddling up. I'm having trouble.
What, muffled? What am I, on a car or something? Like a muffler?
Something about Chip Chipperson modulates.
Something like this fucking cocksucker just doesn't want me to put him in the chipper.
No.
How would you like Chipper
not
to put you in a chipper, you piece of garbage?
Home run, Chipperson. Go to break.
That's right. Is that? I just want to see if that's what Stacks wanted. People ask for characters on this show. I don't want to disappoint them.
Right. I get you. They're the paying customer.
Yeah. Los Federales with $1 says, no BS. ICE showed up to my uncle's work site and nabbed 4 people. My uncle was doing a lunch run, and when he was coming back, he saw the ICE SUVs. That's why I was in Buffalo, so I could give him money. Oh, shit. I'd be so mad if, like, I went out and bought lunch and then 4 of my guys got taken by ICE. Like, can I get a discount? Can I get my money back? Because these Mexicans, they don't need the food anymore.
Right? I don't know, man. That's another thing, too, where, like, when people have been protesting and, like, going on hiatus in certain businesses and stuff. So I was talking about going to a place called Gilberto's the other day. And so I was like, oh, I hope they're not, like, closed and on, you know, some sort of protest, like they're closed down. Like I know we read a story on that, but I really hope ICE isn't like we'd like to order several burritos, then eating their meal. Like now we're arresting the entire
that would be
kitchen staff.
really
That's just
shitty.
A fucking dick move.
I'm anti that move. I mean, go in there and don't get food first.
Right?
Go in and get your guys, whatever, but don't make them. I mean, how humiliating. Making some poor minimum wage worker make you a burrito. You eat the burrito, and then you go take him away and send him to a third world shithole. That's abuse of power.
That's a dick move.
That's a big-time dick move. All right, our last Minnesota story today has to do with old Don Lemon.
Oh, yes. I heard about this.
Yeah, Don Lemon. You hear about this? Have you seen this, folks?
You heard this? You seen this guy?
Don Lemon was in court in Minnesota, I believe, federal court, as he was facing charges for that church protest coverage thing. Now, I think most people left and right that I've heard of are pretty much in agreement that it's kind of shitty that Don Lemon got charged because Don Lemon is a very well-known journalist. And he was going in there to cover the protest. Now, he had a clear bias in who he was supporting in that protest, but I don't think Don Lemon was down there to protest. I think Don was down there to cover protests that he was sympathetic for. Again, don't get me wrong, but I don't think that Don was going down there just to protest. I think he wanted views and clicks and viewership and hot
button topic. I get eyes.
Yeah, I don't think that Dawn should have been charged. I think that Nakima Levy Pounds or whatever her name is, she should be charged. DeWoke Farmer, who I interviewed at my last thing at Whipple, that guy's nuts, by the way. Like, there's nothing. I don't know why people follow him, or even if you're on the left, like, he's nuts for a lefty. You talk to the guy, you look at him for 1 second, you can see that the marbles aren't rolling around upstairs. You can see he's goofy as a bedbug. He's a weirdo. And yet people follow him. They're like, oh, yeah, no, DeWoke Farmer is great. It's like, what does he do? He shouts surface level lefty slogans in a psychotic voice with crazy eyes. I think you can do better. And then he's busting into churches and yelling at people at church, and their kids are there and everything. It's like, guys, I don't mean to be an optics guy, but God damn,
this isn't a good look.
These are bad looks. So they were all in court this weekend, getting their pleas in and whatnot.
Former CNN anchor and current independent journalist Don Lemon,
yes,
pleaded not guilty in a St. Paul federal courtroom to charges stemming from that ICE protest inside of a church. Lemon is among several activists who are facing charges for that incident. Our Lou Ragoose joins us live with details from inside the courtroom.
I love this guy.
What happened, Lou?
Jennifer, inside the courtroom, it was your standard arraignment hearing, but the scene outside reflected how this has become such a high-profile national news story. More than 100 activists and supporters, along with a collection of news photographers from across the country, gathered outside the St. Paul Federal Courthouse where Don Lemon made his first court appearance. The former CNN anchor and current streaming journalist is indicted, along with 8 others, on charges of interfering with the free exercise of religion.
Renee Good!
Protesters stormed City's Church in St. Paul last month.
Yeah, you're doing it in honor of Renee Good. I think this was before Alex Pretty was shot, but like, we're doing this in honor of Renee Good. Oh, I'm sure she would be thrilled that you're doing this.
Right? In honor of Renee Good. And I agree, he's a journalist, but the problem with this one that's really sticky situation is that he's going in and he's saying the same stuff that all the people that went in there did. So it's really hard to believe that, like, oh, I just went in because they did and I'm covering the news story. Like, no, you're moving with these people. You're supporting what they're doing. So I can understand where people are like, well, we're roping you in. It's on you too now.
Oh, no, don't get me wrong. I know what he was doing. I'm saying from a legal standpoint, I think the journalism thing covers. Like that tracks. That's enough to give him, as they say, plausible deniability in a court of law. Now, all these other people, Nikema Levy, it's Armstrong now, not Pounds. DeWoke Farmer, all of these people. Yeah, this is like an incredibly shitty, illegal thing to do. You can't go in and disrupt the church service. At the very least, you're trespassing. And there are federal laws against this, too, that ironically stem from the civil rights era. And how about that? How about a black lady breaking a law that was meant to protect black churches after desegregation? A black lady breaks the law that was meant to protect worshipers at black churches from the Ku Klux Klan. So, are we the baddies? Because in this situation, you've become the Klan.
Protesting ICE there because one of the church's pastors leads the local ICE field office. Lemon was live streaming and interviewing people in the church. Well-known Minneapolis activist Nikema Levy Armstrong and 3 other protesters were in court with Lemon. They all pleaded not guilty.
We have to stand for our freedom of assembly and freedom of the press.
Okay, freedom of the press. Yes, that's why Don Lemon should be fine. Freedom of assembly, you have that. But, there's an old saying, your right to swing your arm ends at the tip of my nose.
Yeah.
And
we all know how she'd feel if the, optics were reversed. If people busted into a black church.
Could you imagine?
This is insane, and this is an assault, and it's against the law, and there's federal protection, so our people are protected. Right, but those laws protect those people, too, and you broke them.
Imagine if, back in 2010 or whatever, a Tea Party protest went into a Southern Baptist black church and just started protesting Obama or some shit. Just I don't even know what the protest would be. I don't know why they would do that. Kind of same with this. I don't know why they do this. But do you think Nikema Levy Armstrong would have the position of, well, it's freedom of assembly and we've got to fight for that right? It's no, you don't have, you have a right to assemble. Hey, you have a right to assemble outside the church. Fred Phelps taught us that, he'd go to soldiers' funerals and protest outside the cemetery and everything. You have a right to stand out on the sidewalk and yell at that church and protest and the whole deal. The minute you go into their doors uninvited and hijack the whole thing, that's when you break the law. It's very clear.
Court, Lemon's attorney Abby Lowell asked for the journalist's phone back, saying agents took it when they arrested him in Los Angeles. The DOJ prosecutor says it's in the custody of the Department of Homeland Security, still being searched in accordance with a warrant.
Oh, no. Does that mean they're going to get to find all the gay sex videos he probably has on that? He's got, Don Lemon's part of the media. He's got degenerate gay shit on his phone.
Oh, absolutely.
And now they can use that to embarrass the fuck out of them. So here's my prediction. My prediction is that they will not charge Don Lemon. However, there will be something that leaks from his phone that's reputation destroying, embarrassing.
Yeah, I feel it'd be really funny. Hey, we found dick pics on Don Lemon's phone. We're yeah, no fucking no.
Yeah,
shit.
No kidding. Hey, we found lots of the only way it would be a scandal is if they caught Don Lemon actually with a chick. Then you'd be like, all right, this man lied to us this whole time.
After court, Lemon thanked
This is a guy who was accused by someone and got sued because he reached down into his pants at a bar, rubbed his sweaty balls, and stuck them under a guy's face. By the way, no man should be allowed to survive that without some broken bones.
Right? You should get the crap kicked out of you for doing that.
That should be, but of course, if you do, then it's a hate crime. But it's I
feel like it was a hate crime when I got assaulted with ball funk.
Yeah, when old Ball Funk Railroad here decided to wave his nut butter under my face, I feel like I should get to break his fucking jaw. Anybody waves nut butter under your nose, you get to break one bone.
Supporters.
I wanted to say this isn't just about me. This is about all journalists, especially here in the United States.
And he made a statement about the Trump administration.
The process is the punishment with them. And like all of you here in Minnesota, the great people of Minnesota, I will not be intimidated. I will not back down. I will fight these baseless charges, and I will not be silenced.
This would carry a lot more weight, and this would mean a lot more if Don Lemon hadn't been one of the people in the establishment media cheerleading as Donald Trump got brought up on trumped up charges as well. Like, and Donald Trump also is what do you call it? He's a vindictive guy.
Yeah.
Like, if you go after him, he's going to want to get you back, and you know this about him. So
yeah, just ask Tim Walz.
Right. So if you cheerlead, like Donald Trump remembers the people who cheerled his convictions and cheerled his prosecution. And now Don Lemon is getting a taste of that. So like on an eye for an eye level, I understand why this is happening. On a should this be happening level, not Don Lemon. Everybody else who went into the church and everything, sure. Don Lemon, this feels a little bit paybacky. But he's also really unlikable.
Yeah, and Don Lemon didn't, like I said, didn't do himself any favors with just lockstep, same slogan, same things, like marching in with them, just going, yeah, this is how protesting is done. You have to make people uncomfortable, make them feel like they don't have a safe space. Like, right, but you remember where there was a whole civil rights movement because there was a group of people who felt like they were never comfortable and never had a safe space.
Yeah.
Kind of going against
Yeah, for sure. Main Vein with $5. Thank you, buddy. He says, good morning, Aaron. How'd you make out on that Sexy Goy song? I do have a Sexy Goy update. I was trying to make a song Sexy Goy to Shawn Michaels' Sexy Boy.
Sexy Boy, yeah.
And they won't, like I tried Suno and I tried one other AI place. They won't make the fucking song. I don't know if they won't do the parody thing or they don't like
They might not do the parody, but Suno lets you upload audio, so you might be able to upload the music and put in your own lyrics.
Oh.
And that might be a paid account thing, and if so, let me know, because I already have a paid account.
Because I wrote the lyrics. I even made the song Sexy Goy. I did 2 verses and a chorus. And so I have the lyrics ready to go. Man. All right. Well, I'll try again. But they wouldn't make it. Like, one of them, they did like a soulful rendition. Like, they were like, I am a sexy goy. And I'm just like, what the this is not what I asked for. So no, I tried. I'm going to keep trying. We will get Sexy Goy. I promise. $1. Oh no, we did that one from Redbird. I'm just trying to get caught up here. Redbird with another $1 says, have you been watching Cenk Uygur have a complete meltdown of his worldview on Twitter? After the files, he is questioning gravity and the color of the sky after realizing the extent of the lies. Good for him. That's great.
That's actually a reasonable, rational way to look at it when you realize so much of this stuff, they're all playing dirty pool. To literally go, what's real anymore? That's fair.
What kind of pool?
Dirty pool.
What's another way to say that? There's another kind of pool where you kind of skirt the rules and you cheat a little and you're deceptive. No, Jesus, you anti-Semite? No.
I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what we're talking about here.
Oh, fart nigger.
That kind of pool.
Oh. Yeah, see, I've never heard of that.
Really?
That's why I didn't go there.
That makes me seem... I don't like it when you don't know racist things I know. That makes me look more racist.
Yeah. I always feel bad because I feel like I've been exposed to so much racist shit and I didn't notice it. And then I went along with it not knowing. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm an accidental racist.
I always try to avoid the accidental kind. Just go straight for the real stuff. Redbird with $1 says, Lemon wanted us dragged out of our houses at gunpoint during COVID. Fuck him, lock him up, and throw away the key. Somebody with $1 said, whatever happened to the people who voted for this guy? Apparently they don't remember doing this. We'll check it out in a second. Good line from Los Federales. He says, Don Lemon, I will not be intimidated, but I will be penetrated. That's true. Hey, can we talk about anything Epstein related right now or no? I don't think we can.
Why not?
Oh, yes, we can. We can officially talk about pedophilia and satanic rapists and Jeffrey Epstein. The Dow is at 49,500. Nice. Nice. I've never rooted against my own retirement and other investment accounts more than finding out we can't talk about satanic pedophiles occupying our country if the Dow's over 50K. So that's good. Get your shots in, boys and girls. Root says, I'll write and record it for a nominal fee. No. Sexy Goy is something I came up with during the show last week. Sexy Goy stays with me, Obi. This is mine. This is my creation. and I want to see it through. No, I've really been impressed by the Young Turks
because of how remarkably rational and realistic they're taking all this, and not just being mouth puppet pieces like a lot of other.
No. I love that they've been, they've changed their mind as facts come out, and I think that's awesome. All right, we are eating shit numbers-wise today, so hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. I don't doubt that it's President's Day related, but we are a good 50 or 60 behind. I would say 80, 90 behind where we typically are. At the very least, get us back up over 600. That would be good. Hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. Let's make some memberships. We got 7 memberships away from 500 today. Thank you very much. Let me do one of these real quick. They can cancel your accounts, freeze your cards, decide what you're allowed to say, buy, or support. Big banks and financial institutions have total control, and they use it. That's why financial independence matters more now than ever. Introducing Rumble Wallet, a wallet built for real freedom. I just stabbed myself with a pen. With Rumble Wallet, you control your money, not a bank, not a government, not a tech company. Buy digital assets like Tether, Tether Gold, and Bitcoin all in one secure place. No permission, no middlemen, no cancel button. And when you want to support the creators you actually believe in, you can use the Rumble Wallet app to directly tip content creators. Securely, instantly, and without interference. This isn't a credit line they can shut off. It's your wallet permanently. Yours to protect your future, yours to protect your family. When the system fails, when institutions turn on their own people, financial sovereignty is the difference between security and vulnerability. Rumble Wallet isn't about politics. It's about freedom, ownership, and protecting what's yours. So take control today. Download Rumble Wallet now and step away from the big banks for good. True ownership, true protection, true freedom financially from Rumble Wallet. Fuck, they make those reads so long.
Yeah.
Those are way more than a minute. Holy gee. But they pay nice. Thank you very much, Rumble Wallet. We appreciate it. And you guys continue to contribute to our program. So no, I just fucking stabbed I went to hit the thingy here.
Yeah.
But I had the pen flipped around and it was already out.
Oh, so you just stabbed your thumb nice and hard.
Mm-hmm.
Is it bleeding or just a nice mark?
Oh, it smarts a little
mark.
Is all. It just smarts a little. That's it. I wanted to play this for you guys today. Somebody took a camera around a California prison, or they gave a phone to an inmate to make a video of like the underground economy, and like, you know how prison guys who have been there a while, they turn into MacGyver and how to make things. I saw this in jail. Like this isn't good, like, but it's legal. A lot of the guys who were in there for meth, obviously you can't get meth in the county jail.
Yeah.
And they would do these Mountain Dew Code Blues or whatever they were, the blue Mountain Dews, get that together with a bag of coffee, and they would mix that all together to give themselves a bigger caffeine jolt.
Okay.
And they would just get wired on the coffee and Mountain Dew blue shit.
I feel like that'd make you sick.
You would think,
you can
right?
get to the point of vomiting with a caffeine overdose. Like,
well, it's the closest thing they could get to having methamphetamine.
Okay.
So there's little gimmicks that people do in jail and in prison to make life a little bit easier. Well, in this California prison, they found a distillery. They found a chicken, I guess fried chicken shop, and a tattoo shop, all in one place.
California?
In a California state prison. Let's take a look.
They cooking, and you step right around here, and you got the distillery. What they doing? What y'all got going? Tell us a little bit about what you're doing, huh?
Just squeeze the alcohol out. Don't get it, put it on fire and cook it off.
All right, then.
So now, what does that mean? They're squeezing the alcohol out of it. Out of what? Cleaning solutions?
I'm guessing they have like fruits and other things that they've been fermenting in there.
Oh.
And they're like, that's some good. Hey, who wants some wino? Oh, no.
I can't imagine that tastes very good.
It's got to taste like absolute dog ass. Is that a mop bucket or a garbage can?
That looks like a mop.
That looks like a
mop. Yeah, that looks like a mop bucket.
Oh.
So you're taking a mop bucket And you're just squeezing. Oh. So what do you think they have fruit inside that towel and they're squeezing the alcohol out of it?
Yeah, I think they have fruits and whatever else they can get that'll ferment.
Oh, God. That
A little bit of water, give it some time, room temperature, and let it happen.
I'm gagging. I'm thinking of rotted fruit.
That's pretty much what it's going to taste like.
Oh, God. And then they're going to mix that all up, and they're like, here's some shine for you, boys. We can get fucked up. All right, so a prison distillery sounds like shit. That sounds awful. Let's see if maybe the tattoos or the fried chicken. Maybe the fried chicken's good, you know?
Okay.
A little fried chicken and fermented rotted fruit booze. All right.
Welcome to Church's Chicken Cell.
We lit. We getting tattoos and everything in this bitch. We lit. There he is. There he is.
Oh, no. Oh, that's not good. Oh, no, thanks. I'll eat whatever's in the chow line. Thank you.
Yeah, that just looks like a salmonella factory.
That looks all kinds of awful.
Crispy on the outside, raw as shit in the middle. Oh, great.
That's the same place they sodomize each other, too. Ugh. What's worse? Trick question. Always the sodomy. Yeah, those don't seem like FDA kitchen standards.
Yeah, I don't know. That does not seem like an NSF cook clean surface. I don't trust this.
Hey, you know I bought me 2 chicken and 2 burgers. Stop playing. I got to get some of both of that shit. Got the sodas in the yeah.
Oh, look at that. They got the sodas on ice. They got a fancy look like their champagne bucket there in the sink.
You guys keep up in this prison living shit. Nobody's ever going to want to leave.
Right. Well, they get to the outside and they're like, oh my God, Kharkov, that's just a delicacy. You mean you guys ain't just aging fruit and shit? Hey, boy, don't put those blueberries back in the fridge. You wrap them in a towel, let them rot for a while. They're going to be good in a couple of days.
Different sodas in the ice. Yeah, we locked up, but we try to make the best of it. We don't be trying to be sad and shit. We trying to be all right. Folks be like, why you so happy? You in jail, bitch. What I'm going to be sad for? Make my time hard and shit. Nah. But I'll be there in like June, April. So we ain't really tripping. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, there is something I kind of admire about making it the easiest time possible and like the creativity they have in like making sure that they can, you know, have a decent time with all their stuff. But
could you focus that when you're out on not going back in? I feel like if we could take a fraction of this creativity and ingenuity and focus it.
Isn't that kind of the main thing we're driving at here? It's like, you know, you guys work so hard to keep your mind occupied and everything once you're here. Maybe, you know, let's bring that energy out to the real world and put that same energy into staying out, because you don't need to come up with MacGyvery ways to make shitty fried chicken and burgers. You can just have a grill. You don't need to, you just go to the liquor store for your booze. You don't need to do the toilet fermenting. You can, what was the other one? Tattoos. You can just go to a tattoo shop. It's fine.
Ironically, the tattoos are better in prison.
Some of them, from what I've seen, yeah. Yeah. You ask for something really dumb or stupid or gay in prison, like, yo, dog, I ain't putting that shit on you. I got a reputation.
That ain't happening, motherfucker.
Yeah.
That's gay.
That shit's gay, booty. Frog Spring says, real question is, how do you get a prison cell phone? Thanks, Obama. Oh, yeah. No, they have phones and tablets in prison now. And as long as you have money, it can be.
You can get along.
Can be a decent experience. Dude, I killed so much time. My 6 days went by so quick because I had one of their handheld devices, and I bought the $25 free movie pass for a week. So I just got to watch all.
Time just flew by, checked in, shanked a bitch. They gave him a tablet, and he was out.
It's all of a sudden, you know, one day I'm watching The Big Short. The next day, Imholt, you're processed. Shit.
Well, fuck.
You know what I do regret about the whole jail thing, though?
What's that?
Is not bringing my phone the day I got there. Like, I should have just turned it off and given it to him. I left it at home because I'm like, I'm going to be gone for a week.
Right.
You know.
Did you memorize any numbers, though, when you gave them the phone back so you could get in touch with
but
people?
they wouldn't let me use a phone anywhere. They're like, we have a payphone downstairs. Well, I didn't bring my wallet either. Because I figured I wouldn't need it. And because I had people who could pick me up, but we didn't know I was getting released at 5 a.m.
Right. Nobody knew.
Nobody knew. We thought I was getting out Sunday. I'm getting out Friday at 5. So I'm like, okay, I guess just start using these legs God gave me. And I did a 3 or 4 mile.
Weekends rolling around like, hey, we got any releases? Yeah, we got Imholt on Sunday. Oh, fuck that. I'm not. Yeah, just get rid of them now. Fuck it.
Yeah, I did a 3 or 4 mile walk to Quick Trip. Got an Uber.
There you go.
Fuck. That was wild. And then I got home. And then my day got to begin. 09 Canyon says $25 for a week of movies in jail, expensive for most people. Aaron doing rich people time. If I knew that I wasn't going to be spending any money on the outside, so I figure whatever money I'd be spending this week on the outside, I'll spend in here to make my time as easy as possible. And I did.
It was very doable.
Yeah. It's all right. Had a lot of cell time to myself because the 2 cellmates that I had were all DUIs. So like they were in there for not even a day. One of the guys,
as soon as they were sober, they were gone?
No, when I got there Friday, there was a guy who was doing a weekend for one of his DUIs. And then I had a couple days by myself. Then on like Wednesday, there was a guy who came in the afternoon and he was gone Thursday morning. And then Thursday night, as I'm going to sleep, they brought another DUI guy into my cell. I didn't even talk to that guy. And then I was out on Friday morning.
Nice.
Yeah. It was.
And honestly, it sounds kind of ritzy. I don't know.
I gave like I said, I gave myself an easy time.
There you go.
I gave myself an easy time. Did you see the Tim Dillon Crack Amico Ate the Babies, Raped the Babies song that he made? So Tim Dillon went on this rant about the Epstein files.
Yeah, no, I have not seen this song.
Yeah, and when he went on this rant about the Epstein files, people were like, hey, do you think anybody could make a song out of this? So Crack Amico, who rules, said, yeah, you know what? I can make a song out of this.
All right, let's see it.
And he made a song out of Tim Dillon's Killed the Babies, Raped the Babies rant. Let's go ahead. Hey, you guys, you're doing great so far today, but do me a favor. Keep that greatness rolling. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. We're way down for a Monday with it being a holiday and all. We're down by about 100 people. We're just under 6, where we're usually at 7 at about this point. So we're going to need everybody chipping in a little today. We got 2 perfect weeks in a row. The morning shows have been rolling. We've also got 7 more memberships, and we're at 500, and you guys get extra time today. This is Crack Amico's Tim Dillon track. I thought it was great.
The only thing Hillary Clinton has left to live for right now is to destroy Donald Trump. If Bill Clinton got up and was like, we write all the Bible, we hide the Bibles, we write the Bible.
Oh, fuck you. Don't.
We hide the Bibles, we write the Bibles, we hide the Bibles, we write the Bibles, we hide the Bibles, we write the Bibles, we hide the Bibles, we write the Bibles. Trump did it, we did it, you did it, we did it. Trump did it, we did it, you did it, we did it. We fed that woman to the shark, we fed that woman to the shark, we fed her to the shark. Remember, we fed her to the shark. We did it, you did it, we did it. Trump did it, we did it, you did it, we did it.
They did it, yeah they did it. Donnie T and Hillary Bill Clinton, they was killing and nibbling them children. Reptilians hiding behind billions. Got the government covering, concealing all the worst fears we feel about these villains. Butt rape, duct tape, ripping off the pizza floodgates. Better get Melinda penicillin. Billy, you can leave a home cause you need a bone. Hit the CD phone and get Lolita flown. Brother Jeff will spot you some adrenochrome. Bet your mouth gon' water when you see the dome. She can let it slaughter, who's your man? Sleight of hand, Bad Bunny or the Kid Rock. Keep your eye on your car while your Hollywood start spending mad money on that kick.
You think Trump ain't involved? Birds of a feather, but left wing and right wing, they in it together. Vendetta, the feds and get better, but rather not one shred of evidence left in the shredder.
But Jeff ain't Messiah, ain't no man on a mission, just stand us a business, a man, a religion, a cold Luciferian cannibalism. So open the shoe while we handle the victim and turn her the food, she gon' go to the fishes. The FBI floated, we out of the jail. I take cash to eat shit, but he think I'm inviting him out for a meal. Bill and Hill, it's time for the kill. Just one final thrill for you pushing up daisies.
We hide the Bibles, we write the Bibles.
Now all of a sudden the QAnon's not crazy. Whoa.
We hide the Bibles, we write the Bibles. 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 Trump did it, we did it, you did it, we did it. Trump did it, we did it, you did it, we did it. We fed that woman to the shark. We fed that woman to the shark. We fed her to the shark. Remember, we fed her to the shark. We did it, you did it.
Not bad work from old Crack Amico. And he turned that around in like 48 hours, I think.
It's got a nice hook to it. I like it.
It's catchy. Dark Passenger says, this is stupid and annoying. I hate Zach. No, Crack Amico, not Zach Amico. Crack Amico. Matthew Q says, Rick. No, where is it? Where the fuck? Oh, no, 209. That's who I wanted over on YouTube. Says, are you keeping in touch with the friends you made in jail? No. No, I am not. I have plenty of my own friends. Thank you. I think the whole point of getting out of jail is staying away from anything jail related. I think that's kind
That'll
of
certainly help.
Yeah, it's kind of the point. This is where we part company, if it will.
It's kind of the way they deal with addiction. Don't go back into those circles.
T says, of course, Aaron is an expert on what kind of drugs are and aren't available in county jail. I don't know if I'm an expert. I'm speaking from my own experiences is all. T says, how long did you have to sit on a donut pillow after jail, Aaron? I feel like enough time has passed. I feel like I can mention that. No, I was not sodomized, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
But my ass was so sore after Stop. My ass was so sore after jail because everything you sit on is metal. Everything you sit on is metal.
Including the dudes.
So my ass was just like bruised almost from sitting on metal for 6 straight days. And
so you're saying like lifers are hard-ass dudes?
Oh, God. And I'm just like, I'm walking around at home and I'm just like, my fucking ass is like cramped. It hurts. It's in pain. You know, like when you lift or anything, like I sparred yesterday, and usually when I spar, my back muscles get really sore. I have a really tight, sore back today.
Mm-hmm.
From all the punching and whatnot. After I was done in jail, sitting on those hard surfaces, my ass felt like it had like lifted weights or sparred.
And nobody believed that it was just from the hard seats when you got out. My ass is so sore.
I only told one person about my anal soreness, and that was SP. She's the only one who knew until now. But sitting on those metal surfaces, man, it just... Yeah, Robin Hood US on YouTube says that has to be bad for your spine. Terrible. Dude, before I went into jail, I could sit on my living room floor and play Madden or whatnot. I do that now, and I get up, and my lower back is fucking killing me. And I think it's from 6 days of sitting on those metal seats.
And you haven't come back after all this time? Like, I feel like that shouldn't... 6
my
days. I mean,
my lower
sure,
back
residual effect, but it's been a couple months.
My lower back still fucks up. I don't know what to tell you. It's odd. It's very strange.
Pounded your ass out of alignment.
I didn't have my ass pounded. Again, I have to be very clear about this. Sergeant Holka with $1 says, seeing the guys that come into jail in August and leave in February is sad. Here's a shorts, tank top, flip-flops. Have a nice day. Yeah, there's laundry day. There's, delivery day, canteen day, where they bring you all the shit you order off the tablet for the canteen. And you know what really sucks is I was thinking I was going to be there until Sunday. And then I'm only there till Friday morning. Canteen day was like Wednesday night. So here I bought like $25 worth of shit on the canteen, and I get it Wednesday night. I get it basically for Thursday, and that's it. And then I'm gone. Like I bought a pen and a note, like a legal pad, deck of cards, a bunch of shit like that. Different toothbrush, because the toothbrush they give you is very generic. A long-handled toothbrush, because they only give you a short-handled toothbrush. New deodorant, because their generic deodorant is just that. So I've got all this jail stuff that I bought. I use it for one day, and then I put it in my tote, and I just bring it with me home.
And now you're not going to use any of this.
Not going to use any of it. No, I kept it all. You know, it's kind of a cool thing to have. But no, I still have my speed stick. I still have my Colgate. No, I did use the Colgate toothpaste that I bought.
Okay.
I did use that. I still got my long-handled toothbrush. Yeah, my jail memorabilia, if you will. And people are like, oh, man, jail just sounds too easy and so on and so forth. It's like, well, yeah, but you'd rather be out. Like I said, people were like people who don't like me are really mad because it sounds like he had fun in jail. Piece of shit. I'm fucking angry. And I've always said, don't let that make you angry. I would much rather just be sitting on my couch bored as fuck than playing basketball in jail.
Right. And what's wrong with making your time enjoyable so it passes quicker? That just sounds reasonable.
I'm not supposed to be a happy person. That's not allowed. I'm not supposed to be happy. That's angering to people.
I'm sorry.
All right, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Let's fucking go, boys and girls. Approachable has a clip. Let's see what he brought us. What did I say? What did I say? What did I say? But my ass was so sore after stop. My ass was so sore after now that you're making a mountain out of a molehill. It's not.
I feel like, honestly, what does it matter how? You guys wanted him to have a sore ass. You got what you wanted.
Right. I came out of
dude or
a lot of people were saying, I hope Aaron comes out of jail with a sore ass. I did.
He did.
Came out of jail with a sore ass. I don't, what more do you guys want from me?
So hard, damn near pushed a shit in.
Professor Tie-Dye also made a clip of today's show. We're about halfway through for today, so let's check out the clips people have come up with so far. This clip is called Aaron Realizes He's Dumb. Here we go.
That's creative.
No, it's not. That doesn't work.
A 6, capital G, in a way.
Holy shit, I'm fucking stupid.
Yeah.
No.
You can see the light bulb click on.
I
It's
know.
great.
You can see my whole demeanor change. How is this not the best show ever? How is this not your favorite thing that you watch, you fucking weirdos? Give us all of your money and do it right now. All right, let's continue on. So I've kind of, what I've been trying to do lately is condense. By the way, over 600 again. Thank you guys very, very much. All right. Holiday, we got over 700. Here's the deal. Rumble, you guys are still like 50 behind. YouTube, you guys are still like 25 behind. So we've still got 700 in us. Hit like. If you can't throw us a membership or a couple of bucks, hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Let's go. So as it comes to the Epstein file stuff, I've tried to consolidate it as much as I can so we're not going through 5, 6, 7 clips a day and burning people out. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, I need this at the front of everyone's mind. I need this to be, this is what your country actually is. This is who runs it. This is who owns it. Stop fighting each other on Democrat-Republican shit because...
And start fighting these people. I got you.
There's just as many Democrats out there fighting for this as there are Republicans. For every Nancy Mace, there's a Jasmine Crockett. For every Thomas Massey, there's a Ro Khanna. So there's good people there's heroes on all sides, as Star Wars once said. Mm-hmm. So don't, be like Somali fraud, but we'll worry about Somali fraud after we get the satanic pedophiles. Because honestly, if the satanic pedophiles are in charge, Somalis stealing money doesn't matter. Because whether we stop the Somalis from having money or not, your world's still going to be run by satanic pedophiles who sacrifice children. So,
all right, top down, I get you.
Here's this guy who's been looking through the Epstein files. He's Peter Gold. His name's Peter Gold. He's been going through the files, and he is not the first person I've seen say this. People read this stuff, and they watch this stuff, and this is why I'm relying on others to read this for me. Because everyone, Lauren Boebert, we've got a Senator Burkett that we're going to hear from in just a second. Joe Rogan, we're going to hear from later today. All of these guys are mortified by what they see, hear, and read. in these Epstein files in a way that changes them forever, in a way that like their innocence as an adult, whatever they had left, is destroyed by what they see in this. This is Peter Gold first.
Biggest mistake probably that I've ever made in my life. Last night, couldn't sleep, looked at the files, started with documents, moved on to video, and my God, bloody hell. We're living in bloody hell. I had to stop because I can't unsee what I saw. In my life, I watched horror movies, not even close. Blood-curdling screams of young kids, the fear in these children. These people are the devil walking earth. The devil is on earth. It was horrible. Unaliving of children. The idea that they've been unaliving children, cutting up intestines and eating them, unaliving babies, violating, essaying these children. I mean, I've never in my life, if you had told me in my wildest dreams, I swear, maybe I'm naive. Am I naive? But if you told me in my wildest dreams that this kind of thing was happening in this country, it's
one of those things where like you've been trained your whole life to believe anyone who tells you this stuff is a conspiracy theorist and they're crazy and they're nuts, because they're, like people, I've heard people say, well, why didn't anyone talk about this before these files came out? I've been hearing people talk about this my entire life.
Right. It's just we've started from a point of the people talking about it are conspiracy theorists. And then little by little, more and more of it gets proved true. And every time they're like, all right. So that first thing is true. Yes, there is a Jewish guy who seems to be involved in something untoward with illegal prostitutes. Right. But we're worried those illegal prostitutes are underage. Okay. So some of them are under 18, but that's not. Yeah, but we're worried he's doing this as a honeypotting operation. What are you, crazy? Okay, it's a honeypotting operation, but that's all it is. And it's like now we've gotten to the point of it's a honeypotting operation with adrenochrome and unaliving kids, and apparently all of our world leaders on the left and the right are involved. It's like, okay, yes, it's all true now.
The greatest psyop they pulled was anybody who comes and tries to tell you this stuff. Patrice O'Neill seems very poignant. You convince the world that person is shoving marbles up their ass, when in reality, the ones shoving marbles up their ass are the elites who are going to this island. These are the crazy people who have been telling you that the people trying to warn you about all this stuff are crazy. And it makes sense, because the things these people were warning us about are so evil. Now that we're seeing them and reading them and hearing about them, they are so evil that you do have to sound crazy when you're telling people about it, because it's insane. It belies imagination. It goes beyond anything that most normal people can think of. So when there's no calm way to say the elites are running a blackmail ring that has compromised the United States, where they're essaying children, killing them, sacrificing their bodies to Baphomet and Moloch, and then eating their flesh. There's no way you can say that without sounding like you need to go be locked down for 72 hours. You need to be put on a hold. But then when the documents come out and they show it, not only are we all horrified by it, not only are we all terrified beyond the means of rational thought, but we're also not, like this guy says, we're not supposed to hear and see about this stuff. Like, this isn't something we can handle. And we also have to confront the fact that this has been going on under our nose. People have warned us and we've called them crazy. And that really sucks, because real people got hurt. Innocent people got hurt in all this. And we had people coming back to warn us, and we called them all insane. So there's one guy telling us that, that what he saw was horrible and awful. Now I want to play this clip of Senator Burkett, who's on Benny Johnson's show. And, fuck Benny Johnson too. Fuck all of these right-wing people, because they covered for this. They said it's not that big of a deal. Don't worry about the Epstein files, so on and so forth. Do not let these conservative Inc. grifters get away with this shit. All right? Always remember and keep receipts of who tried to run cover for the administration. I'm talking, of course, about Ben Shapiro. His career should be over. I'm talking about Benny Johnson. I'm talking about libs of TikTok, Babylon Bee. All of these people who said Epstein files, Schmepstein files, It's not a big deal at all. It's nothing we need to worry about. It's a Democratic hoax. Why didn't they release it when Trump was running for office? And now we're finding out why. And it's exactly what we told these people. They were so smug. Oh, they didn't release it while Trump was running. It incriminates everybody.
Yeah. It's a poison pill. This thing's radioactive. Nobody gets away if they touch it.
Yeah, this thing's plutonium. You know, the thing about it is they thought that if Trump won the election, he'd be in charge. That's the mistake these people made by saying, well, then why wouldn't the Democrats release it? Because they know if Trump wins the election, he's not in charge, actually. But if they release these files, we're all going to know who's really in charge. And then that structure can begin to topple. That's why they didn't release it.
Stuff.
So this is, I believe, Senator Burkett.
Okay.
Tim Burkett, yeah. Was on Benny Johnson's show. And I want to see if Benny Johnson actually acknowledges what this guy's about to say, because Benny's been another fucking throne sniffer for the administration. This guy's conservative ink. He's taken money from the Russians before. I mean, he's for sale, this Benny Johnson. And he's gay. 100% gay and pretending to be a trad dad conservative. So fuck him.
This stuff that is in these files makes all that pale in comparison. And if you're offered an opportunity to view the pictures or read the files, I would seriously consider not doing that.
Yeah.
Because it will haunt you.
Benny's like, yeah. No, but Benny's saying yeah because he's like, nothing to see here, folks. Don't read
Nothing
the files.
To see here. Don't ask any questions. Who was running Epstein? What?
My Jewish donors will be really mad if you do. This guy's trying to say, no, I'm a God-fearing man, and this is Satan walking on earth. I want to spare you from that. Benny's like, yeah, all of my donors would be really pissed if you guys read these.
This stuff that's in there. And here's the problem. The Biden administration, the Obama administration, these files have been out there forever. And I've said this many times. If they had the goods on Trump, you know that the Obama administration / the Biden administration, because it never really changed hands.
By the way, nobody's accusing Obama or Biden of Trump of being on the island. You'll notice that. And if there was evidence, they would. Clinton, they do, because there's evidence he did. My problem with Trump is not that he was eating human flesh or anything like that. My thing is Trump, his entire political career, has been surrounded by these people, and he won't cut them loose. He is their toy. He is their tool. They've co-opted him. And he won't cut them loose and move on with the people like Tom Homan, Nancy Mace, Thomas Massie, people like that. Matt Gaetz. He chose all of the people who were bought and paid for by the Israeli shills. That's my problem with Trump. And at some point, there can't be Trump gets a pass because he wasn't on the island eating babies or whatever. It's like, yeah, but he's
still doing business with these people.
Yeah, and there's only two sides to this. There's with us or against us. And if you're Donald Trump and you're protecting, who's that Department Secretary of the Interior or whatever? Lutnick, Howard Lutnick, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. He has lied multiple times about his association with Jeffrey Epstein, and we're going to know in these files that he's way more involved than he's willing to admit now after he's been caught lying twice. And Trump won't get rid of him. Trump is going to suffer the same fate Nixon did. It won't be the crime. It'll be him covering up the crime on behalf of people he feels loyal to. Here's the problem. Howard Lutnick, all these people are not loyal to Trump. They would have sold him down the river in a heartbeat if it would have kept their careers alive.
Yeah.
And he's defending these people.
They would have had that
and
stuff
they'll sell
out
him
there.
right down the river. It's also weird that everything with Epstein, like him passing away or escaping or however you want to read that off of the files now, happened during Trump's first term. So it just seems like he's either working for people that have an interest in keeping this covered up, or at the very least, he's involved in it and covering his ass.
I mean, Miriam Adelson, Benjamin Netanyahu, Ehud Barak, you name it. I mean, there's a lot of people on there that Trump deals with. His own son-in-law, Kushner.
Yep.
Is a big part of wanting to cover this shit up because he does business with all of these people. Jared Kushner, Trump's son-in-law, does business with everybody in the Epstein files.
Had that stuff out there. And this stuff just goes so deep, Benny. And it is very disgusting to me And, it's evil, it's satanic, and it's from the pits of hell. And that's where these people will end up.
But we should be putting them there. Let me tell you something very serious about this Epstein stuff. There is no jail that will hold these people. They're trying to spring Ghislaine Maxwell. She might get out.
Yeah.
Lauren Boebert came out after she read the files. She goes, she deserves to be in a tougher prison with a much longer sentence. She's demonic. Because they said, should she get out here's what's going to happen. She's going to give testimony that will exonerate Trump from everything Epstein related, and Trump will commute her sentence. And she will get out. There is no jail cell big enough to hold these people. Holy punishment is the only, if I could sit down, if I had 15 minutes with the Pope, I would tell him, here's what you need to do. We need to launch an inquisition. We need to go medieval. We need to go inquisition. We need to find people who are satanic or not of God, and we need to give them medieval holy punishment. And then after that, we need to launch a crusade, and we need to take back the Holy Land and the United States of America. And the Pope would go, you're insane. Yeah, and I'd go, yeah, so is eating babies and sacrificing humans. I think that's insane. Your job as Pope is to make it as good of a world for Christians and Catholics as humanly possible. And this is how you can do that. We need to have an inquisition and start in America. Because here's the deal. Other countries have held people to account for their associations. We've got a list of them here, thanks to Business Insider. Kathy Rumler, Goldman Sachs top lawyer, turned in her resignation following weeks of scrutiny over her communications with Epstein. June 30th will be her last day at the head of Goldman Sachs. Brad Karp, high-powered corporate lawyer, resigned as chairman. Paul Weiss. Calling reports about his relationship with Epstein a distraction for the White Show law firm. He also stepped down from the board of trustees at Union College. Peter Attia, the CBS News contributor and longevity expert. Oh, wow. Get that, Johnny. He's an expert on longevity, and he's dealing with old adrenochrome Jeffrey.
Wow. I wonder if there's something to that.
Weird. Stepped down as the chief science officer of David Protein, a protein bar brand, and is no longer an advisor to the sleep technology company 8 Sleep. Howard Lutnick, facing bipartisan calls from lawmakers to resign. But it's not enough for these guys just to go away. We need charges. We need... And I know that these emails aren't enough to prove anything, but just kind of like the Don Lemon thing. You'll perp walk Don Lemon knowing you don't have a chance in hell of convicting him. I want to see the same public shame for these guys. Steve Tisch, the owner of the New York Giants, exchanged numerous emails with Epstein about women, triggering a review by the NFL. The emails show Epstein updating Tisch on the women, including their ages, nationalities, and working girl status. After the emails were made public, he said he regretted associating with Epstein and that the women discussed in the emails were adults. Roger Goodell says he's going to review the communications and whether they violate its personal conduct policies. I would force him to sell the team. Remember Donald Sterling? Remember the Clippers owner who told his girlfriend that he didn't want her taking pictures with black guys and being at games with black guys?
They made him sell the team, didn't they?
Adam Silver of the NBA made him sell the team.
Yeah, so I feel like this is just as bad an offense.
I would say so. There's also, Sarah Ferguson, her charity. She's the ex-wife of Prince Andrew, who's already been, cut off. Peter Mandelson, this is the big one. Peter Mandelson is like a Jeffrey Epstein protege, and he quit his job as the UK's ambassador to the US under Keir Starmer, and he's like Keir Starmer's not advocate, his like guru, his like sensei, sort of. And this whole thing is threatening to tear apart the entire UK government. Like Keir Starmer's government may collapse, and they may have to do whole new parliamentary elections.
Off of just the Epstein files? We're finding Peter Mandelson and these other people involved.
Yeah, and Morgan McSweeney, Keir Starmer's chief of staff, has resigned as well. Yeah, then you have this Sultan being replaced as chairman and CEO of Dubai-based logistics firm DP World last week.
Horrible.
Yeah, DP World is not good. So, like, before you say, like, nothing's ever going to happen, shit's starting to happen, and this is very much in its infancy. This is going to take, if we're going to do this right, this is going to take years to figure out.
Well, I hope we keep, like, holding these people accountable. This is, don't get me wrong, this is a great start. But like Peter Mandelson and some of these others, can we bring these people in on charges? Can we, like, that's where I'm like, unless we get a actual, like, level of punishment that somehow fits the crime happening to these people, I'm worried, like, oh, they lost their CEO job. Yeah, and they'll sit under the radar on their millions for a year or two, and then they'll quietly get appointed to another board somewhere.
Right.
Like, I want to see these people arrested. I want to see them prosecuted.
I hear you. Redbird,
some lightning rides, depending on what the crimes dictate.
Right. Redbird with $1 says, we've spent decades trying to convince you no one would listen, even with the evidence. Yes, you were right, Rupert, and we were wrong. The thing is about all this is that you're not going to be able to convict anyone on just the evidence we have in these files. What you're going to need is you're going to have to tell a lot of the small-time guys who just associated with them. You know,
that
like,
you're going down to.
You tell us who the fucking bigger fish than you are, and we'll consider cutting you some slack. As gross as that is, but that's how the game is played. Bapa Shab says a majority of people legitimately do not care. That's why, like, if I drop it and I stop talking about it,
that helps that.
I've become part of the problem. It's going to stay in the front of your guys' mind. All right. And if that means that people stop watching me and the money dries up and I go away, there are certain things I'm okay with losing. Because this is the most important thing in the history of my life. There's never been anything bigger than this, because this is the thing they've been doing all the other bad things to distract us from. 9/11, terrorism, war in Iraq, all of this, Libya, income inequality, Democrats versus Republicans, the fucking Super Bowl halftime show. It's all to protect this. Main Vein with $5. Say what you want about Alex Jones, but he was dead on about this and has been talking about it for decades. Yes, I agree. But now I think it's incredibly suspect that Alex Jones has gone throttle down.
Strangely silent now.
Strangely silent. Who got to Alex Jones? When you got a guy who owes $1 billion, he can be bought. He can be controlled at that point, because they can go, Alex, we can make this whole thing go away for you. You've got the biggest conspiracy audience out there. Lay off this one a little bit. And he has. He's been very protective of the administration. You know?
We don't want you to betray your values. Just toe a little bit of a line and we'll pay a bill.
Redbird with $1 says, how maddening do you think it's been for those of us that knew and tried screaming this into the void only to get mocked? I hear you, but you know what the biggest problem is now? Is the people who love Trump so much and have been screaming this for a long time, feeling like their loyalties are torn between telling the truth and defending Trump. I have an uncle. This is not my Real Raw News uncle. This is a different uncle. He's been telling me about this stuff since I was a kid. Probably, well, I overheard him talking to my parents and other relatives about it. I'm not saying he like came to me when I was 9 and was like, they're sacrificing babies and doing all this satanic stuff. But he was all in on Illuminati, Skull and Bones, Bohemian Grove. I know that he was listening to Mark Dice before there was an internet. He was following Alex Jones and all these guys before there was an internet. And he now, though, he's kind of backed off all this stuff a little to defend Trump because he loves Trump so much. And it's really weird to me to watch. Now, the next time I see him and the next time I talk to him, and I have talked to him a little bit about this, but it was before all the files came out, I'm going to be the one who's going to be talking about Skull and Bones and babies and all of this stuff. And he's going to be like, well, yeah, Trump's okay, though. Trump's fine. And it's like, guys, we're like, some must die so that others may live. If Trump's reputation gets completely shattered so that we can expose all this stuff, you have no idea.
Fair deal.
How fine I am with that.
Plus, he's been part of these groups and secret societies and Skull and Bones stuff. He's been at the very least tangentially associated with these and on the outskirts since he started with his loan from the Rothschilds and everything else.
Yes, correct. And, don't let the Freemasons off the hook either, because for centuries, the Freemasons have been at the center of some very demonic Antichrist type shit. Yeah. Redbird with $1 says not to give Trump a break, but he's probably been pulled into a room and told if he released too much, his grandchildren would go missing and he would get video of unimaginable things being done to them. No, I think Trump is compromised, yes, because he associates with all of these people. I do. I have no problem believing that. Redbird with $1 says, are you really still so naive as to think the Catholic Church isn't involved at the top in this? Just look at what they got up to in World War II. That's a good point. That's a good point. On a Wall gifting a membership to Matt Barrick. Thank you very much, On a Wall. I also saw that Caliente was asking for a membership because she doesn't want to see those damn ads, for God's sake. You guys are only 6 memberships away from 500, which would mean I have to go till 11 today. Eden Mike needs a membership. He says Walter with 5. Hey, you know what? That's a great point. Walter, where have you been today? Anti-steel toe people think Walter's fake.
Oh,
they think Walter's fake.
So sad.
They think Steven's fake. They think Gray Duckling's fake. Oh no, they think Gray Duckling is 7 different people. That's who else is fake? Stephanie's fake.
Okay.
Everybody who gives larger than $10 increments on this show
completely
is
fake.
Yeah. By the way, I think you guys have done this. There hasn't been one donation over $10 today, so you guys are knocking it down slowly but surely with small numbers. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. You're doing great. 6 memberships away from 500 and extra time. Yeah. If you don't have a membership, raise your hand. Well, they'll get to you. Jfish with $1 says, may every day be another wonderful secret. Yeah, that's the shit they were writing to each other. Oh, there, just as I said, everything's been under $10 today. There's Lab Glass with 5 gifted memberships.
Wanna fuck? Let's fuck!
Lab Glass says, am I fake? You know what? That's a good question to put to these fine people. Is Lab Glass fake?
I don't think so, but I could be wrong.
I think everybody who wants to be counted as fake should donate 5 gifted memberships or $20 right now. I think that's a great idea.
Yeah.
I think Lab Glass is a smart man. Thank you very much for that, Lab Glass. We're only actually 1 membership now away from 500. Silver Wolf with $10 says, so am I fake or am I a Gray Duckling clone? I am Gray Duckling cuss. Oh, everybody's Gray Duckling now.
Okay.
That's their great Spartacus movement. Is everyone's Gray Duckling. No, you just donated $10. You're not fake. You're not fake. Mikey,
you want to throw another 10 in? We could talk about it.
Yeah, if you want to throw another 10 in, I don't start the fake conversation at less than $20. I think all the 10s are real. I think the 20s are suspect. Mikey Two Milk says, Lab Glass is fake as fuck. I've seen him. He doesn't exist. Oh, God. Mikey Two Milks is ruining everything. Joey Caravello's mommy says, where has Gray Duckling been? Oh, he threw us $10 today.
Yeah.
I think he threw us a few bucks last week, too. Gray Duckling. Look, these guys go on shifts. You know, right. 1 week it's Sanford's son. 1 week it's Steven. 1 weekend it's Steffi. 1 weekend it's Gray Duckling. 1 week, they go in... They've got this thing mastered, by God. Well, sometimes it's Main Vein, Sometimes it's Wally World. Lab Glass.
All made in Taiwan.
All made in Taiwan. Aaron's followers. Lab Glass says, Aaron can't read. I am fake. No, stop it. No, you're not. We all know you're real. Knock that off. How dare you? All right. 1 membership away from, what is it? 500.
Yeah.
Gray Duckling. There's Gray Duckling with $5. He says, I'm actually SP. That's, guys, he's lying. He's only funning. He's only funning. Thermodyne Diesel gifting a membership. Oh, boy. Thank you. You know what that means? I'm going until 11 today. And we are 100 memberships away from 600. Power Windows with $1. Oh, look at that. We got a little rainbow going in the Rumble chat. A little orange, a little yellow, a little blue. Put a little green and pink and red in there. We got ourselves a gay day. Power Windows with $1 says, I'm not fake. I'm just a cheap ass. Here's $1, faggot. Oh, well, that's very kind of you in a way. It's very mean.
I mean, 2 things can be true at the same time.
By the way, a lot of people in the YouTube chat without memberships. Let's hook those guys up with some memberships. Gray Duckling with $5. He said, I'm actually SP. Dark Passenger writes, I knew it. Thanks a lot, Gray Duckling.
It was so obvious.
You dick. You blew it. You blew it. You caved under the pressure, you cunt. All right, let's continue on. I've got this this Joe Rogan clip. People have been, in terms of the Epstein stuff, and I think this is my last. We do have two Epstein things. One's real quick. This will be a long one. Then the next one will be Nancy Mace naming some names. This Joe Rogan thing, though, is interesting because I so want Joe Rogan to be on the right side of this. I do. But this is the problem of the slow corruption, the slow buying of media, the slow buying of personalities. It's not they pull Joe Rogan into a room and they show him a video of the Kennedy assassination and they say, we're going to kill your whole family, or whatever. What they do is they kill you with kindness. Hey, Joe, here's $100 million a year from two Zionists at Spotify. And you're like, well, $100 million a year, that sounds great. Now, to Joe Rogan, they play on your greed. Joe Rogan would have enough generational wealth so that multiple generations of his family would never, in fact, if invested properly, nobody in Joe Rogan's family would ever have to work again. His entire bloodline.
Live off the dividends.
They could live off of, let's say you get 6 to 7%. Let's be conservative, say 5% a year in your investments. And let's say Joe Rogan dies worth $50 million. That's $2.5 million a year. All right?
You can't live off of that?
I mean, his whole bloodline would never have to work again. Ever, ever, ever. But he took the $100 million a year. And when he took that $100 million a year, Joe was naive and he thought, oh, they just did this because they think I'm so good. Let me tell you a secret, Johnny. No matter what, nobody's that fucking talented. Notice that Howard Stern was the baddest man on the planet. One thing you got to say about Howard, when he was on the radio, he was different. And he wasn't part of any establishment. And he would go after everybody. And he would make jokes. And he would say awful, disgusting things. And he would be very funny about it. And he'd be racist and sexist and homophobic. And it was all for jokes. It
was very entertaining.
He had the chance after Carlin died to carry the mantle. Howard was, I know people don't like him now. Howard was a real one back in the day. He gets $100 million from Sirius, and within 5 years, that whole show has completely changed. By 2010, that show was unrecognizable. And then, because they played on Howard's insecurity. Howard was always the guy going like this to Hollywood and like this to establishment. But deep down, he wanted to be accepted.
He wanted to part of the group.
He wanted to be accepted by those people. Is it just a coincidence that the minute he gets into Hollywood, or the minute he gets into Sirius at $100 million a year, owned by Mel Karmazin and then Liberty Media, all this money starts coming in, and now he gets America's Got Talent. He's got mainstream books, mainstream interviews, mainstream relations with, he's on Ellen DeGeneres. He's buddy with Jimmy Kimmel, who also got bought and paid for. Like, they don't bring you into a room and threaten you. They kill you with kindness. And that's what they've done to Rogan. He got the $100 million. Then he got Trump. Then he got access to Patel and access to Bongino and access to all of these really powerful people. And now, because he's sat down with them and he's met them and he's had dinner with them, he can't just abandon them.
He can't betray his people now. By outing them, he outs himself. He's part of the group.
And the worst part is, as we'll see in this clip, Joe Rogan knows that what's going on with this Epstein stuff is demonic. He knows it's satanic because he's been an Alex Jones guy his whole life. He's been a conspiracy guy forever. He knows all this stuff is true. He knows this is all bad, but he has gotten access to these people. He's in, and he knows that if he goes all in on this, he's out. But here's the problem. We all loved him when he was out. There was no problem. He still had the biggest podcast in the world, and he was out. And part of the draw was that he was outside the circle, yelling in. He got the Howard treatment, and they don't threaten you and play on your fears. They play on your biggest wants and needs and your deepest insecurities, and they kill you with kindness. This is Joe Rogan. I think this was when Dr. Malone was on his show. Yes. And Dr. Malone is just all in. He's the guy who was right about COVID from day one. He was the guy who was getting Joe in trouble on COVID. Notice that when Joe was taking his stance on COVID, then came the Spotify deal. Once Joe was really hitting on COVID, then comes the Spotify. So Joe Rogan's in there. Robert Malone's in there, and Robert Malone is all in with this is satanic, this is evil, this is disgusting, this is awful. And Joe, dude, you tell me what you hear, but in this, I just see Joe Rogan seemingly being dragged through glass to get to this understanding. First, I do want to say thank you before we move on. Brian with 10 gifted memberships over on YouTube. Thank you.
Wanna fuck? Let's fuck!
And Vince Griswold with a gifted membership on YouTube. Thank you. Yeah, there's a lot of great names on YouTube. Let's member them up. So here's Rogan and Malone, which would be a great bar, talking about the Epstein files.
You had this sort of vague understanding, but when you see in the email, like, clear evidence that they're talking about children.
In pretty obscene ways.
Horrifying ways. So that was the thing that, like, even when I talked to Mike Benz about that, he was sort of incredulous about that. It's like,
Mike Benz was not incredulous about that. We have a clip up that's done very well on our channel of Mike Benz and Joe Rogan talking about the Epstein files. Be very clear about something. Mike Benz was not incredulous. Mike Benz was running cover. Mike Benz was covering for the people who were in the Epstein files and making excuses for them like a battered woman. Mike Benz was not being incredulous. Mike Benz was being defensive like the safety of his family depended on it. Mike Benz was being, you know how I said there's two sides? He wasn't being on the good side. You know what he said, Johnny? Mike Benz said, well, Epstein was a deal closer, and, sometimes you use women to close deals.
That I feel like if we're operating on that point, that's not okay.
But that's still like using whores, and it's still degeneracy, and it's still against God. So even if it was just that, it's still shitty and immoral. But it's far worse than that, and Mike Benz doesn't want to admit it because, again...
Guys, he's not a demon. He's just a huge piece of shit. Well, I feel like that's kind of the same at this point. Why are you defending the huge piece of shit?
But again, like Rogan, like Trump, these guys, these are people they know, and they don't want to believe it.
I don't think they would use children. It just doesn't make any sense if they got caught, but it just seems like...
Yeah, if Mike Benz was incredulous,
I know.
That's pretty big.
I just don't think we really knew until we saw those files come out.
Yeah.
And then you go, oh, well, there's no denying it now. My position on it is completely shifted. I thought there's probably some really sick people that have an appetite for that, but I hadn't seen any real evidence for it until these files. And now I'm like, oh, this is demonic.
Yeah.
This is clearly demonic.
Okay, so thank you for saying that.
Are we headed towards, do you think, and I pitch this to Johnny, but I also pitch it to the audience, do you think we're heading towards some kind of spiritual awakening in this country, or am I just hearing what I want to hear? Because I'm really impressed that I hear the words satanic and demonic a lot lately. I'm happy, and because the one thing that leads people to believe in God is seeing the devil. And when you know there's a devil, you know there's a God. And if these Epstein files do one positive thing, it might bring this country back to God a little bit, because you need defense from the devil. And there's only one thing that can give you defense from the devil, and that's God. So are we heading that way, or am I just burying myself in this?
It's a nice hope for sure. I'd say a lot of the whole calling it satanic and demonic stems from the fact that they literally are engaging in satanic rituals.
Yeah.
Which it's really hard to be like, look, we're going to label this as satanic. Why? Because they're worshiping Satan. Oh, makes sense.
Yeah, that's true. It is literally just calling it what it is.
I'm somebody who was raised a Christian and went to Bible school and that kind of stuff.
God bless.
And youth groups. And then growing up in Central Coast California, let's say, veered in different ways.
Mm-hmm.
But the experiences that we've encountered over the last half a dozen years, it's hard to come up with a language
Yes.
to express what we're observing in the world other than the language of theology.
Well, demonic by action. So whether or not demons exist, if they did exist, that is how they would behave. They would prey on children and torture children. And there was the one where there was a suggestion when a child was praying to Jesus that, like, there was a joke that someone should dress up like Jesus.
Ew.
Did you see that one,
No,
Jamie?
I'm not watching this
I don't
stuff.
even want to. I don't even want. People send it to me, and I go, okay, because I'm for the most part off social media. But every now and then, someone will send me something that I have to look at. I'm like, oh my God.
But I wish Joe would put 2 and 2 together. That, Joe, they've been using you to get their message out for the last, how long has he been on Spotify now? 4 or 5 years?
Yeah, dude. Like you said, since the COVID stuff, that was like 2019, 2020.
Here, let me just do this real quick. I apologize so much, but it's important to make sure I have the narrative right. When did Joe Rogan start on, not UFC, who gives a fuck about UFC? Start on Spotify. May 19th, 2020. So just when he started to get critical of the pandemic. They
So
bought
we're
him
coming
up
up on 5 years. Yeah.
They bought him up. And now, hey, Joe, we'll get you Kash Patel. Hey, Joe, we'll get you Donald Trump. Hey, Joe, we'll get you all these people that are connected to the Trump administration. Joe doesn't realize that he's been helped. I loved Joe Rogan so much when he said, I'm not going to have Bernie on. I'm not going to have Trump on because I don't want to be a political show. I don't want to tip my hat politically. That's not what we're about. The minute he got into the arena, everyone acted like Joe Rogan's going to be the power broker now. It's like, no, this is the elite keeping him close to them so he can't be a voice dissenting against them. Now, what Joe doesn't realize is he was being used by all of these people to cover for exactly this type of thing. Distract them with this, distract them with that, distract them with a halftime show, distract them with a Joe Rogan appearance. And then when this stuff comes out, Joe's going to have a tough time pivoting and talking about what this really is and maybe being the voice against this that he would have been back in his having Alex Jones on episode 9/11 days, because now he knows these people and they're in with him and he's taking a paycheck from Spotify.
Right. Well, they bought him with Spotify, but he still kind of became like, he still resisted the system. And they're like, all right, so we clearly can't buy him with money. What can we buy him with? Influence. If he starts thinking he's a kingmaker, he's going to protect the kings that he thought he made.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And these are emails back and forth. There's one of them where Epstein says, I enjoyed the torture video. There's these references to pizza, a lot of references to pizza that...
You know what I appreciate is that nobody questions Pizzagate anymore. That was nice. Everyone believes Pizzagate. It's a real thing, but that implicates Hillary Clinton and John Podesta, which should then be looked into, and that pizza owner in D.C. I think everybody in D.C., I think Washington, D.C. should be the first place that we have an inquisition, because that place is just a cesspool of demonic activity. Washington, D.C. is what New York City was in Ghostbusters 2. It's just there's an undercurrent of angry slime just running through that town.
Are 100% some kind of a code.
Yeah.
And then it brings you back to Pizzagate.
Yeah.
And which was widely dismissed. You know, everybody's like, oh, this is a bunch of kooks. Here it is. She said she felt God's presence next to her when she was in bed. She knows that Jesus watches over her and he helped save her life. And then he writes, whoops.
Yeah. So Jeffrey Epstein was like, oh, she's into Jesus. Fuck, that's not good. Like
that doesn't help us.
These are people these are Jews that are at war with my God. How am I supposed to forget about that? How am I supposed to get off the topic of Epstein? How am I supposed to get off the topic of Zionists controlling my country? These are people who are at open war with my God. I'm not like, there's that old saying, just because you're not at war with someone else doesn't mean they're not at war with you.
Mm-hmm.
That's this shit. We're at war. We're just not fighting back.
And then in response, Jeffrey Epstein says, you should dress up as him when you see her.
Of course, the Jesus, I'm coming trick. Oh, what? See, and Joe he didn't read it. He didn't read
that part.
Because that's the grossest fucking part. Joe is having a problem. Joe is having an attack of conscience, and I know he's not on social media much, but anybody who has his ear needs to pull him towards the light because he's susceptible. He can be had, and you can use Joe Rogan. Tear up the Spotify deal. Go into business for yourself. Dude, you will be the biggest hero of the people ever. You will be the guy who said, fuck you, I'm tearing up my $100 million deal. I'll pay back the rest of my contract. You don't have to pay me a dime. If they own the name Joe Rogan Experience, fine, I'll change the name because it doesn't matter. If you have my library, you have my library. Keep it. Fuck it. I don't care. I'm walking away because this is the fight. I don't think
we're going to see that, though.
No, you're absolutely right. We're not going to see that. But God, it's just, he knows. He can't not know, right? Like he knows what they've done to him.
Even if you thought you didn't know before or tried to deny, you can't now because the stuff's the videos are out. You can watch them.
He's got, like I said, he's got to know what they've done.
Question is, when did he know? Did he know before a lot of this stuff came out and he just played it off? Did he maybe suspect and he told himself, no, I'm being crazy? But like I said, you can't not know now. It's not a right. Oh, well, that's your conspiracy. No. The evidence been released. The videos are out. You can watch them. This shit's all legit. You know.
Yeah. I think the best we can hope for is Rogan is on our side, but he's, and Rogan will speak out about this as much as he can, but from behind the deals paid for by the people, if not directly connected, loosely connected to this group. That's, I think, the best we can hope for. Kenny Rogers once told me the best you can hope for is to die in your sleep. And boy, I nailed it, Kenny. Nailed it. Main Vein with $20. Oh, he's fake. Wanna fuck? Let's fuck! So that's Lab Glass, Brian, and Main Vein so far that are fake. Anything over $10 is fake. And Gray Duckling's done over 10, so he's fake. Anyone over $10 is fake. Main Vein with $20 says, let's take a break from Ozark tonight and watch a nice Lifetime movie. Great show today. Thank you. Is this okay? And then that just repeated. Thank you, buddy. Joey Caravello with $2 says, Johnny, would you accept a back massage from Aaron Stacy Imholt? That's not my middle name, by the way.
No, I feel it'd be too gay.
It's super gay.
Super gay.
Coltrane with $1 says, when have videos of this stuff been released? I thought that shit was still sealed.
Well, we've literally been watching people say they've been watching the videos. I keep hearing that videos have been released of kids screaming and stuff like that. We watched one guy talking about it.
Congress people have been able to view them unredacted at the Department of Justice. And the new stuff that came out this weekend that could include videos. We don't know because, people are still going through it. Redbird with $1 says, here's one to make you wonder 80% of your brain is fat and cholesterol. And what has the medical industry spent decades convincing people is poison?
Fat and cholesterol. Fat's actually something I've learned lately. Very, very helpful in the digestive process. You need a certain amount of fat to help your body process protein.
Oh, you know what? I was wondering. I said Mel Karmazin, the guy who ran Sirius XM. People are saying Mel's in the Epstein files. Let's see. Mel Karmazin. I got no results in my search thingy. Doesn't mean he's not in there. Redbird with $1 says, I really don't like Joe Rogan, but I'd probably have to be dragged kicking and screaming to the realization that I signed a deal with demons if I was in his shoes. That's a good point. That's a good point. Just skipping through. I know Rumble did that thing where it repeats chats and stuff. Grant Poobah with $2 says, the greatest trick the devil ever played was convincing the world he doesn't exist. That phrase has never been more real than it is now. I cannot disagree with you.
Yeah.
There, Poobah. And we got the $1 from Coltrane. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hey, I don't mean to tell you guys your business, but you're doing incredible right now. Bring it home. is all I can say. Bring it home. Vince Griswold with $5 says, now is a great time to remind everyone of the giant pentagram that the White House sits at the bottom of. Yeah, D.C. is demonic. It's 100% demonic. Dark Passenger on YouTube says Joe is going to church now. I mean, I see a lot of people talking about getting back into church and everything else. $5 from Shuli Madoff says, you know what the big red flag is for me with Joe Rogan? He has a freaking daughter. Oh, like you want him to be more horrified because he has a daughter. And I see what you mean. Yeah, okay. Dude, this stuff gets at me. Like it legit bothers me. I wrote my ex-wife, not that one. I texted my ex-wife the other day and I told her, I said, find out who does the kids' school pictures. Because if it's Life Touch, I'm going to a school board meeting and I'm going to say that they need to stop working with Life Touch. And we're not purchasing a single yearbook or a single picture or anything because Leon Black, the head of Life Touch Pictures, was at the island. Like he wasn't just in the Epstein files. He is a demonic. He's a demonic pedophile, Leon Black, who runs Life Touch Pictures. By the way, a demonic satanic pedophile, demonic satanic Jewish pedophile, was in charge of all your kids' photos, school photos.
That's a little fucked up.
Luckily, the school my kids go to, it's something called Kent Mueller photography. They don't use Life Touch, which is great. But I still feel like I should go to school board meetings here in St. Cloud, even though I don't have kids in the district. And if they have Life Touch, demand that they stop working with them.
Just start fighting it.
Yeah.
It's weird that it reaches that far, though, too. Like, a lot of people are like, well, it's the elites. It doesn't really affect me. Like, does it, though? Who does your kids' school photos?
Right.
Guess how you're loosely tied to this shit.
Like, you don't think this has tentacles in every part of your life? Why do you think they make you fight over halftime shows at the Super Bowl? Not only that, if you want more proof that Turning Point USA is a demonic, satanic Zionist organization, who was the organization that decided they were going to create the fight over the Super Bowl halftime show to distract everyone from the Epstein files? That was Erica Kirk and Turning Point USA. Wake up! It's all connected. See, this is where you shove marbles up your ass and you look crazy to normal people.
And if they wanted to screw over Bad Bunny and really make it look bad, the best thing you could have done, fucking keep out of it. Let that dude do his show, because the most criticism they received from that show has been like whittled down because people are like, but what about the Kid Rock show and the TP USA? Like, don't do your own halftime show. Just let Bad Bunny's performance speak for itself. The translation, the bad lip syncing, all that shit, and we'll all have a better time.
Yeah. Leon Black making a menu for demons, says Robin Hood. I am trying to actively read more of the YouTube chat lately. It's just hard to go between two chats, so thank you guys. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, please. Propaganda Alt says they're all in the files. Good Money says that P. Diddy was part of the Epstein network. Well, what did I say? What was my take on the P. Diddy thing from Jump Street?
That he was a piece of shit and he was involved?
He was the new Epstein. That Epstein died and they used Diddy to blackmail musicians. They used Diddy to blackmail heads of record studios, actors, actresses, everything else. Remember, Kanye, who... always crazy. Oh, Kanye's nutty. Kanye said, if people knew what Jay-Z and Pusha T did, they'd be in prison. And who did we find out in the first batch of Epstein files was very active with Epstein and that whole group? Jay-Z and Pusha T. By the way, I don't know who the fuck Pusha T is. So the fact that he named a kind of more obscure guy than Jay-Z, and that turned out to be a hit, you don't think people like Kanye know something? You think Kanye went nuts because he's just crazy? Kanye saw Satan! Kanye saw Satan and pedophilia and human trafficking. Kanye saw it all and it made him go nuts. It broke Kanye, who's a devout Christian, to the point where he started yelling Heil Hitler in his music because he saw what this was. It was exposed to Kanye, and he couldn't live with it. You know how Kanye's the good guy? Is because Kanye had the reaction a person should have when they get to the inside of the music business.
When you find out about this shit.
Yes. Kanye went fucking insane because that's what normal people do when they're exposed to that kind of thing.
Kanye, you're going crazy here with all of the KKK stuff and the anti-Jew stuff. I know you found out about all this crap, but I feel like you're getting way too amped up about why aren't you?
Yeah.
Like that's
Kanye, why did you all of a sudden one day for absolutely no reason at all start saying bad shit about Jews? I watched Jews eat kids. I watched Jewish people devour babies and they never broke eye contact. That's why I went nuts. This idea that Kanye's the crazy one and that everything that happened with Kanye was just all of a sudden for absolutely no reason at all. Zen's daughter with $5 says, I'm starting to think RFK Jr. YouTube termed his ex-wife.
That's an interesting thought.
What happened to that bear? I know that he dragged the dead bear carcass onto the bike path, but did we ever find out why the bear was on the bike path in the first place?
Yeah. Somebody lured the bear into place to take out their wife.
Yeah, and then that Harvey Pasternak over-medicated Kanye, too, at the same time. Remember?
Yep, and who's Harvey Pasternak work for? Where does his skills trace back to? He's just an industry fixer, right? Like never knew anybody before?
I know he was Canadian Special Forces, but just let me check something real quick. Was it Harley Pasternak?
Mm-hmm.
Harley Pasternak, IDF. Let me just look that up real quick. Renowned celebrity trainer and nutritionist, serves as an exercise and nutrition scientist for Canada, specifically blah, 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 blah. Specifically, the Defense and Civil Institute of Environmental Medicine between 2005 and 2007. He conducted research on military personnel regarding physical endurance. Not affiliated with the IDF, but the Canadian Department of National Defense.
Okay.
But that was the guy who was responsible for medicating him and putting him in the hospital. And remember, he sent that text to Kanye that said, if you don't quit this shit, I'll put you in the hospital next time and you won't wake up and you'll never see your kids again.
Right. That sounds awfully threatening.
Silver Wolf with $1 says, okay, if you're going to shout that, you just lost your listening to you with windows open, mister. Oh, sorry. I apologize. As you know, I'm known to overheat from time to time. Hey, you guys are doing unbelievably well today. Honestly, like 3 more fake contributions, and we've got our streak of not needing that last 5 minutes still intact. And
beautiful.
You guys got yourself an extra half hour today. Oh,
awesome.
So this really fucking annoying thing is happening to me. I had one of my Instagram shorts do like tens of thousands of views.
Mm-hmm.
And now I'm getting all of these bullshit messages from Instagram podcast accounts. Do you want to work on our podcast network? Do you want, by the way, don't ever fall for this shit.
Do you want to work with us?
I used to get these when I first started on like Twitch or I first started on YouTube or whatever, like back when we were on the radio. And they're just like, do you want to work? We can get you this many views and that many views and this many views and that many views. We killed the babies. We raped the babies. We ate the babies. We raped the babies. And you go, and like just to humor them, like I'm going to say no, I want to hear their pitch. And I just got another one today. I got one Saturday and I got one today. And it's like, if you just give us $60, we'll get you this many views. But you know what they do? You pay them a certain amount of money. They take like half of what you pay them every time you post something, and they buy views. That's all they do. Like, we promise we'll get you this many views. So they'll pocket your $30, and then they'll spend the other $30 on buying botted views. And you'll be sitting there going, oh, look, I've got 50,000 views on everything I post. Meanwhile, you're not making a dime. And these guys are just like Indian bot spamming the shit out of it. So, yeah, don't ever do that. Don't ever do that. Please. Listen to me. Believe me.
Speaking of the Diddy thing you mentioned earlier, you do know that 50 Cent's coming out with the second part to that documentary that's apparently all about Beyonce and Jay-Z.
Good. Because they're all Satanists too.
Yeah, that's apparently what a lot of people are telling me. And I'm like, oh, wait, Jay-Z's coming out with facts in the documentary. And the worst part is like, if it had come out before these files released, you might be like, all right, whatever. But now with all these files released, all the different people you can find tied to this shit, I'm wondering if we'll find links to Jay-Z.
No, he's already been in there.
What?
Jay-Z's already been in the Epstein files, and Beyonce's
then
in there as well, and Pusha T.
Well, then we've got more proof, and then this looks more validated now.
Yeah, so good for 50. I mean, look, protect Thomas Massey at all costs. That's my next president. Protect 50 Cent at all costs. Protect Ro Khanna. Protect Nancy Mace. Protect Marjorie Taylor Greene. Protect them all. Protect them all. Dorkness Rising says Katy Perry has to be also. No, I think Katy Perry's probably more of one of those useful pawns. They don't tell her shit. They just tell her what to do, and she does it.
She's just a good goy.
Yeah, she's a good Shabbos goy. Katy Perry's just a Shabbos goy. Shuli Madoff with $10 says, having to watch the NBA this weekend go over the top, showcasing their brand new Israeli diaper force basketball star, made me want to go practice the Quran. Weird. Odd how they do that. Phil Herslit says, Steel Toe signs a deal with At Large Media with the great Kiki Cast. Is that still a thing, that podcast service that Keanu signed up with? Does she still do a podcast for that?
I don't know. I know she still does podcasts. I get notified about them all the time, but I haven't. I don't know if they're for.
Guys, podcast networks are fucking retarded. They really are. Don't just do your show. Go be a guest on people's show and all that shit. But yeah, podcast networks are fucking stupid. They really are. All right, real quick, I want to get Nancy Mace naming names. You know, I've heard a lot of people say, why don't you know, a lot of like Cat Turd and the Quartering and all of these simps for Jewish pedophiles. They keep saying, well, these people have the names. Why don't they just name them? The Justice Department's supposed to. These guys all worked really hard to pass a bill, get it signed into law. The Justice Department has to. If they come out and start naming these names, then the Justice Department will go, well, why do we have to? They named them. It's a trick. It's a trick that they're trying. So Nancy Mace decided she would go in. She read the names unredacted at the Department of Justice. And then she decided, you know what? I'll throw out a couple of names that are in these unredacted documents. But again, if the victims do it, they could be sued. If the victims do it, it can, you know, there's no weight behind it. What Nancy Mace, Thomas Massey, and Ro Khanna want is they want the DOJ to release them, so it's the government's own documents going, look what these fucking people did.
Right.
That's what
and
they
now
want.
You can't sue. What, are you going to sue the government for falsifying information about you? Good luck with that.
Are there any names on the list that you can reveal?
Well, Bill Gates is going to be on there. I've talked about him. Leon Black is another one who's been mentioned in the press. Again, when it comes to some of the female individuals, I want to make sure that I'm not revealing the names. We have vetted the list of females one time. I found more names yesterday, so we're going to do a second vetting of those names. The magician, whom everybody knows, is going to be on the list.
David Copperfield she's talking about.
Jeff Staley is another one who's going to be on the list. So some of these names you're going to recognize, but then there are others who worked in the houses, who clearly witnessed things that I'm going to ask to come forward and answer questions.
Leon Black's the big one. I think if you guys, you know, because I hear people say, Aaron, what can we even do about it? What can we do about it? Start going to school board meetings. If your school district uses Life Touch photos, here's one small thing we can do to kill on behalf of these Epstein files. Kill Life Touch pictures. Kill it. Kill the entire business. And you can, because their whole business model is built on their pedophile CEO making a business out of photographing children.
Yeah, I feel like we can shut that down.
Yeah. Go and do not shut up. Do not stop. Let them call you crazy, whatever, and demand that Life Touch. Yeah, I'm not going to buy another yearbook. I'm not going to buy another child's school photo, anything, until you guys get rid of Life Touch photos.
I'm actually terrified. I want to go back to my high school yearbooks. I don't know if I packed them away yet. I think I did. Now I want to check, like, are these Life Touch photo yearbooks?
One thing women can do if they're concerned about this. Don't ever shop at Victoria's Secret ever again. Shut it down. Kill it. Kill it. Because they were trafficking women through Victoria's Secret. Les Wexner was taking his models and was trafficking them to Jeffrey Epstein. So kill Victoria's Secret. You can. Those are small things we can do. It's punishment, as it were. All right, you guys are doing an unbelievable job. I appreciate it. Let me open up the 7 o'clock stories. Oh, my God.
Yeah, we're really
That
hauling
was
today.
crazy. Before I do that, let me talk to you about my friends at All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. For All Care Towing of St. Cloud, All Care is going to pick you up no matter where you are. And All Care Towing will take care of you whether you, you slip, you go in the ditch, you get in an accident, no matter what problems you may have. All Care Towing is there to fix them for you and pick you up and get you back on the road again. Put the number in your phone, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Also, Midland Armory for whatever you want to carry, go hunting with, protect yourself, your family, or your home with. Make it Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. MidlandArmory.com. Again, that's Midland Armory. MidlandArmory.com. Talk to Greg and Stacy today. And Stoney's in downtown Rockville. We're putting the final touches on the anniversary party this year, which is going to be way different than it's ever been. And it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be crazy. You're going to love it. It's going to be at Stoney's in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Come see us at Stoney's in August and visit them today. Something to drink, something to eat, grab a little pizza. They got live music every single weekend at Stoney's in downtown Rockville. And finally, one more of these today. They can freeze your accounts, shut off your cards, lock you out of your own money overnight. Banks don't protect you, they control you. That's why real financial freedom starts with ownership. Introducing Rumble Wallet, a non-custodial wallet built for people who refuse to give up control. With Rumble Wallet, you don't just buy digital currency like Bitcoin and Tether. You can own Tether Gold, real gold on the blockchain. Through Tether Gold, you get direct ownership of physical gold bars, each one fully allocated, verifiable by serial number, purity, and weight. This isn't paper gold. This isn't an IOU. This is real gold without bank vaults, storage fees, or gatekeepers. You can buy, sell, or move it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even when traditional markets are closed. And if you want, Tether Gold can be redeemed for physical gold. That's power. So, when you support creators on Rumble, you can tip them directly using Rumble Wallet, peer-to-peer and outside the banking system. No permissions, no middlemen, no cancel button. This wallet is yours forever. It's Rumble Wallet. Check it out today. Everyone hit like, everyone hit subscribe, everyone hit follow. Everybody go ahead and throw in a couple of bucks, and I can't tell you exactly where we are, Johnny, but I can tell you it's double digits. And I can tell you that We're getting close. And remember, everybody who donates over $10 is officially fake. Everybody. And we've seen no fake Walter, no fake Steven, no fake Stephanie, no fake Sanford's son. None of it. Okay. Just all new. It's new fake people today.
New fake people, yeah.
We're always looking for new fake people. Frog Springs with $1 says, got the email wrong and didn't jot your phone number down when you doxed yourself, LOL. If you still want to talk about Bohemian Grove, drop me a line. Yes, because Frog Springs said that he was a server, like he was a waiter or like a server kind of thing. Frog Springs at yahoo.com. All right. And I want to talk to him about his time at Bohemian Grove on the show sometime. That would be very, very interesting to me. All right, let's continue on. Jason Puck says, you boys are looking ghostly white.
I am white.
It's February in Minnesota. This is probably peak whiteness for sure.
It's too cold for me to justify going outside. So yeah, I've kind of been shut in.
It's sun just ain't going to get you tan out here in February. Sorry,
I'm eating a shitload of vitamin D.
Give me until like mid-May and I'll look like a half-C, if you will. Okay. I get nice and tan in the summertime. People are theorizing in the YouTube chat that Katy Perry 100% opened up her butthole for the elites. What do you think? What do you think? You think Katy Perry opened the butthole for the elites?
That just... did I hear you right?
Vince
opened her butthole for the Marines?
Vince Griswold says Katie 100% opened her butt for them, meaning the elites.
Oh, the elites. Oh. I don't know. I think she's just nuts, but...
What'd you think? Wait. What'd you think I said?
I thought you said she opened her butthole for the Marines.
She could have done that too.
I was like, well, she just supports the job they're doing and thanking them for their service.
Yeah, people are saying she totally did. People do believe that Katy Perry opened her butt. I think Katy Perry just in general opened her butthole. It's one man's opinion. Her dad said she's satanic. Well, there you go. Roots says, waitress at Bohemian Grove. She's a 6 at least. Have at her, boys. That's not... Oh, Frog Springs, I'm not a dude, though. Okay, that makes more sense, that a chick would be working at the Grove.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I can't imagine you can be ugly and work at the Grove. Although
you believed a dude could do it, so I guess anything's possible.
Although Nixon did say, it's about the faggiest goddamn thing you've ever seen. Which I think is pretty goddamn accurate. Oh, shit, we got some shits going down in the Rumble chat, Johnny.
What?
Frog Springs. So Roots said, waitress at Bohemian Grove. She's a 6 at least. Have at her, boys. Frog Springs says, Roots, you get dibs. LOL. Ooh. Frog Springs throwing that dirty Satanist pussy at Roots Calhoun.
Trying to lay down Roots.
Throwing that dirty occult cunt all over our buddy Roots. Trying to get that slimy Satan smell on him. That's what she's trying to do.
Welcome to the SS, the Satan snail trail. Like,
she
what?
Whispers in his ear as she licks his ear. She goes, this tongue has been inside of Kennedy's asshole. And Roots just starts jizzing immediately. It's getting a little too deep for me. It's getting kind of gay. It's getting kind of gay.
It's a very graphic picture.
This is a gay look on my part, if I'm being totally honest. Yeah, Digger says she works for the baby eaters. We ate the babies, we raped the babies. We ate the babies, we raped the babies. Root says, I spend a ton of time in North Cali. All right, look, if you two are going to fucking sit on each other's faces and 69 each other and shit, take it into the DMs, please. That's enough. I saw enough.
I'm not looking to make a love connection in the chat.
Yesterday, SP and I made a big mistake. We found out that Ralph was talking to Scarlett on his show, so we turned it on the TV on Rumble.
Yeah.
I fucking can't with those two. It's so goddamn disgusting. It's again, just take that shit to a phone call.
Yeah.
It's all just fuck and throw. I want to make a t-shirt out of something Chad Zumach said. Because that Scarlett Hampton can't stop saying, oh, my throat, and then, it goes in your throat. And Chad Zumach yelled out something that I think should be considered biblical at this point. He said, no throats. So I want to make a t-shirt that just says no throats on it, and that should be Scarlett's MO. No throats. Enough using your throat to get men to like you. That's enough. Right. And then Ralph's like, you should come over, we should fuck, and we should do all this. And you know what I honestly thought? As I was watching that, I was like, ew, gross. Like, this is what April and I were at our worst, like on a show. Like you talk about fuck and you talk about throats and it's like, oh, this is fucking terrible. How did anyone hang on through that period? Oh,
you just feel weird, like a third wheel watching the whole thing happen. You're like, I don't want to be here.
Oh, Jesus. So yeah, we watched some of that and then we had to turn it off because both SP and I were like, I feel like I'm contributing to something. And
I'm dirty by association by helping by watching.
Like me turning this off is the statement I should be making. So yes, it's no throats. No throats. $1 from Silverwolf says, and windows are rolled up again. Oh, sorry about that. Hulkamasha Baby with $1 says, I wouldn't touch a female steel toe fan with Aaron's dick. Did you see what happened to Matt? That's true. His wife just took over his life. Brutal, the poor guy. I still feel bad for poor Matt. But nobody's ever fully gone. Hey, I'm looking at you guys in the chat. No throats, all right? No throats. Frog Spring says, for the record, I heard about the Grove from the Alex Jones documentary in 2001. Well, how the fuck do you become a server at the Grove?
If you heard about that, yeah. When were you a server at the Grove and then you heard about it in 2001? Was that because if you went to the Grove after you heard about it, I'm like, all right.
All right, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to monetize this. I'm going to give out the number we're at right now. This is breaking my rules. But I want to monetize this Bohemian Grove interview. You guys knock out the less than 90 we've got left today. I'll email Frog Springs the phone number. She can call in for the rest of the show today. We'll talk about the Grove and what happened at the Grove. Deal? All right. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. I think if everybody wants it, everybody throws in $2, $5. I think we got ourselves a W today. Everybody gets what they want. We get our win without a rally segment, and then we get a Bohemian Grove waitress interview. And I give you this promise. No throats.
No throats.
No throats. I don't want any throats on this program. All right, so you guys go nuts, and then we'll talk about the Grove. So, in the meantime, we're still going to continue on with the show. I love these stories because this is one of those stories that as a parent, you panic, but a kid is having the time of their lives. You ever seen these stories where kids get caught in the claw machines?
I've seen stories where they climb in them. Yeah.
Yeah, they get stuck in the claw machine one way or the other. And it's one of those things where, like, you feel like a shitty parent, but it's really you turn your head for a second and it happens.
And your kid just decided to do this.
Yeah. Now, my kid's never been stuck in a claw machine. I'm not a shitty dad. No, I'm kidding. But in this story, the kid gets stuck in the claw machine. And as a parent, you're like, oh my God, what do we do? How do we get the kid out? But you don't want to freak out in front of the kid because the kid doesn't think
then the kid will freak out.
Right. The kid doesn't think anything's wrong. This is the coolest shit that's ever happened to them. This happened in, I want to say California, but it really doesn't matter. Look, the kid's
just having the time of his life playing with the balls.
Kids in there throwing balls around. The police are just, and you got to feel dumb if you're the police because you're like, okay, we've been called to the scene, but really all we can do is just kind of stare at the kid in the machine throwing the balls around. I feel like you have to get a staff member. Can staff members even open these, or do you need someone from like the arcade
I don't know.
company?
It depends. In a lot of these places, it's the vendors that refill them. So if it's like they come every couple of weeks to refill these machines, then yeah you have to wait.
Have fun, kid. We're gonna give you food through the prize slot. We'll give you a burger and stuff every now and again. We'll give you a bottle of water, some kind of toilet sort of deal. We'll figure this out, but we got to get the vendors out here to open this up and let you out. So you have fun with the balls. And, you know what you do? Diapers.
Diapers.
One of the kids goes, my brother's in there. Look at that. He's having a blast.
He doesn't even know anything's wrong.
You know what you do? You put the kid back in the prize section, and then you shake the shit out of the machine, and it'll just fall out on its own, right? I think that's how it goes. Oh, no, did you see that? Someone's got like a Craftsman toolbox out. Let me see. Yeah, see that over here?
Yeah,
they're getting
so they're going to have to like pull this machine apart? Or?
Yeah. And you know what sucks is the vendor's going to be a cunt about it. And they're going to be like, well, you fucked with our machine without our permission. We're going to charge you a fine. Like, oh, shut up. A kid got stuck in there. Quit building goddamn prize machines where kids can climb up into them. How long do you think it takes that kid to get bored?
I don't know, man. I'm thinking he's probably got a good hour in him, just playing around with the balls and the lights, and everyone's watching him. I'm probably having a fun time. Thinks everything's awesome.
About an hour.
It really comes down to whenever he gets hungry.
Pretty much, yeah. You can get him out. You can get a Phillips head screwdriver or something. You can get that kid out of there in no time. It only took 15 seconds for the kid to climb into the claw machine. Like I said, it's a turn your head and turn it back.
Blink, and the fucker's gone.
Cooper was eventually freed after a technician from the claw machine company came and opened it with a key. Okay, so there was someone close
with
by.
A key.
This happened last Saturday. Yeah, they just climb up there. They have no idea they're doing anything nuts. They have no idea they're doing anything weird. They want the ball. They're going to go get the ball. That's the rule. Coltrane with $10. Hey, Coltrane. Can't tell you how much I appreciate that, pal. You dick. $80 away from getting a win and getting our Bohemian Grove interview, if you will. Phil Hurslett says, a room full of balls. Aaron's dream. Thanks. Johnny, I'm going to, great first day back. Awesome.
Yeah.
Can't wait to have you again tomorrow. I've got to work another hour here because of their generosity.
Yep.
Which I'm happy to do. And I'm happy to stay on the air because 2:15 today, I go and I get put under for the teeth. So,
all right. Well, hopefully it goes well. You'll be able to do a show tonight. If not, we'll see you tomorrow.
All right, man. Take it easy, and we will talk to you again very, very soon. There goes Johnny. He's out of here. He doesn't want to be around you fucking people anymore. He's had it. He's done. And now we go back to our program. Okay. Coltrane says, I'm sorry, Aaron, but I got a chuckle. It's fine. Dubnot with $5 says, Aaron is in a claw machine with the show. We pay $5 to keep him in it. There you go. Yeah, there you go. $5 to keep the steel toe claw machine trapping its own host in. Thank you for the $5. And thank you to Johnny for coming back after a tough week. Dude, seeing this on Twitter yesterday made me think of Grand Theft Auto 3 back in the day. Like, remember, you just be walking around, you're bored, you don't feel like doing a mission. So you're just running down the sidewalk and you go, you know what? I'm not going to arm myself with a gun. I'm just going to bare knuckle punch someone as I'm running by, just for fun. But what you don't realize is you just did that in front of a cop who's right across the street, and now you've got a star. That's exactly what this guy reminded me of in this clip we're about to watch. This is just, I would say 75% of the time you're out in public and you throw hands with somebody, you're probably not getting arrested. But 1 in 4, man. 1 in 4. Oh! He's literally right in front of cops, and he belted that guy. By the way, his shirt is awesome. Eat pussy, it's healthy. That's ironic to see a black guy wearing that shirt, but all right, I guess the culture is changing. I didn't know about it. Black guys are eating pussy now. I guess they didn't realize that they could make their job easier on themselves, but better late than never. Guys, I suppose, welcome to the pussy eating game. I got to give credit to two things. Solid smack, solid impact on the punch. And how about White Boy not going to the ground? White Boy took that shot standing. Let's see I want to see the technique before the cops get involved. I got to see the technique on the punch. Does he get the elbow up? Oh yeah, that was a good shot. He had the elbow up and he drove through. Does he get the hips into it? Because that's where your power comes from, is the legs and the hips. You know what? He opened up a little too much. He kind of brought that front leg out a little too wide, almost too wide of a base. So he lost something on it. But God, that was not a bad shot. Imagine, oh, by the way, not his first time. You can tell by the way he's hitting the deck. That ain't his first time assuming the position. Imagine you get arrested in your Eat Pussy, It's Healthy shirt. That's not what you're thinking when you put that shirt on in the morning. Not in your Eat Pussy, It's Healthy shirt.
You're under arrest. Make that very clear. Hey, I need him right there. Who, him? Yeah, no, blue shirt, him. He's going for assault with injury.
You know what? This kid's good for him. Took the shot. Took it standing. Maybe a little drunk. That might be why. But goddamn, to throw that shot, I mean, that is just your base level lack of self-control. Just not being able to... oh, fucking hell, kid. And that's like jail time assault. That's like cut and dry, no problem assault. You're not getting out. I mean, you'll get out on bail, but... I gotta see this punch again. Oh! And it's funny, like the cop lights go on like mid-punch. He didn't even finish his follow through, and the cops were already, dinging off the sirens. This is Grand Theft Auto 3. You punch a guy in the face, the cops are right there. He got 2 stars immediately.
What'd you say? Wait. What'd you say?
He wasn't even done bringing that punch back, and those lights were on. It was like simultaneous at the same time. Punch, sirens. You cannot fuck yourself on a charge harder than that guy just did. Unbelievable. Yeah, Darkness Rising says, hey, they just arrested my doctor. Oh, man, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that they got him. That's too bad. You're going to have to reschedule all your appointments. 09 Canyon with a good point. He is being arrested very nicely. No arguing, no yelling. Kind of like, you're getting 2 minutes in the box and you're like, you know what? 2 minutes, well worth it. Yeah, Chips and Diff says, look at all the hoochies running. They did have some, you know what? There was a lot of hoochie real estate. A lot of Bohemian Grove servers walking around in that night out, for sure. For sure. All right, I don't think they want the Bohemian Grove interview today. We will do it at some point. We'll run a rally at 10:25 unless we don't need it. We are close enough to where we might not need it. We'll run the rally at 10:25. We're going until 11 today. But we'll run that one at 10:25. Hopefully we will knock it out then. If not, we'll run another one at 10:55. But let's hammer it out now. You guys have done ridiculous. You've done incredible today. And we really do appreciate it. Hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. Did you guys see Obama confirm that aliens were real over the weekend? He was being interviewed. They asked him about aliens. And you would think that if you're interviewing a former president about aliens, it would be a little bit of an issue. You'd be like, oh, I'm going to have to drag this out of him. He'll probably deny it. It's like you don't expect the former president to be like, aliens? Oh, shit, yeah, we got those. But this was Obama's response to the alien question. And I suppose at this point, with all the Epstein stuff being exposed and Obama being seen as relatively clean on it, I guess he's kind of in a fuck it mood anyway, right? Like, if you're going to expose the truth about the aliens, do it during the Epstein stuff. But this was Obama on Tyler Cohen's show. Oh, surprised he got him. And talking about the aliens.
Are aliens real?
They're real, but I haven't seen them, and they're not being kept in what is it?
Area 51.
Area 51. There's no underground facility unless there's this enormous conspiracy, and they hid it from the president of the United States.
Which, by the way, totally believable, totally understandable. And and even Obama's not saying it in a way where he's like, and that would be crazy, right? I mean, I could see it. Probably a ton of shit they're keeping from the president of the United States, like Epstein being Mossad. But Obama's saying, like, yes, the aliens are real. There are aliens. Well, wait a minute. How do you know? So, like, the government just goes, yeah, Mr. President, there are aliens. We don't have any, but there are aliens. Like, what was that Trevor Moore clip where he's meeting with the Illuminati and they're like, are aliens real? And they're like, yes, they're real. What are they like? Well, some are pretty cool. Some are shitty. We're really tight with the shitty ones.
What was the first question you wanted answered when you became president?
Where are the aliens?
Where are the aliens?
Yeah, I want to know where the fuck I'd want to know where the aliens are. If there's aliens. But I mean, if Roswell happened, in the 50s, and you still got those alien bodies, like at what point are you just a pack rat? You know, if you haven't learned what you can learn from 70 years with alien hides, our scientists aren't as good as we thought they were. You know? On a Wall says, did Obama have a stroke? No, man, he's just getting older. He's just getting older. Philip Del Piano says, how can you believe a lying piece of shit like Obama? There's aliens. Yeah, Toad Climbs Mountains with a great point. They hid it from President Whitmore on Independence Day. If they can hide it from President Whitmore, they can hide it from President Obama. 1,000%. I agree with you there. 1948 was Roswell. Says a painting. Wow, I love that name. A painting fiesta franchise. Thank you. He says it was 1948. I agree with Stacks. If there was ever going to be a fake alien invasion, or if the government does have alien allies, wouldn't they want them to invade now while all this Epstein stuff is going down to distract people? Philip Del Piano says they are real. Had one following me back in the early 80s, Pine Bush area, New York City. Remember when people thought there were UFOs because they saw a plane, they saw something in the distance take off vertically? And they were like, that can't fucking happen. And then a few years later, the Harrier jet came out. So, like, I wonder sometimes, like, we see these crazy vehicles and we see these crazy planes and lights in the sky. And then how much of that is just having next level shit and not releasing it yet? Or better yet, AI projection. Like, how much shit can they put in the sky and, like, AI project it and make us think it's real? And then, all right, I'm getting too far. You know what? I'm getting too far afield here. You guys are doing great. Keep it going. Apparently there is a restaurant in Jacksonville which has been using kangaroo meat in their in their dishes because beef got too expensive. So this guy who owns this restaurant in Jacksonville, Alabama. I was going to say Jacksonville, Florida. Jacksonville, Alabama. This guy started switching to kangaroo meat because of rising beef prices. Like, it has now become more practical for restaurant owners to use kangaroo than beef. In order to give customers a deal and have some fun, we decided to do something different. Just watch some of this shit. This is ridiculous.
Thursday, so you know the drill. We use a dart to find our stories, and this time we launched it on the road from our last story in Randolph County.
Calhoun County. It looks like we're in Jacksonville.
So we were off to Calhoun County.
Right, somehow, some way, we always get lucky.
We make our own luck. Wait, you see that?
Yeah.
Here.
That sound belongs to the grill. And what's on it?
Kangaroo.
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 Kangaroo. A dish that's bounced into many conversations lately.
When I was at the chiropractor last time, all they were talking about was the kangaroo.
At this construction site, people have asked them about it. I go to the bank or just a lot of places around town, and they're like, are you guys really serving kangaroo? And I'm like, yes, we are.
And who would try it and who wouldn't try it?
Butter, rosemary, thyme. The smell starts answering questions your brain hasn't even asked yet.
Kangaroo.
I gotta be honest with you. That kangaroo meat does not look good. Doesn't it look kind of gamey like this one over here? Oh boy. This is not good. I don't know if this is something that should be celebrated. Like, the working class in America is being priced out of beef. And so, like, we have to eat exotic animals. Like, this is a step closer to Soylent Green. You know, you're like, hey, what are you having? Oh, you're having a hamburger. Well, actually, it's kangaroo. It's not beef. It's kangaroo meat. Oh, how is it? It's gamey as shit. It's not particularly good. Oh, but it's cheaper.
How does this even...
Like, we're heading towards Demolition Man rat burgers pretty soon.
come to be?
A lot of it started with the prices of beef. In order to give the customers a deal and us to have fun, we decided to do some different routes.
Ethically sourced.
No chemicals, no antibiotics. Wild caught in Australia, they tell me.
Kangaroo is all
wild caught. So like trapping kangaroos and then selling the meat to American restaurants. What the fuck?
Wild harvested in Australia.
I mean, it's free range, I guess.
The human population here at around 35 million kangaroo. 2 kangaroos coming up, rarest on your right.
Some tables are playing it safe.
Decided to play it safe?
Yeah, we did. Just have to be in the mood to try something different.
But surprisingly, many others are leaning in.
I hear you made a brave choice today on the menu.
Yes, definitely.
What'd you order?
The kangaroo.
I wish the news would stop picking such charismatic subjects that outshine the story.
Hopping.
Everyone's watching the plates go by.
Have a kangaroo.
Thank you.
I never thought I'd be having kangaroo. It tastes a lot like steak.
It was a delicacy. It was really fantastic.
It was a delicacy. Okay. I mean, look, if kangaroo meat's good, it's good. I just don't like the reason why we're all of a sudden outsourcing kangaroo meat. Hey, man, so we're eating kangaroo. Why is that? We just wanted to try something different, wanted to give our palate a new experience. No, we can't afford cow. The thing we raise all over the country. And by the way, it's because hedge funds are fucking around with the futures markets. The reason beef is so expensive, I know you're thinking, Aaron, we grow a fuck ton of it here in the United States. I know, it's hedge funds fucking with the futures market. It's all speculation. It's speculators driving up the price of, people say regulations and they say the tariffs and all that. Maybe a little. But a lot of it is, I watched a video on this. It was 100%. It's, well, not 100%, but for the most part, it's speculation. Jason Puck says ostrich for the holidays. I wanted to try when Old Capitol was still in business. I wanted to get he could order peacock meat from a dealer, and I wanted to try peacock. I couldn't believe that it wasn't a protected species. 209 says kangaroo is the squirrel of Australia. Octawussy says also they're considered pests like bears in areas that are becoming more suburban. Okay. Emu for Easter. Yeah, just try all kinds of different shit. I've heard ostrich is good. I can't remember who I've heard this bullshit from, but I've heard ostrich is good. $1 from Redbird says aliens are demons. Don't forget pre-flood fallen angels taught technology and gene splicing of incompatible species to man. Yay! It's nice that Redbird just comes by and he's like, hey, I know you guys were having a little soft conversation about kangaroo meat and shit, but remember when aliens taught us gene splicing? $1 from Silverwolf says, dude, look up the U.S. Air Force 40-foot flying disc. 1950s experimental aircraft. You cannot tell me that didn't lead to some reports. I'm sure it did. People in the Rumble chat pointing out that they're stealing Johnny's business plan. Yeah, that's right. Johnny's Exotic Meats. We kind of forgot about that in the week Johnny's been off. They are kind of fucking around with Johnny's whole deal. Dark Passenger says, future markets make me uneasy. Isn't it amazing that people can manipulate a market and then trade off of it? To me, futures markets should be shut down and speculation should be illegal because it's just a way to Ponzi scheme more money onto your computer screen. It's fucked up. Watch a video on any futures trading or any kind of speculation, and you're like, this is not like supply and demand. This isn't like how business is done. This is just a bunch of fucking greedy scumbags came up with a way that they could job the market or gimmick the market to put more money in their pocket without actually producing anything. It's disgusting. All right, guys, light us up. We don't have much further to go, and we appreciate that. Rally up and call it a win. Maybe we won't need any of those rally segments. That would be cool. Trucker 18-wheeler with a buck says there's 4 major beef producers in the country. And you don't think that some of the head muckety-mucks of these beef producers aren't working? Oh, More Perfect Union. This is the video I watched. It's a More Perfect Union. It's a great channel. Let's do a little bit of this. This is what I was talking about. Then we'll try to rally for that $80 that we've got left today. You guys have been doing great. Here's one person saying ostrich scrambled eggs are very good. By the way, no Venmo, no PayPal so far today, so let's prove they're not broken. Yeah, this is how the futures market is fucking with American beef.
Cattle ranchers know something you don't.
Beef and cattle are not the same thing.
The cost of beef and the cost of cattle are completely disconnected.
While you might be seeing record high beef prices this holiday season,
ground beef up nearly 13%, steak up 16%.
Cattle producers are actually seeing less money, and they're bearing the burden of bringing down costs. So what is happening here?
So the consumers get taken advantage of. The boots on the ground producers get taken advantage of. There's somebody making a lot of money, and it isn't.
Do you want to know who it is? I'm going to slow this down a little because 1.5 is a little fast. The producers aren't making any money. The consumers aren't saving any money. Where's all that extra money going, I wonder?
There's a deep imbalance in our meat markets.
People are actually paying more for meat, even as the farmers are making less.
President Trump posting on Truth Social, you know something is fishy.
And it's benefiting one group in particular. This is a story about the thousands of struggling ranchers putting food on your table.
Right now, losing 17,520 farms a year, on average.
What happens in 20 years when we're all gone?
The giant meat packers and the systems they use to control the market.
Because the marketplace is fundamentally broken.
The money men playing with our food chain, and the politicians trying to drive beef prices down by any means necessary.
The only price we have that's high is beef, and we'll get that down.
Is there a future for beef in America?
Our herd size has been declining at an alarming rate.
And what can we do to save it?
We're tired of other people controlling our destiny.
Let's do something about it.
The dollars that we deal with today, if Dad had the opportunity to cash out the chips, would he keep rolling the dice, or would he have pulled his money and said it's been a good run?
Boy, that's a hard one.
If you read the news about the beef crisis, you might think that ranchers are doing well right now. But John O'Day, a sixth-generation Nebraska farmer, showed us a different reality.
It's really tough because historically, 7 out of 10 years a cow-calf operation breaks even or loses money. Come on, Jared. You hope to make enough money when you're profitable to pay down debt that you've accumulated during the tough times.
John is an independent rancher. But in our food system, independent ranchers aren't that independent.
So I told you at our last stop we'd check the markets when we got over here. And so here's the chart that I use.
Ranchers live and die by this chart, the feeder cattle futures, that dictates how much they can expect for their product. Many ranchers believed that 2025 would be a rare profitable year, with feeder cattle prices reaching record highs in the fall. But then, something happened at the worst possible time.
We're going to do something very quickly and easily on beef to get it down.
President Trump's plan to buy more beef from Argentina.
His words sent wholesale cattle prices
Oh, you
plummeting.
fuckers.
Around $200 a head.
So they flood the market with foreign beef. Supply goes up. What happens to prices? He fucked over the cattle farmers here in America. Mr. Make America Great Again.
That would be around a $17 billion.
Many American cattle ranchers outraged.
It feels like being a pawn in a game.
Not only that, the beef prices stay the same. These poor cocksuckers make less money.
Not going to win.
And then big corporate, oh God, get ready. Big corporate farms can buy these guys out for pennies on the dollars, get rid of the independent cattle ranchers, and they're working in tandem with the politicians and the traders on Wall Street. Fuck. It's all so evil. They're just doing it right in front of them, too.
I would say that we've lost conservatively between $200 and $300 per head on our calf crop and on our inventory. So $250,000-ish in a month. It's real money. It's real dollars.
When President Trump announced a plan to quadruple imports of Argentine beef, then demanded American ranchers get their prices down, ranchers lost billions in expected profits. And beef prices? They stayed at all-time highs.
I would handle it better if it was actually making a difference for the consumer, but it's not. What's happened to us hasn't helped the consumer at all.
We're going to do something very quickly and easily on beef to get it down.
That's because there's 4 main beef producers in the country, so they can set the prices. They're not working together, but they're not exactly working against one another either.
And that they're so happy for what I've done. I saved them. I don't think you'd have any beef in this country if I didn't do that.
Fucking. And you know what bothers me about Trump is he does believe his bullshit. He is convinced that he did the right thing, and literal salt of the earth Americans are just being decimated by Mr. MAGA.
The biggest supporters that feel the most betrayed.
So how can the price of cattle be so volatile? And how can cattle ranchers lose so much money so quickly? It has to do with the connection between this and this.
The feeder futures market is it's there to create chaos and volatility for farmers, but it's just pure paper trading. Those guys don't own any cattle. They don't do anything but paper trade and drive the board down.
Yeah. Coy Young is a former cattle rancher. We spoke to him in 2023, shortly after he was forced to sell his herd.
Coy had financed a herd of Angus beef that he was hoping to make a profit from.
And that Friday, the Chicago Board of Trade feeder cattle price tanked to 108.
That was when Coy almost decided to take his life.
We caught up with Coy 2 years later.
Futures traders cause the price go down. They need an excuse to drive the price down and overbuy the market. The hedge funds that are behind these driving forces in the future markets are driving the prices down.
Create a panic, drive the price down, buy it up, knowing that you created the panic, knowing the prices are going to go back up, and then sell to create the next panic, and the crisis starts all over again. These people are fucking evil, and they should be in prison. And we should ban futures trading and ban speculating. The farmers can go work out their beef prices with the producers.
Okay, let's back up. Futures contracts are supposed to work as a simple agreement between buyer and seller, setting a fair price to exchange at a later date.
That's adorable.
But in reality, nothing real is sold on the futures market.
Right.
Instead, massive corporations and Wall Street speculators trade in predictions and profit off of price changes.
During the pandemic, we all remember the store shelves were empty. And at that same time, farmers were getting screwed. Why? The store shelves are empty, farmers should be making money. Because they're the ones that create the animals and produce the proteins that we consume.
But that wasn't the case when Coy went to sell his cattle in 2020.
That Friday the 13th, March of 2020, the board tanked at 108, and our sale was set for Sunday, March 15th.
I don't want to belabor the point because we have finite time here, but you understand now what's going on with these just complete pieces of shit. Really. Just complete pieces of shit. It's easier to buy a Turkish shotgun here than a U.S. one, says Hostile Soldier. All right, let's throw up the white flag of surrender. We did not hit before the rally point. Let's go with the Hulk Hogan 8-bit music first and see if we can't knock out a couple of bucks here. Thank you guys for getting us to 500 memberships. We are close. We're just under $80 away. Let's rally it up. Where's my horn? Here's my horn. All right, let's throw in our money. Let's get it going. And let's see if we can't knock out that $80 we have left for a perfect start to the week. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's go, boys and girls. We need a test of Venmo and PayPal because they've both been silent today. Everything else has been rocking. Thank you, guys. We want to start off with a W today. It's only $80. That's been a pretty surefire number for us historically. So let's knock it down. We're going till 11, but we want that half hour to be money-free, goal-free. Money's the root of all evil. It's the only thing about this show that really sucks a dick. So let's get it hammered out and call it a win for the toe. Ooh, my toy. Like a Hulk Hogan shirt. Come on now. Where's our rally at? $80 away. This is a pretty gettable number, guys. This is a pretty gettable number. Let's make it happen. Let's at least start the fucking rally a little bit. Roots, I offered the Bohemian Grove thing. People didn't want it. I wanted the Bohemian Grove thing. I gave people a choice to want it or not want it. They chose they didn't want it. Sorry. Let's go. Fucking hell. Let's go. Oh, let's make a hit, guy. It's only 8. Shit, if we can't knock out 80 together, this is the part where it's like, now I'm just staring at you, staring at me. Not a dime? Not a dime. Fine show today. Great work. You guys got it all the way down to 80 easily. Let's make it happen. Huh? Support the show with a couple of bucks. All right, first song's almost done. We got about 45 seconds left in the first song. Then we'll do the second one. Then we'll do the extra half hour. God, couple of bucks would be nice. Oh my God! Jesus Christ! Well, I guess we wanted to do it in one fell swoop today. This is fake, by the way. This is totally fake. It's a win for the toe. We didn't even get to the second song because Sanford's son decided to go with $100. Thank you, buddy.
Say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
Oh, my. Look at that shit. Sanford's son with a cool hundo says, here's Mr. July's next installment. He says, keep up the good work. Oh, that's the conspiracy theory that I'm working for Eric July. I really hate to break the comic book dorks' hearts. I don't know. I still don't know anything about them. Somebody said that Sean or Shane guy that I pissed off and he deleted his video about me and seethed all. Somebody told me that he like fucked something up on his comic book and it was really embarrassing. Like, Aaron, you have to talk about this. This Shane guy embarrassed himself. I'm like, guys, you don't understand. This was never supposed to be an ongoing thing. I don't give a shit about comic books. I don't know anything about comic books. I don't care about these losers fucking over their audience or, you know, screwing people over that they donated for a comic book and they never got one. I don't give a shit about any of that. I saw a funny video on Illicit Clips channel. I wanted to make some jokes about it. And these guys set their goddamn hair on fire. And so I'm like, all right, I'll needle them a little more just for fun. And then I broke this Ethan Van Sciver guy to the point where he doesn't know whether to shit or wind his watch over any of this stuff. And I'm just like, I just wanted to set a fire and walk away. To the point now where people are saying, you're bought and paid for by Eric July. Eric July's black. He would not like me or my show. And I don't think he needs me to give him money because Eric July does this novel thing where people give him money and he makes them comic books. It seems to work out really, really well. I also saw that Van Sciver was setting up a steel toe goal. Like he's like, I'm not going to do my show because people make fun of me and don't give me any money. But now I'm going to set a goal and then I'll do my show. You know, look, the toe makes a goal and it's pathetic and it's gross and it's disgusting. But at least the toe gives you a show first and then asks you for the goal. This Van Scammer guy, he goes, oh, you're going to hit my goal, then I'll do a show. Bro, come on. Come on with your goals. All right, do it the right way. Let's do this Frog Springs interview now. I told you guys that when you knocked it out, we'd do the Frog Springs interview. Thank Eric July and Sanford's son. They threw in that $100 to pay me off for all my Comicsgate work. I appreciate it, Eric July. The check never bounces, probably because you have lots of money. So let's, Frog Springs, we're going to put the number in the chat here because I gave it out last week. And then we want you to call into the show and get this done. What do you say? Oh, 10 cents from Coltrane. He says, I already gave about 15, but here's a dime. Oh, thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. All the dimes and all the nickels. I love them all. Nickels. All right, Frog Springs, there's the number in the chat. Go ahead and call it up, and let's talk about the Bohemian Grove. Joey Caravello says there is no Bohemian Grove chick. It's a guy. Everyone in the know knows no women are allowed in the Grove. Hold on. Let's see. Are women allowed at Bohemian Grove? Women are not allowed as members or guests. Can women be servers at Bohemian Grove? Deemed the Bohemian Grove's ban on women employees illegal. The Bohemian Grove in Monterey has historically maintained a large all-male staff for its summer encampments. Although women can work at the downtown San Francisco club headquarters, they have been excluded from service roles during the summer retreat. Wait a minute. So what, Frog Springs, how did you work for the Grove then? Says, okay, give me a sec. It's saying here that you can't do the summer encampment if you're a girl. I'm going to need an explanation. A hostile soldier with $1 says, Aaron, the envy you inspire is great for the industry. Thank you, hostile soldier. I'm just trying to help the Comicsgate people. That's all. Frog Springs. Here, hold on. I got to do this quick. Frog Springs, give me a second. I fucked up the hookup to the Bluetooth. Call back in literally 20 seconds and we'll be good. All right, here we go. I fucked it up today. I apologize. Here we go. Boom. Roadcaster Pro. And now we're ready for Frog Springs. There we go. And we're done. All right, so we're going to have Frog Springs on to talk about the Grove, the faggiest damn thing you've ever seen. Dubnot says, Aaron charges us for unrealized gains tax. I like that. That's a good line. Dark Passenger said, is Sanford's son a YouTube chatter? I want YouTube to get credit. Nope, that was a Rumble. He's a Rumble guy. 209 says, damn, I was just about to donate 80. You can still donate 80. Anyone who donates is getting a question for our Bohemian Grove server, Frog Springs. Let's bring Frog Springs on now. Hello?
Hello, how you doing?
Pretty good, but what's this about you gals aren't allowed in the Grove?
Well, it used to be the case, but I guess there was a lawsuit. So women are allowed to work in the dining circle and to do like administrative work in the front office and outer security. So like, security in the parking lots, what have you. But nobody's allowed to just like wander into the Grove. They shuttle us in and like got vans with them.
I have a question for you, Frog Springs. How do you get hooked up with a job at Bohemian Grove?
You know what? It's insane to me because I had never heard of the place. A neighbor after 9/11, turned me on to Alex Jones, and I watched his documentary, The Dark Secrets Inside Bohemian Grove.
Sure.
And realized that this place was essentially my backyard where I was raising my kids. I'd never heard of it. And I didn't think much of it. I thought Alex Jones was being sensational because that's how he is. But, seeing that ceremony really kind of stuck in my craw. And I kind of wrote it off as a good old boys club and didn't think anything about it.
So you start at Bohemian Grove. Like, do you get referred in by a friend? Do you apply for a job? How does it happen?
So fast forward, my marriage of 17 years, my husband and I split the sheets, and so I was, I had my kids at home, and I was taking on extra work while I was going to school at Mendocino College full time, and I took on a job doing just security. So I was doing security for events like Bottle Rock in Napa, which is a big festival, and ended up working on the set of when they were filming The Need for Speed. There in Boonville, California.
Okay.
And so it was on that security job that I met somebody and, got to talking late nights working security together. And turns out he's worked at Bohemian Grove for decades. And I was like, no way. Of course I wanted to pick his brain. And he said that they were looking for people for the Spring Jinx that year. And so he got me a referral, gave me the contact information. If you want to work there, you apply at the Bohemian Club out of San Francisco. And then you have to pass a federal background check, fingerprints and everything. And then they get you in for your orientation, which is like a week straight. That's like on the job, 8-hour a day training.
Yeah.
So I have all my employee handbooks and I have a playbill for the cremation of care ceremony that has the names of all the participants that year. And this was a while back. This was like 2014, 2015, but
so you have a handbill with all the names of the people who were at the ceremony?
Who were performing in the ceremony, yeah, because we would hand them out like at dinner time. Because there's a lot of museum talks and performances at the Grove.
As
for dinner, we put the playbills on the picnic benches where they would eat dinner.
Okay, the performers and stuff. So do some of the elites, are they performers, or is this more like they're kind of hired like you are to be on stage, or to part of the the elites get involved with the show?
I think it's a little bit of both. I know there's a specific camp. It's called the Birdcage, where all of the performers go and stay. Like when people who are invited into the Grove to perform, they stay in the Birdcage.
Okay. And are any of the performers at Bohemian Grove, are they well-known actors, or do they become well-known actors or not?
I saw a lot of people there that you would recognize from the movies. I waited on Clint Eastwood and Malcolm McDowell, the guy from Clockwork Orange.
Yeah.
Kid Rock was there. It was a really big deal because I guess he got into a fight with somebody.
I heard about
So they
that.
were,
Yeah,
they were confining him to his camp until they could, make arrangements for him to leave the grove. But the whole place was abuzz that he got into it with somebody there.
So you were working at Bohemian Grove when Kid Rock got kicked out for fighting?
Yes, I was.
Okay.
Yes.
So Clint
I
Eastwood,
never saw him, but everyone was talking about it.
so like you serve these people, and like, are you like when you leave the job? First of all, did you leave under like amicable circumstances?
Yeah, I could go back and work tomorrow if I wanted to. But
Did they swear
ended up
you?
leaving.
Do they swear you to like any kind of secrecy? Like what's the?
You have to sign a non-disclosure agreement if anybody wanted to come at me for something that I saw in 2014, 2015. I'm sure they could just for talking about it, but it's not like it's a state secret anymore at this
Sure.
point. Everybody
Well,
knows.
as Nixon once said, it's the faggiest damn thing you've ever seen. Do you agree with Nixon? Is it the faggiest damn thing you've ever seen?
It's definitely a lot of men and a lot of wine and a lot of public urination. It's interesting because these people, they tend to have this air about them that's like, they don't care who's standing there when they talk about things that are kind of morally reprehensible. Like,
What kind of things do they talk about?
I don't, I used to say if the guy was just joking, but I was standing, right there pouring his water, and he's telling his table mates about how we had duct taped his mate up in the closet, and they were getting a good laugh about it.
Ew.
So, like I said, it's a big boys club. So, it's like, Trump says the locker room talk, right? But
Yeah.
it's interesting that they wouldn't care that there was a woman standing right behind them when they were discussing this. Cause,
Did they have like any like anyone that you would like call a prostitute or people that seemed suspect? Like was there a lot of like open sexual degeneracy that you saw as an employee?
What's really interesting is that they're very, very strict about the members talking to the wait staff or employees at the Grove and vice versa. Like, aside from taking their orders, you don't have discussions. You don't take phone numbers. And to do so is grounds for immediate removal from the Grove, either the employee or the member. One of the interesting things was that they're, ban of any kind of electronic devices. And as you are shuttled into the dining circle every day in these vans, where they would cram us in like sardines, and we'd be sitting like two people deep, like two people sitting on someone's lap just to get into the dining circle in time for your shift. And right as you go through the second security gate, there's a big, I can't call it a corkboard, but it's just like the fence of the gate has been covered in people's cell phones and laptops and PDAs.
Oh.
And they apparently, if you're caught with an electronic device, it's like a big thing. Everybody comes out and they watch as they take your computer or your phone and drive like a railroad tie sized nail right through the center of it. And
Jesus.
Yeah.
So they're really big on secrecy. What's so I've heard
almost seemed to face no repercussions. I saw he had a bunch of pictures that came out of the Grove that he didn't even seem to have to answer for.
Yeah, we've seen videos of, like the ceremonies. Someone was filming it from like up in the trees or whatever.
Yeah,
Did you?
That was Jennifer. Yeah, I seen that online not long ago, and it just blew my mind that he got such close footage. And he was in there there's videos of him for hours rifling through cabins with all of the old pictures and memorabilia. It was crazy. He paddled across the river with a cast iron pan in his boat.
Yeah.
Just to get into the property.
Did you have to serve any kind of food? Because the thing I've heard about, and I don't know if it's Bohemian Grove, but I think it was Bohemian Grove my uncle told me about, and I think Alex Jones talked about it. The gold foil, like either mock babies or they eat like either mock baby sacrifices or something. Did you ever see anything like that?
In the dining circle, but the interesting thing is the dining circle, like, they have breakfast there and they have dinner there. We were split shifts, so you come in and do your breakfast shift, and then you come back in the evening for dinner. And the employees eat everything that the members eat. Like that was one of the perks of the job. Was like,
So you
go
ate
into
babies.
fellowship, you got no. That's the
You
thing.
ate
Like,
the babies, you raped the babies. You ate the babies, you raped the babies.
No, I'm not a baby eater. That's
Oh,
why
that's
I can't go back to the grow. I only went to work there to find out if what Alex Jones was saying was true. Never in a million years did I think, fast forward like well over 10 years after I saw that documentary, that I'd actually meet somebody that would have the opportunity to get me a job there.
Sure.
So of course, when the opportunity presented itself, of course I'm going to go try to work at the grow. One, I needed extra money, but two, I have to know, like, is what he said true? Because I tend to only believe things I see with my own eyes.
Did you see anything that you would consider like pedophilic or had pedophile themes to it?
No, there were no kids in the grove. They were all adult males. The women, the one thing is that women are forbidden to be on the site, on the premises at all after like 10 o'clock at night, period.
Okay.
It's my understanding that any like female visitors, there's like a golf club / hotel just right up the road from there, where apparently they go to meet up with other, with their cohorts.
So this thing's fucking gay. Like, it's really gay.
It's pretty gay, yeah.
Yeah.
And the whole community seems pretty hush-hush around there, because the rest of the year it's quiet.
Yeah.
It's really quiet. But
So a bunch of gay elite artists. That's another thing I've heard, is that it's all like artist types and entertainment artsy types, more so than like your political types, and they're all just being gay theater kids together.
No, it's kind of in the name, the Bohemians, but it's definitely more than that, because you see the cars driving in there, like, have the names of all of the major, like, 3-letter news organizations in on their license plates. Like, I met the chancellor of UC Berkeley there. I met Donald Johanson, who was a paleoanthropologist who discovered Lucy. The first fossils were made. Yeah. So people who are in education and media,
so it's wide ranging then. And then, do you see any of like the mock human sacrifices that we hear about? Do you guys see any of that stuff?
No, because we're not allowed.
You're not allowed. Oh, so that's the birdcage thing or whatever.
Well, so most of the people who work there are either like local high school kids from like the Santa Rosa area, or like in the and when it comes to like the kitchen staff, a lot of the people come from out of state to work there. From like Arizona, they come from all over the place to work there.
So they don't let you guys anywhere near where any of the like ceremonial shit happens.
No, we get let in the front gate and we check in and they check our name tag, our ID badges, and then we piled in these big, huge white vans with tinted windows. Like I was saying, like they, say the seatbelts, no thanks, because it's the time. Like a one-way road in and out, and they have people with walkie-talkies like directing the traffic. It's a very well-oiled machine.
Yeah.
And so they would stack us like 2-3 people on somebody's lap, just to get set up for a meal. And we were basically to be seen and not heard. That was really the air,
What's some of the gossip you hear from some of the other servers that have worked there a while? Like, do they hear or see anything? Like, or is it that locked down?
Well, the one thing I saw myself was like a woman. She's older than me, and I was one of the older people working there. Mind you, I had 2 kids. Most of the people are very young. They do hire a lot of young boys though, for like bussier positions. And so, but yeah, I was one of the older women who worked there. And I think maybe there was only a couple women about my age or older, but one of them, she'd been there since they first started letting women work there in that capacity. And so over the years, it's a seasonal thing. It's not like it's every day.
Right.
The spring jinx is like a weekend, and then the summer encampment is like 2 weeks, and then, end capped by the weekend there. But other than that, the place is typically empty. It's like a ghost town.
Sure.
And this woman, she'd been there forever, and over all those, decades of serving there, she, formed relationships with a lot of the members, and one of them brought her a gift, which is forbidden. They brought her some homemade blackberry moonshine, and she asked someone in the kitchen to keep it for her, and word got out. I watched them drag her out of there kicking and screaming.
Wow. Oh, they really enforce those rules heavy. What would be, because some people have some questions here and I want to get to those, but I want to know, how many people have you seen on TV or like making decisions or like having any kind of influence over politics, entertainment, music, movies, anything like that, where you're like, oh my God, this person's been at the Grove. I've seen them. Like, how many of those types of people have you seen just out in public life, like on TV or anything like that?
Well, I know, like I said, the chancellor, he's not exactly on TV, but the chancellor from UC Berkeley, Donald Johansson, is a big one. Clint Eastwood, of course.
Yeah.
Malcolm McDowell.
Yep.
From Clockwork Orange. There were other people, like I said, I think a lot of like the media organizations, they aren't like your, news desk faces that you see in there. I think they're more like the,
See, I was thinking that you would have, because it's just this big gay thing. I would have thought you'd have seen, one name I was thinking in particular was Lindsey Graham. Like you would see him at the Grove.
And a lot of people don't come down to the dining circle because they have their own camps and their own personal chefs.
So there's people who are at the Grove that you never see at all.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. And I don't know where it ties in, but I specifically remember like Bastille Day, which is kind of like, my understanding is kind of like the French equivalent of our 4th of July.
Yeah.
Huge thing there. I didn't even know what Bastille Day was. I'd never heard of it until I was at the
Bastille
Grove.
Day was a big Freemasons thing. A lot of people in the French Revolution were Freemasons, and they stormed the Bastille to get ammunition for guns so that they could overthrow the king, or at least basically make the king a prisoner of the revolution. Yeah, that makes sense that Bastille Day is big for a bunch of Freemason Bohemian Grove types.
That also makes sense that they're like from the second you walk into the Grove, there's like somebody playing the bagpipe like 24/7. I remember specifically learning that one of the people there when I first arrived at the Grove playing the bagpipe, I guess he's like a 3-time world champion bagpiping artist, which I didn't even know that was a thing. But
Jesus.
Yeah. And then we had somebody from America's Got Talent that came in and performed for us. I don't remember his name, but he's like a unicyclist, and his whole act was like every couple of seconds you think, oh my God, he's gonna eat shit, but he miraculously saves himself from face planting.
Yeah.
And it was kind of interesting to watch because the dining circle, it's not like you would imagine. It's basically within a circle of redwood trees, and there are these massive like picnic tables that can seat probably 30 to 50 people at each table, and but it's like the biggest commercial kitchen you've ever seen. Like I saw it and I thought of like the movie The Shining, that huge commercial kitchen in that hotel.
Yeah.
It's massive. It's massive.
I'm gonna assume that anybody who's been to Bohemian Grove that you didn't see in the dining area was just there to molest children and fuck each other in the butt. I'm gonna go with that one.
Well, I wouldn't say that that's a far stretch. Like I said,
you ever tried it?
Well, it's not like they come down to the dining circle to be degenerates,
Yeah.
I imagine that's where they're their best behaved. The most notable thing, I think, though, was one night late, like, if there were still members in the dining circle, somebody had to be there. So my boss asked me, my supervisor asked me to stay late, and I was hearing these guys, overhearing their conversation as I was breaking down the tables and just,
so
killing time for them to leave.
They keep you guys far away from the action then.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to just walk in and walk to the dining circle.
Right.
They would come and pull a couple young girls every day from the dining circle to go work up because there's a little cafe by the museum.
Oh.
So they would pull a couple young girls to go work up there every day. But other than that, no, you're.
Well, you know what was happened to those young girls? They were picking out their favorites.
Probably. I mean, it would seem so.
Vince Griswold for $2 wants to know: do they have any weird eye contact rules?
What?
Eye contact. Do they have any like weird things about making eye contact with people?
Not that I noticed.
Okay.
Most of the members were really friendly with me, but I'm a pretty I'm an approachable person. I can talk to anybody.
Sure.
And that's but yeah, I noticed, there were a lot of people, they kind of looked down their nose, because
because you weren't. No, it's because you weren't 8 years old.
Yeah, well, yeah, and anybody who's not a member of the Grove, is basically.
Oh, you're a peasant.
Little men is what they're called.
Right. Before we wrap this up and let you go, I think the last thing Roots wants to know is, are you still down?
Am I still down?
I think that's what Roots wants to know.
Well, Roots, I'm newly single, so, you never know what happens.
There you go. Roots Calhoun is in. All right. Well, Frog Springs, thank you very much for calling and letting us know all about the Grove. I'm just going to assume the absolute worst of everything you just told us.
Yeah, it's not hard to read between the lines. But I will say is that if you are like me and you believe in the power of prayer, then you have to believe that what these people are doing there, and to me, this is where, I'll tell you before I go, I have a couple issues with this. One, it's a redwood preserve, and this should be open to the public, and it's private property, understandably fine, but it's one of the most spectacular redwood groves on the face of the planet, and it's a travesty to me that the public's not allowed there. The second thing is that our tax dollars are paying for our sheriff's office to sit there posted outside of the gate at Bohemian Grove to guard and protect these people.
Ew.
Now, if they're committed security, they shouldn't be taking, one of our sheriffs off the streets and one of our sheriff's cars off the streets just to sit there. They can hire their own private security. From what I understand, they have plenty of money to do that.
Yeah.
So that's where I have another issue. My third issue is more along the spiritual realm, is that in places like the Grove, there is something special about a place like that. And like I said, if you believe in the power of prayer, then what these people are doing is antithetical to that.
Yeah.
They're praying for if you listen to the cremation of care ceremony, it's pretty dark stuff.
Yeah, no,
and if you believe in the power of prayer and collective prayer, then all of these people are getting together. Maybe they don't know what they're participating in, but I bet you most of the people who perform in this sacrifice ceremony, even if it's mock human sacrifice, what does that tell you about our political leaders? What does that tell you about the people who are in charge of our financial institutions, our educational institutions, our corporations?
Yeah, no, you're absolutely spot on.
Sort of our Creator, and everything that He made that is beautiful. It's antithetical to that, and that's where I have a huge problem.
100%.
And after my experience staying there in Cazadero during my time there during the encampment, I stayed there. And there is an energy about that place that is palpable. And if they're tapping into that energy to amplify that evil signal, that's where I draw.
So there's there's a demonic energy at the Grove.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, a lot of people may not even realize what they're participating in. That's the impression that I get.
Okay.
I do know that these are where where the back alley deals are made with our politicians. Any decisions that are made and laws that are put on the books, they originate in places like the Grove and the Bilderberg Group. You've got pictures of Richard Nixon and Ronald Reagan sitting at the same table at the Grove before either were ever elected president.
Yeah. No, it's
So
yeah, no, I don't think demonic is too light of a word. Real quick, Roots did say, I'm sorry if this is going to throw a wrench into your guys' plans, but Roots says, newly single? Nah, I want divorced and miserable.
Well, I've been divorced, but you've got to have a strong heart to be with me because my fiance passed away from a heart attack, and then my boyfriend during COVID died of a pulmonary embolism.
Holy shit! So you're killing all these guys.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta have a strong heart to be with me.
Oh shit! Well, I've met Roots. I don't know. He might have a cholesterol problem. I'm not sure, but I'll vouch for my guy. I'll vouch for my guy. I just want him to be healthy. Frog Springs, thank you very much for that insight into the Grove, and don't let anybody pick you up in a windowless van for talking to us.
It was a pleasure talking to you, and I'll send you an email with that cremation of care pamphlet. I think you'll find it interesting.
Yes.
You can peruse the names, see if there's any in there you recognize.
Please do. I'm going to put my email in the chat again, just in case. There you go.
Okay.
And
All
we will maybe we'll talk to you again soon if we need any occult human sacrifice insider information.
Well, I don't know if I'm an expert on that, but I can sure set a table and take your order and feed you well. So.
All right. All right. Well, thank you very much, Frog, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thanks a bunch. Hang on.
Right. There you go. There's Frog Springs. They're turning friggin' Frog Springs gay. Baba Shab says, should have asked about camp names and buildings. She wasn't allowed at any of those places. She was talking about the buildings and all of that stuff, and she's like, they didn't let us into any of that shit. Where all the gay shit was going, she saw Kid Rock, she saw Clint Eastwood, she saw Kid Rock get thrown out for fighting a motherfucker. I would like to think that Kid Rock got thrown out for fighting someone over, the fucked up shit that goes on there, but he was probably just hammered. I don't know. Aussie Mark says the Grove billionaires have been killing her partners to keep her quiet, but she won't shut up. Well, you just heard she thinks it's all an accident. So they're not sending the message properly. Well, I got to go, guys, because I'm late for a dart in the neck, apparently. Take it easy. Thanks for another great day for the toe. We appreciate it, and we will see you maybe tonight. I have a dentist appointment today. We'll see how that goes. If we do have a show, there will be no G word for tonight's show because I'm going to be in a way. Coltrane with $1 says it's not praying, it's praying. P-R-E-Y, the sick fucks. Frog Spring says, I think Joe Rogan, or Kid Rock talked about the fight on Joe Rogan. Oh, go check that out as well. Take it easy, guys. We will talk to you again tonight, maybe, and for sure tomorrow morning. Oh, my God, I'm going to be killed while I'm at the dentist for this. Shit. Take it easy, everybody.